It is 9 o'clock, and we are ready to begin the third day of budget hearings. We're going to call this meeting to order at 9 o'clock. I think the first group we have to hear from today is DPS. They are here. Would you like to identify yourself and for those who don't know you?
Can you hear me?
Can hear you
Good.
just fine.
My name is Michael Linnell, and I'm employed by the Texas Department of Public Safety as a state trooper, and I've been here 29 years. So I'm having to, I forgot to bring my readers, so I'm having to use my Sergeant Secretary's readers, so see what.
Getting old is
Yeah.
something else, isn't it, Mike?
Yes, it is, but I had to have something. I forgot them, and yeah, they were good. So, which, by the way, this really sets the stage. I know this year's already set, but she's been really good secretary, and in my 29 years, this 6 months has probably been the wildest and roughest, and you guys well know, Commissioner Hart, you guys have been there, so plane crashes, tornadoes, but she really handles a lot for her office. So next year, I just want to make on the record, she's worth a pay raise.
So, and she rides around with you every day where you go because you can't see, right? Or do you just borrow her glasses every day?
If we need something, she's there for us.
Okay,
So
so
we can't survive without her, so.
Doing 130 miles down the interstate, 130 mph down the interstate, we know to get out of your way then.
Yeah, well, I'll make sure to have my readers, but
Okay.
my long distance is really good, so. But in commissioners' meetings, this is a necessity. But anyway, so I think you already talked to my sergeant about the preliminary numbers here. So I think the only difference is on the radar. It went up to $3,800 versus $3,600 last year. So radars are really starting to, some of them are starting to get outdated. I've had mine for quite some time. So, and then everything else is the same as last year. That's the only difference that I can see here. If y'all have any questions about that, mine's pretty simple.
We give him the usual 30 minutes? 15, so
Oh, yeah.
you just got about 9 or 10 more minutes
We
to
can have 30.
fill in.
Hey, I know time is valuable to y'all, so I try to make it short and sweet, so.
Well, you started out, I thought you were talking about a raise for your secretary.
Yes.
I don't see it indicated here.
No, it wasn't, because I knew that, so my sergeant couldn't make the budget hearing this morning, so I'm doing this on the fly, so
Okay.
I just came out on my own just to mention that. I know she's set for this year, but, for next year, seriously, she gets slammed with a lot of things and does a lot of things for us. And just the workload just on us in general this last 6 months I haven't seen anything like it in my career. So I've been there, done that over the years. You've been there with me. But it's getting crazy. This is a whole nother level of stupidity we're dealing with, a different mindset. We've got the election coming up, presidential election. So in the background, she basically keeps us on the highway. So that's the reason why I brought that up. So, otherwise, she might even need help here before too long.
So you would take anything for her that you get then, or we would
Absolutely.
get then?
Yeah.
All right. Do you have any questions of us?
No, I could barely see you through my glasses.
That's an advantage for you. So,
But no, it's all good. So
anybody have any questions of the Highway Patrol?
I think so.
Don't believe so.
Made it simple, we appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Thanks a lot, Mike, appreciate it.
Appreciate y'all. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Y'all take care. You're welcome to stick around and,
Watch us harass the game warden.
I tell you, construction's calling us.
29 years?
Yes, sir.
That means I got my driver's license 29 years ago. Because you were a rookie that year.
You probably hit where it's first.
I was on the list at first. You wrote me a few that year.
Goes a lot fast.
Boy, it does.
I just caught him jaywalking too, so I don't know
I
if it's
caught
on
him.
video
He
over
was
here.
speeding.
okay, so we have one that was speeding, one that was jaywalking. Can you do anything about that?
I can't go out.
Call Gainesville PD.
There you go.
We'd actually still have a quorum if you hauled them away, so,
Nah, I'll keep
Thank you, Mike.
Yeah, thank y'all
Appreciate
very
you.
much.
thanks a lot, appreciate y'all. Thank you. Okay, next is game warden. This will be a lengthy discussion, I'm sure.
Yeah, this is lengthy. Now, I can talk.
Proposed chip seal.
I might talk a little bit more than Mike, but that's okay. It's all right. How are y'all this morning?
Fine.
Good, good. Hey, I've got nothing to say. Y'all know that I'm easy. You know, when I come visit you, my stuff is easy compared to those guys, and I will throw some stuff in there for Joella. That lady helps me a bunch too. It's not just those guys. And those guys find a lot more trouble than what I do. It says something in your county to keep guys around like that for 29 years. It says something. We've got troopers in this county that have been here for almost their whole career, and they have no intention of leaving. So that says something, and we're keeping them around. I know y'all may hear rumors of Grayson County troops and all that stuff, and Denton County, they're a revolving door. We don't have that here. We don't have it in the game warden world here either. There's only been a handful of game wardens in this county, so that says something, y'all. That says something. So keeping guys like that around and the knowledge that they have is pretty impressive. And Joella helps them a ton, not just them, but she helps me too. So that needs to be said. So I don't know what all they got going on there with whatever she gets paid, but she's worked double, I promise you. But sometimes I think I am too, so it doesn't happen that way. But y'all know I'm easy, so. As long as we don't have any tornadoes or floods and all that. Dry snows.
It's been a year.
It's been that, hasn't it?
Put in some hours down there, didn't you?
I did, yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, quite a few. Quite a few. Got there as fast as I could. So, a lot of good people doing a lot of good work there. That don't need a pat on the back for nothing, because it's their job. So, we got some things done, and it wasn't good, and it's just a bad sandwich to eat, but the only thing you can do is just take a bite of it and go home.
That's right.
So, that's what we did.
You have any questions for us?
I've got none. I thank y'all very much for even giving me a budget to have. I don't need much. I'm easy, y'all know that. I hope I'm the easiest one that y'all got to go through. But the money that I do get, it serves a purpose. It goes somewhere every year. You know, between going down the border and, you know, that stuff helps me a bunch get through my job. So, greatly appreciative of the money that I receive from y'all. So,
It's easy.
thank you. We try, but it's good to have good partners, and it's not just them, it's sheriff's office too. So, you know, and you guys know the call. If y'all need something, just call. My phone rang from the sheriff's office at 6:15 this morning, so it is what it is. That's my job. I wish I had another one of me here, but I don't. But I'm
Seems
available.
like we
as much
used
as-
to.
I don't,
Always been one.
That's
Always
what
been
I'm,
one,
I
okay.
can go far back as Lumberg, and who's before Lumberg?
Well, you had John Welch.
John
Welch,
Lived
yeah,
up there
that's
at
it.
Moss Lake, and, you know, that's what I say, there's not a revolving door here. Game wardens come here to work, and they retire. And that's absolutely my plan, is to retire right here. Got it too good. John Welch did the same thing. Jimmy Lumberg, who took me under his wing, did the same thing. Of course, we all know Darla. She probably regrets that she retired, but she's still blowing and going. So, you know, the communications that I have with those folks to help me do my job is pretty impressive.
So is John still around?
He is.
Okay, I hadn't heard.
Yes, sir. He don't get out much.
I figured he's getting up there.
Yeah, he still lives up there on the west side of Moss Lake.
Well, he'll sell that property one day for a lot of
He's
money.
sold a little bit of it off. And of course, they're building big old houses on it. My goodness, y'all know that.
See, he sold that right away back in there to that large subdivision.
Yeah, sure did.
And that might have been before
He
you.
probably gave
Yeah.
pennies for that one.
Yeah, he's doing good for himself. I wish he was gonna be around a little longer, but
How old would he be? 80 something?
it's probably, Jason, probably right at it.
Yeah.
He's gotta be 80 plus. So,
Crazy.
no, you know, the whole tornado deal, Darla was a huge asset in that too. She went and got in the fight with us. And, her and I had 5 other game wardens there with a K-9 unit within 40 minutes. So, you know, Darla was a big help in that too, for sure.
By the way, I do hear rumors that Adam practices dove hunting
Uh-huh.
every year.
Does a little early.
A little bit early.
I know, I'm
I call
on to
him.
it.
I call him and tell him to come out.
Oh, you, well, obviously,
We do a little practice, you know.
Yeah, they've all got me on speed dial, Judge. If they need me, they can call me. So,
I was just kidding.
Oh, I know.
Adam
I
would
know.
not break the law. I mean,
Absolutely not.
absolutely not.
not the fish and game laws anyway.
No.
He knows better.
That's right.
I asked him if I could road hunt beaver at night out of the county truck. He told me no.
You know, we discussed the fishermen up on Red River last time.
Yes,
we
sir.
talked. I've come up with a solution how to feed the jail population is just allow that going on up there and then confiscate their boats and their fish and everything.
Hey, I can allow,
Fed the jail for,
if it makes sense to you, it makes sense to me, so let's do it.
all right.
I'm easy. We can get by, I promise you.
Good. Do appreciate it.
Norman, thank you.
bet. You bet.
Thank you very
If
much.
y'all need something, let me know. Y'all know to
Okay.
just call. So, same for y'all, Riley. Y'all know to call her if y'all need something.
And if you've forgotten something or anything, just give Chelsea or I a call.
Yeah, she has to remind me. She's got to send me an email like 2 days before and then an hour before to make sure that I know what I'm doing and where I'm supposed to be. So,
Well, don't
thank
feel
you.
bad. She does that for me.
I know, hey, I've got a lot of irons in the fire, and I'm sure y'all do too. And I'm not good with putting a calendar on my phone and seeing where I'm supposed to be, but I do the best I can. So, yeah, thank y'all.
Thanks.
Take
You
care,
bet.
Tony.
You bet. Y'all have a good week.
You too. We're gonna bypass the auditor, or wait a minute.
Did her yesterday.
We did her yesterday, that's right. We're gonna do the county judge now. Y'all gonna do yours from right here where you sit, or you gonna get up and go? What are you gonna do? Right here? Then we'll go ahead and do mine then. Okay, actually, the only thing that I have asked for is a increase in conference expense, because as you know, my assistant has not been to a conference or anything yet, probably be beneficial. And also a salary increase, not for the person, but for the position. I think as the clerk for the county judge. She serves all of us, and I'd like to raise that position salary up to 43 from where it is now. And I've got a list of surrounding counties, what they make. That would be Clay is 48,000, Grayson's 56, Wise is 63, Montague is 56. You probably didn't know that, did you? Okay. Far and above, more than what we pay our county judge assistant here. And as you know, she has helped each and every one of you. She gets our agenda out every 2 weeks and practically manages that and all the other things that she does. So I'm looking for a increase for that position to 43. Actually, I had 45 at first, and I'll go ahead and go back to the 45, but we can banter that back and forth later on. So with that, I have nothing else to present other than just exactly what it was last year. Anybody have any questions for me?
I'm assuming we'll do that raise like any of the rest of them, talk about them later.
Yes. That's what I say. We'll banter that back and forth later on when we talk about all the other. Okay. Anybody comments, questions? If not, next on our list is emergency management and fire. Are any of the local, it's way early.
You want to go through the commissioners?
Yeah, if you, why don't we do that? Let's just go ahead and start with the commissioners right now. That's a good idea. And give them an opportunity to get here and present their budgets. And you ready to go, Commissioner One?
Yes, sir.
All right. Go right ahead.
I'm going to make a change right off the top on that. I'm going to leave a secretary's salary in there, even though I currently help with our existing admin assistant who's doing a good job. And at the printout I'm looking at, I don't have a secretary in there, so I'm going to put that same number, that 36,957 back in there. Looks like I didn't put any extra labor overtime in there. I'm going to put $35,000 in there. Anybody see anything else I missed or I got lied on? I know once in a while we can, like I said, that overtime, I just overlooked it.
Kind of wondering where the consulting fee,
Contract services, I got 2,000. Which one are you looking at?
the consulting fee for assistance and advice that Precinct 2 gives you.
Oh, I got that. It's down at the bottom, but it says 0.
Oh. I don't know if I agree with that.
Yeah. Oops.
Just the two of you when you're consulting, right?
Yeah, that's right. That's all. And sometimes neither one of us gives real good advice to
Okay,
the other.
I just wanted to make sure.
I'm going to bump my contingency back up, excuse me, to 500,000. I'm going to spend some money. I got some road damage I'm going to charge back to FEMA, so I'm going to be sure I got enough money there to cover that in anticipation of not getting it back in about 18 months. So That changes salaries to 36,957, extra labor, 35,000, and contingency from 400 to 500,000.
Come down in a few other things too, uniforms.
Yeah, we were spending about $9,500, and I need to get back with the guy, but we're going to get uniform services, I think, for about $5,600, between that and $6,000.
Okay.
But put a little extra in there just to be on the safe side. I always put something in radios and communications.
Rent, what is your rent?
What number are you looking at, Judge?
460.
Oh, I put some money in there in case we need to go rent equipment.
Oh, okay, that type of rent, okay.
Yeah,
gotcha.
not, we ain't renting no
Yeah.
buildings or anything, but we may
Yeah.
have to go get a piece of equipment occasionally.
Okay, let's see here.
Capital improvements, I would like to go put some lean-tos out at the shop to cover equipment when, keeps from having to clean frost off the windshields and stuff of that nature in the winter months. That's a goal, haven't
Keep
gotten
the
it done.
hell off of them.
Keep the hell, keep the,
Yeah.
you know, it takes a considerable amount of time to thaw out windows, especially on diesel trucks, getting them warmed up and stuff.
Is that something that your guys would build, or are you gonna go third party on that?
I would
I'm
actually
thinking
go,
the same thing.
go third party, and I've got a couple of locals that,
I'd
yeah.
like to help, I'd like to, when you do that, I'd like to share that info with me. I've been talking about it for 6 years, and I just wasn't in the financial shape to do it, but now I am.
I'm done, guys. Your extra labor's empty too. There's nothing on yours.
Is it?
See, I didn't think I left mine off. Did you think you left yours off?
Oh, I didn't think so.
But you want something in there, don't you?
Yeah. Yeah, usually I put 35,000 in
Yeah, I don't know.
there. How many crew members do y'all have?
I have 10.
Holy cow.
I have 8.
I'm gonna go to 11.
I've got 9 budgeted,
280 miles of road.
right? Oh, stumped her.
How many you have?
I've got an extra one budgeted.
But how many you have right now?
I have 8.
Okay. I've got 8.
Yeah, I've
And a
got
part-time.
And,
How many
and
you have, Matt?
no wonder you're getting so much done. You got 3 more people, or 2 more.
I haven't changed my budget, and the whole time I've been here, I just roll the same numbers over from next year, and kind of base my contingency on our incomes and my fund balance. I'm gonna put the 35 into the extra labor for my part-time guy. My part-time guy just mows and helps us when we're a man short. He's a CDL driver as well. I'm gonna add into the contingency for the FEMA too, as much as I can, but that's gonna come down to my fund balance here at the end. And that, I'm glad I have a fund balance, because when I took office, I didn't have a fund balance. This FEMA would have rocked my world, but now I've got a fund balance to help cover all these, fronting the money for FEMA, thank goodness.
And people need to understand why we do that. I mean, it prevents exactly like this if you don't have a fund balance. Because I don't know that general fund can come back and cover road and bridge stuff.
Yeah, I have a mixture on that, which I was gonna say there was some, with the elections this year, there were people talking about fund balances as if the commissioner saving money is not doing enough work. Well, that's not true. You gotta save some money for these emergencies. But also, I have mixed emotions on whether this tornado damage should come out of our precinct budget anyways. It's not my, you know what I'm saying?
It always has, all the floods and stuff, it's come out of road and bridge.
Now, flood damage I can understand,
This
but me
is-
having to front this money to help haul off this debris is not, I don't feel like it's my responsibility.
Well, but the tree debris off the roads, I believe, is, but the debris from the community, that's part of that. We talked about setting aside $1 million out of general
So
fund
that is gonna
monies.
come out of general fund?
I,
That's what I felt like.
yeah, but not for you guys.
Not the tree fund. I
I'm just
get
having a
that.
conversation. I'm not, but the, where you're cleaning roadside trees and stuff, I think that's road and bridge, just like whenever
100%.
we had the ice storms, or whenever we had, if it's road damage, it comes out of road and bridge, and you spend it, and then hopefully you get it back 75-25.
I agree
And
and
then,
understand.
but now, where we're hauling in dumpsters and paying contractors, it would be my understanding that would come out of somebody else's fund.
Great, because I've been working.
Because
I was gonna
if we
front it,
hit
which
that
I was
just
gonna
precinct
front
2
it,
and
but
3.
It was gonna kill me.
Well, no, I don't think that's the way that happens, and I think we had that conversation with Shelley in here, and we talked about setting aside $1 million whenever Fletcher brought us the estimate. He brought us an estimate for $1 million for what I understood to be those dumpsters and removing, and he brought another one for $800,000, and I'm not sure what that's talking about now.
I just missed that. My brain's been so tired with everything, I just
Yeah.
missed that. So that makes me feel better.
So you adding extra help, it's the only thing you changed.
Yeah, and then I will put some money in, because I do want to do some awnings and stuff, because all my vehicles got hailed on.
So you're gonna
got
put
some
it in
broken
capital improvement?
windows.
The only reason I'm taking notes is so Shelley's gonna need to backfill her page, guys. That's the reason I'm,
Yeah.
capital improvement.
Yeah.
Okay, and I didn't
But I'll
put a
get with
number
her
on it.
whenever we get a little closer to my actual fund balance at that time.
Well, and she'll have to give us fund balance anyway. But, and putting money in savings is not a bad idea. You can do too much chip seal in 1 year and add to your assets, have more miles, but then trying to maintain them all is certainly a challenge with what you have in existence to maintain. So you can chip seal too much too fast.
That's where I was left, and that's where Adam was too. Had too many miles all failed at once,
Yeah.
because it was never maintained.
And what's sad, they'll fall again at the same time. If you don't spread it out, all of them come, they tear up at the same time, and you don't have enough time, money and manpower to correct them.
I'm good.
You good with 245 on your gravel? Pretty light, but
That's about what, where's my gravel on?
But-
That's what I've had every year.
But see, we've gone up from, probably when you started, from about $6.50 a ton to $10.
yeah, it's went up a lot.
'Cause, I mean, when I started, it was $4.75 or something, but we've had big jumps recently.
Yeah.
And it's
I
gone.
need to see where I'm sitting right now, and then I might change that. Of course, that number can come down to my fund balance as well, and how much I'm gonna have to put into contingency and stuff.
Well, I mean, you can always.
Mainly, I just work, if I need to move throughout the year, normally I'll just not buy equipment and move it to other places.
You gotta save it somewhere.
Yep.
And the problem is if you eliminate your contingency buying equipment, that's when you gonna get the buying.
Oh yeah, I never use contingency to buy equipment.
At the end of you, we're going to,
That's the end of me.
That's the end of you.
Yep, for now.
Adam, put him a little gravel money in there.
Yeah.
Adam, you want overtime in yours? Or part-time?
I don't do part-time. I've talked about it, but I have never done it. I'm thinking about just adding another person. But I really want to see what my fund balance is, what we get back is, but I'm considering that, going to 11th guy. With all this stuff we've had, I get so many of them that are on, that they gotta take their comp time. Well, then if we got a project, it puts me short. I try to stage them, though I only got one off, but I've got so much comp time now, it's as we're coming into October, they gotta use it, And usually it's when we're trying to chip seal, and it hits us hard. My trash disposal has went up. I just had to do another budget amendment on that, so I'm gonna bring that from 45 to 48, so I don't have to worry about that.
Is that, think it was tornado?
The trash hasn't, no, I think we had an increase. Just wanna bring that up a little bit.
Okay.
I did go up a little bit on my gravel because of the increase in price, and we're having to go farther actually to get gravel.
Where do y'all get your gravel now?
I'm getting mine out of St. Joe now. Of course, I don't get it.
South of Munster.
I go to Oklahoma for quite a bit of mine. I go to Oklahoma for a big part of mine because where I am, it's closer. Well, in all honesty, that's a good question, Judge, because right now, I'm sure these guys have experienced, we've had weeks that all the crushers hadn't been able to keep up.
Right.
Yeah.
They get a breakdown and they can't get a part and they're down for a week. It puts us to where we have to move around.
Well, and with everything that's been going on, everybody's got somebody hauling rock to their place because
Right.
it's muddy and they can't get in on private property and they're rocking driveways. So all those trucks are now in the line waiting to get loaded. So where we used to make an hour, 15-minute round, it may be 2 hours between rounds.
That's why I've got a pretty good stockpile in my yard. When we've got spare time, they've got it in the crusher, we bring it to the yard. There's been
I
many
don't
times
have-
we've been sitting there twiddling our thumbs because there wasn't no rock, but we haul out the yard.
I don't have that luxury. My yard is teeny tiny.
And we've been backfilling some oversize because, you know, it never fails when you get that washout. There's either no oversize on the ground or, so we try to
Do I
keep
need any
oversize.
dirt?
Too far to haul it.
I give it to you.
We give away ditch dirt on a regular basis.
My asphalt line, I went down a little bit, but we don't do as much as that as we did when I first started. We're trying to mill back up and go back to re-chipping. Did go up a little bit on my road oil because we are doing more projects as far as chip seal. My fuel, I went back down on my fuel because we haven't hit, because we had a price increase a couple years ago, but I bumped that back down 50,000. Machinery repairs, I went back down a little bit. I think we're caught up pretty good on that. Let's see. Conference expenses, I went down a little bit. I did keep my training in there. That's for our CDL license if we have to have somebody. Let's see.
Oh, you got natural gas out there? You
Now I've
propane?
got propane.
Yeah, so do I.
We got a propane tank. Everything else is pretty close to what I did last year. I guess while I've got the stage, I've been kind of talking about this precinct 5, about major equipment stuff that we could all agree on that we could buy kind of as a unit. We're not a unit system, but I think if we had a major purchase that all of us could use and we could share that purchase, say like, I mean, I'm just gonna throw this out there, you know, if we'd have had a tub grinder or something like that, that we could purchase, which them are expensive, but I don't need a tub grinder all the time, but, and I ain't saying that we need to buy that, but something like that to where this precinct 5, Wichita Falls County or Wichita does that, and talking with them commissioners up there, they use out of that precinct 5. It's its own type. It'd be like its own deal. It'd have its own, employee in there. If the unit was being used or being fixed by the mechanic, the employee, he would do his paperwork as that out of precinct 5. But we would have to fund that I just want to put it out there so we can kind of start thinking about it. Talking with the guys over, commissioners over there, they've done it several years ago, and they said it's helped them a bunch not have to have a piece of machinery that's not used all the time, but the whole county still owns it, and the commissioners still control it, so to speak. At precinct 3, I would be willing to put it in our barns out there, keep it in the, inside, that kind of stuff. As we get farther into the next one, maybe kind of think about that. I would be willing to put in, the startup, but maybe we might not buy nothing this year with it, but maybe put 100,000 in that. If we each did that, we'd have 400,000 in there. If there was something like if we thought we needed a bow mag or something, hey, that's a $400,000 piece of equipment. Each one of us could, get with whoever and say, hey, I need that these 2 weeks. It comes back into the shop, we do the service on it, the service comes back out of precinct 5. Fuel and that kind of stuff, as you use it, you put fuel in it. I think that's what we do now. Jason and I blend stuff back and forth. Sometimes he gets in a bind, sometimes I borrow a truck or something from him, and we work that together. I think it's worked really well. We do also do that with our guys. I might use him for 2 days and then he uses us for 2 days, but it helps us get our project done and finished. I think we have a court now that works together very well, and I want to continue that. I think it would be a very good advantage for the citizens as far as our spending money on big assets. So, any comments or thoughts?
I'm not sure, Adam, that we can't accomplish that without a precinct 5. Just like right now, we'll get a PO and all of us will sign off on the same PO.
I agree with that. I think that would be, we do that.
If we all agree on something,
Yeah.
then, and then what happens without a precinct 5, if 3 out of the 4 agree on something and they want to fund it, that piece of equipment, the 4th person not do it. But, we go there and say, we want to buy a John Deere grader, it's $300,000, for all of us chip in $75,000. Shelley does a line item entry and does a PO, and we all own it.
I'm just looking at like the service on it, and okay, now we got the motor goes out. I think it'd make it easier, but that's up to you guys.
Yeah. I would, if you just follow that scenario along, and the piece of equipment and any expense associated with it, and I agree, just like you said, if precincts using it, they refill it and grease
Right.
it and all that stuff. But we could take and do a PO and every precinct sign off on it, and Shelley take it from our budget and not have to do a precinct 5.
I guess, and I agree. You and I share a piece of equipment, and Adam and I now share a piece of equipment. But I guess I can see the precinct 5, I'm gonna use a laydown machine. Let's say we buy $1 million laydown machine.
Right.
For future courts, that asset's gonna be around for 30 years. If that was put into precinct 5 and there was an agreement on how all the maintenance and the sharing of the asset work, that would be the reason for the precinct 5. That's the only thing I see. If it was used for all 4
Right.
precincts.
Well,
I can see it
Everybody-
working like it works for our thing now and working like it does for our thing, but then I could see if there ever was some big, large thing we wanted to do, where we would need a separate entity for that.
Well, each one of you has a rent line here, and I'm gonna assume that's for maybe equipment that you can't borrow from one another, something you don't normally use, but you need to use it maybe one time a year or something like that. And to me, that precinct 5 makes sense if you have that type of equipment, especially in there. You
I
wouldn't
know
have to-
a breaker attachment. I need it once a year.
Yeah.
A skid steer, a jackhammer for the skid
Right.
steer.
And to me, that would make sense, what Adam's saying, if that type of equipment were in there and you wouldn't, it would certainly cut down on your rent. I don't know, how much is yours, Gary, rent line?
Oh, I have
Yours
that
is-
occasional rent where I might, well, I used to, where I might go
Yeah.
rent a Packer for a couple of weeks while we were
Yeah.
getting a chip seal road ready. But I think we can, I mean, we've had commissioners sit here in the past that would absolutely break the county buying equipment. You know, people do different things, have different needs. West Side probably has needs for different equipment than the East Side based on the fact it's solid rock. You know, again, I think we can accomplish the same thing and do it on a piece by piece versus have some commissioner that gets signed up for something he has absolutely no use for because 3 votes got it there. I mean,
But the next commissioner that come in, once we retired or moved on, they might say, hey, I can use that. I mean,
you know,
I'm not, I
mean,
just think it would be easier to keep up with the asset, myself.
I personally don't want to take $100,000 out of my equipment line and go put it in to be at the discretion of 3 other commissioners.
Well, all of us have to vote on it.
I know, but,
Yeah.
you know, how that works.
Yeah.
Not, I mean, it's kind of like, why don't we, you know, instead of, I mean, we could go hire an election administrator and that'll take care of a couple of things for the clerk, but we ought to just go unit road and hire us a road engineer, and then we wouldn't have so many things to worry about, and that road engineer would take care of all our road and bridge budgets for us.
I think we have to be at a certain number.
No,
We have to be at a certain
don't think so.
population.
No.
At 50,000.
No, don't think so.
For what?
Go to unit road system, where we hire an engineer. Of course, I'm being facetious, because the problem with that is that road engineer is going to report to the guy that has the most influence on the court, and the other 3 precincts are going to get left out on road maintenance. But
We don't have enough incorporated areas to even use those words.
well, and the reason that you wouldn't need it if you had incorporated areas, because the cities take that over.
Well, that's what I'm saying. We've
Yeah,
still got too
but
many
the
miles.
same logic would apply to too many people sharing one piece of equipment, because never fails, the reason we don't loan our pickups to each other and stuff is because inevitably, when you got it loaned out, you need it. And when it comes back, it's gonna have flat tires and empty tanks. You know, and I agree with Adam, we got a group right now that works real well together, but we get one commissioner that doesn't agree with that, and he goes out and uses it and tears it up and parks it. And, you know, just because we got precinct 5 money in there we've all contributed to, we might not all tear our equipment up at the same rate. But I think we can accomplish what you want to do, Adam, with just buying something and splitting it on the PO. But that's just a thought.
No, years ago, Steve Key bought a very expensive piece of equipment that ground up roads, spit it back out, and became paved roads all of a sudden. He was the only one that used that because of the expense. I'm wondering if a piece of equipment like that would be used by perhaps every commissioner at some point in time, and it would be available to them on you could almost schedule it, something like that. I need to use it such and such a.
Well, that's what I'm looking, I mean, like a bulldozer. I don't need a
Exactly.
bulldozer every day. I
Exactly.
need a bulldozer, and we use our little, it's not really a bulldozer, it's a skid loader type deal, but if it was a bulldozer, if we have one that had just say if we had a fire that could come out of there and go to a fire and take care of that situation. I think there's my thinking is there's just specialty equipment that we could put in there as a group.
Paper.
Yeah, like the paver, and I mean, as we grow, we're gonna have to start doing some high dollar acquisitions that's gonna be more than one of us wanna spend. But I'm with you, Gary, as far as getting everybody, well, me and him, or us three can, or us four can, but then it gets to be, well, y'all have these two pieces, and I can't get that, but boy, it'd sure be nice to have that. But if it was in that precinct 5 and everybody contributed an amount, I'm not saying that it's gotta, if it's 50,000 that we put in it, and then there's 200,000 in it, and then 3 or 4 years it finally has a little money to where, hey, what do y'all think about this? And then it's there, and then, Matt says, hey, I need to use the laydown machine July 13th through the 28th. He comes and picks it up. When it comes back and it's serviced back, the precinct 5 takes care of it. It just, I think it's making it, to me, it's showing the people that we're trying to collaborate monies, not a unit system, but a unit type group, unity, to make that asset, that not all of us buy the same asset.
And I think we're doing a good job of that now, just like y'all are sharing a piece of equipment. Jason and I have split the chip spreader. So we're obviously working toward where you're headed.
I agree with you. I agree with you. I'm just saying that at
We don't
big
need-
acquisitions, 4 of us can buy better than 2 or 1.
But you take a BOMAG, for instance, and say it's $400,000. We spend $400,000 and it's gonna sit there more than it's operated.
That way, what I'm saying is not every one of us has to buy it. We all
Well, but
buy
it's
it
still
together.
sitting there. It's $400,000 tax dollars that's tied up when we could go rent it no more than we need it. If it's something big like that, you go rent it for $4,000 or $5,000, keep it for a month or 2 and be done with it.
Well,
And
I rented one, it was $16,000 a week.
Okay, and then how many weeks did you use it?
I kept it for 3 weeks because I couldn't afford to do much more than that.
Right, but
Whereas if the county
If we had
owned
it,
that in a
I'd use it
fifth
more.
unit, then you would probably, any of you would probably use it more than if you had to go rent it for one time.
Well-
Besides that, I personally don't see a guy here that would bring a piece of equipment back with flat tires and anything else unless that was the person that didn't vote for it to start with.
well,
Well,
they
they
wouldn't
wouldn't be
use
able to
it.
use
They
it.
didn't vote for it, they wouldn't use
That's
it.
what I'm saying.
Yeah. So just a thought,
we can talk about it down the road.
We can talk about it down the road. I just want to get that out there.
It's just money tied up, though, is my concern, that no more than it would be used, it may make more sense to rent it. And that's what you did. You went out and rented it instead of purchased it, But,
I'm looking for one because I got a bunch of them I need to do.
well, and that process, if I followed it along, you're gonna shred up a bunch more roads, and you can only shred up so many and get them re-chipped in a timely fashion, but that's just difference in
Exactly.
styles.
Exactly. That's all I have.
Good idea. All right, Matt, we haven't heard from you yet.
No shit. Pretty much, it'll end on I don't know if it's, goes in building repairs or if it needs to go in capital improvements. So I'd like to add 10,000 of that to do a little work on my shop area over there. Not sure which line item it goes in.
I think it's gonna go in capital improvement, if it's, especially gonna be over 50,000, or, well, it's gonna go in capital improvements, I would guess, and you've got 10,000 in capital improvements
Right,
now,
I'm just gonna add 10 to that.
okay?
I know it's not gonna take that much, but just,
And if it's in capital improvements, you can always do a budget amendment.
Is that it?
other than that, I've added 1,000 to my electric line. Electricity run a little short last year, so bumped it up 1,000. But other than that, that's it. It's the same as it,
This has,
What'd you add to your electric line item?
He added 1,000 to the electric from 5 to 6.
just an aside here, do you still have those old fire escape
Yep.
What in the world we have to do with those
I
things?
don't know what's sitting out there. Sitting out there. I don't know what's good to do. Oh, yeah. That's what
They sure were, they sure were a lot of fun back in the day.
Yeah. I don't know what,
Unless you tried to use the short pants on in July.
yeah,
They
a
were,
little sticky there.
yeah.
No, it's all stacked out there.
Yeah, and what is it that's keeping, why is it, do we just have to vote to get rid of it, or why is there in place that is making us keep those, just taking up space? Anybody know?
Well, I imagine all it takes is a vote to surplus it and haul it to
Just surplus it?
DEF.
Yeah.
Or put it on auction if somebody wants to buy it.
Yeah, makes sense too.
Yeah.
There you go, you're gonna be liable for it if somebody gets hurt.
It's as is, where is, no implications.
I don't know, I thought that same thing, but then I don't know what to do. It did make a hell of a slide for us late.
Yeah.
Y'all have any questions for me?
Gary, do you have any questions? Matt? Jason obviously doesn't.
Do we, while we're at it, do we want to do courthouse, commissioner's office? I mean,
I think they told her not to.
don't do it. Yeah, but I mean, we just want to accept it and go on, or,
No, we can't, yeah, there's nothing to it, that's what.
yeah.
Just as it's printed. Is that good with you?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
it's $1,100. Send Maria a message.
It's a pretty rough looking bunch out there. You think we ought to go ahead and get rid of these guys?
You can't till you get Fletcher.
I don't know. See here?
She sent him a message.
Okay.
Did y'all do the commissioner's office convention?
Yeah, I'll get it.
Right there.
Do what?
Y'all did the commissioner's office no change.
I think we did.
All good.
You're gonna put down there for
Huh? Matt? Be nice if Shelley was here now that we're getting back into these bigger ones.
Sure he's nice.
She emailed me and said she wasn't gonna be here at 9. She didn't tell me an estimated time of arrival. Yeah, so I.
You wanna do the veteran?
You need what?
We need a credit card operated fee
Sure.
machines in the courthouse.
Need to move it over.
We need not move it,
No, no, the one over here won't.
it's just quarters, dollars.
Well, he's not here. No.
Well, I think I'll step out.
Oh, to come down real quick?
He said, I'm out, but FD should be there for the 10 a.m. slot.
That's what I thought. I didn't think he was back yet.
I thought he was, I didn't know he was
He took off for a few days.
gonna go.
Yeah.
So I guess, I guess we're not gonna do his.
Do what?
I guess we won't do his. You come with it.
Yeah. See if Shannon walked down the hall. Oh, did you? Okay. I'm pretty sure IT's not gonna want any changes. Christian, you wanna do theirs real quick?
Yeah, you'll wanna wait till after lunch for
You
that.
think so? Okay.
Ray said that the FDs can do 10 a.m. fire.
Said
slot.
what now?
Ray said that they can do the 10 a.m. fire slot. These guys,
Okay.
so.
You know, I come.
Is he not? Is
Ray's
he?
not coming, he said, I'm out.
Yeah.
I'm out, but FD should be there for the 10 a.m. slot. That was-
Okay.
There's no FD members here, let's just go ahead and go.
Well, Shannon's on her way down. She's gonna do hers real quick and then.
I'm just kidding, there's like 10 FD guys.
Oh, I didn't hear what you said.
I wish Indian Creek would have sent a more manicured representative, though.
Oh, yeah?
Did you hear what I said? What's that? I said I wish Indian Creek Fire could have sent a more manicured representative.
I shaved.
Looks good to me.
I've got a wedding. My youngest daughter's getting married this end of the week, so I'll clean up by then. Yes, sir.
I think look fine.
Yes, sir.
And Era, Shane's brave for bringing Bentley with him.
You won't be needing the mic, will you, Keith?
Nah, you hear me, Jason.
That's
You gotta be tied to damn, get your volume set.
That's what I was thinking. You can-
Keith, do you remember when I worked at Lynx Exxon when I was in high school?
Yeah,
Okay, I don't know if you remember that far back.
Yeah.
That's how I first met you.
I've already been there anyway.
Okay.
You got working.
Yeah. Guilty as charged.
Do you remember Kendiger's Jeep?
I do remember the Jeep.
Whatever happened to that?
I don't have any idea. It should have been wrapped around the telephone pole. I don't know what happened.
I think it did time
Where,
to.
where's that from? That's homemade.
Mm-hmm.
You make
Thing would run though, wouldn't
it
it?
was good.
It's there,
I'm
eat it.
about to
Yeah.
admit it.
All right, Shannon,
Yes.
would you please present your budget?
Well, I didn't have any changes on my budget, so everything is just gonna stay the way it is.
Good.
We are good with that.
No changes, huh?
No changes.
Everything's just like, don't want any more money or anything like that?
Well, hey,
She would take some more money if you give it to her.
of course.
No, she just said she wouldn't.
I don't have any changes.
Okay, thank you very much. Shannon.
All right,
Appreciate
thank
it.
y'all.
All right. Since Ray isn't gonna be here, we might as well go ahead and start with the fire department. How are you gonna do this? You
No
wanna-
money.
Do what?
No money.
Okay.
Is Fletcher literally not here?
I'll just get up here right
Yeah,
All
whatever
right,
you
first
want, we
come,
want.
first come, first served. Somebody jump up to the mic up there and present for your fire department. Now everybody's bashful, huh?
Monroe Halsman, Indian Creek Fire Department. I was just reviewing what we went over with Ray during our chiefs meetings. Moving forward, the fire department's going, requesting VFD pager platform, all pager for all firefighters, $3,000 pager repair, $20,000 grant match fund, $15 per run call and $20,000 per department. And, this meeting went on for a while and kicking back and forth. And, if you ask us what we wanted, obviously we want $50,000 or whatever, but we understand the county's constraints, just like all of our, where the majority of our money comes from. It's from the citizens that we're already taxing, but they're having difficult times, just like we all are. So we thought this was a good starting place for us to come and propose it to the commissioners and move from that point. And like I say, we're like all departments. We'll take whatever monies we can get because they are needed. But thank you, and we're here to answer any questions y'all might have.
Okay. Chelsea, can you or Pam or both of you kind of take notes on?
Yeah.
That's on a page in our packet.
Okay. Well, you'll have it on.
Yeah, I think he done it verbatim off of what's in the packet.
Yeah, this was what Ray sent out. I was just refreshing everybody here in case we didn't have it. And yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any questions of us?
Anybody got any questions or comments on that? I know we still have a couple of issues with our radio. I know it's an ongoing issue and upgrading it, but that's one of our thing. Our paging, I think, other than the monies that we're always requesting more, is our communications, both the two-way communications with the communications personnel and each other, and then the paging. We do have some issues with paging still, depending on your location.
So what issues are you still having with the pagers?
Sometimes I just don't hear it.
Really?
I mean, unknown why, I monitor all the county paging just because sometimes I like to know that we're gonna get a call, we're gonna get a jump on it, so, and active, sometimes we'll get the active 911, we use the same, active 911 that the county uses, so we'll get the active sometimes, and the paging is just not there. So it's just a backup system.
Let's follow up, let's work on this, guys, because I'm all about, let's get it right. For instance, when you're on all page now, used to, when we was on all page, we got everybody's pages.
Yes, sir.
Okay? I think now, because the way the towers are, say, if they page Munster,
Yes,
you're
sir.
not getting it, right? I just want to understand it.
Yes,
You're
sir.
not getting it, okay? And I don't know technically all the answers to that, but what if you're in the example I heard, we got somebody over at Munster to Meat Market, and they're an east side department, well, they don't get that page.
Yes, sir.
But you're gonna get it on your active 911.
What I was referring to is mostly the departments that we primarily respond to. We respond to every department needs, and they respond to us. But mostly when I'm monitoring everybody, I'm talking about, majority of our calls are EMS. The EMS would be from Callisburg to North Shore to Valley View to Indian Creek is some of the pages that I'm really not picking up, is what I'm referring to,
Okay.
monitoring the frequency.
Okay, and I understand what may be happening there is if dispatch hits the Callisburg tower first, they page out Callisburg first. When they go to page EMS 3
Yes, sir.
and you guys, you get the tone, but you don't get the audio. Is that a correct assessment?
I couldn't speak to that directly if it's that specific incident. If I know it's those departments, but there's something going on right now with Indian Creek. So I really couldn't answer that question if it was that specific, if it's coming off that tower or not. I just know that while monitoring, I do have some issues. A lot of times it'll just be Cooke County EMS with Indian Creek.
Okay, so except we know there's some issues out there that I hear about 6 weeks after the fact. It's kind of
Yes.
hard to address them and talk to specifics, but it's my understanding that may be a fix through dispatch.
Okay, yes, sir.
And in the order in which they page people or which tower it comes off of. And I get when we got an east side firefighter on the west side of the county, they may not get
Yes,
it
sir.
via the pager, but they will get it through their active 911, is what I understand. And I don't know, you guys tell me, is that adequate? I mean, you don't necessarily want to be running code from Munster
No,
to
no, sir,
Indian
no, sir.
Creek. So the difference in the time lapse between a page and active 911, you know, how much difference is that, and how much does it impact that particular scenario?
I'm not sure on that, but our active 911 is a backup system to the county's paging system. We provide that to our department as several departments have active or I am responding to different applications, but that is a backup for our pager in the event that the paging does not work.
Right, and so, and we need to understand when that's not happening, or maybe you get the page, but you don't get the text. You know it's happening, but you don't know where it's happening.
Yes, sir.
And some of that may be, we can address through dispatch, through
Yes, sir. We're
what's
just-
input.
Just flagging the issues that we know. The
I
solutions
get
we don't
it.
have, no, sir, yes, sir.
But I would like to know them real time and get the people in the room that we can address it, because I'm not sure, I don't know how many of you guys, probably Bentley was around back whenever we had, or when we tried VHF paging. Keith, was you here back then?
What's that?
Back when when Harbin was here and we tried VHF paging?
I was here, but I don't remember it.
Yeah, it didn't work because it wouldn't penetrate buildings. I mean, that's VHF by nature.
Yes, sir, and I'm unfamiliar with it. I was just referring to what happened, what was requested from the chief's meeting.
I get it, and we need to deal with it. But like you said, it's not there's only so much money.
Yes, sir.
And once upon a time when we wanted to go digital, we done a pretty good job of fixing the problem. Rather than buy $175,000 worth of pagers, we put a repeater on the water tower, and Bill can probably tell me better than anybody else to tack it, but I would hope that we've improved paging at North Shore considerably. I don't know if I don't want to be up here assuming something, guys. I want to help you. I want to work the problem, but we need to do it and be financially responsible doing it.
Understand?
Because, I mean, I'd hate for us to spend $175,000 on pagers if the scenario is we got a Munster, Indian Creek guy, a Munster can't hear it.
Yes, sir.
And so we're going to spend $175,000 to be sure that when he's over or outside his district, he hears page go out, because we can't address all those scenarios.
You have anything to add?
No, I was
Please.
gonna ask, we have any other departments?
Yeah, absolutely. Because we want to understand it. We want to work it.
So I'm Madison with Valley View. So we presented the pager thing because currently what we have is not working. The towers that we put in place, we're not getting pages. So the state-of-the-art system for us to go to that is cost efficient is that VHF digital. When you tried it with Mr. Harmon here, that was 15 years ago. Technology's come a long ways, 20 years ago. So what we've suggested is to get more tones, more pages. This is the way of the future. It's a small portion for us to get up to the times. And so that's why we presented the digital, the VHF. It's definitely worth trying, something looking more into. Like I said, what we currently have, moving the towers and stuff, just a tower's been down, we ain't been getting pages. So we're just trying to move the VFDs up to the times and try something different, because what we're doing is not working.
But-
So,
Yeah, which towers? See, that's the kind of stuff we need to know. Is
so
it a
it
tower
was the
problem or a
one, it's
page?
been that one that was the east tower whenever we were moving it. Which one do we have out east?
You've got one on the water tower out off of Mountain Springs Water
Yes, sir.
Tower.
And so when y'all moved all that, because we had one at Station 2 for Cooke County EMS, right?
No, hang on, let me think about this.
Yes.
It's Station
Yes.
2.
Yes.
Oh, yes,
So
but it
when-
was
when-
countywide. It was-
Yeah. So when all that started happening, that tower was down and we were moving it out there because it hasn't always been out of Mountain Springs. We weren't getting tones. We would just get, maybe static or nothing. So we just came up with this solution to, again, better ourselves, better the system, because what we've been doing isn't working. So
I think we're wrong, Adam. That repeater wasn't at Station 2. That repeater was out there at the state school, and they
No.
decommissioned that tower.
They decommissioned it and we put it
And then
on.
we put it over here, and we didn't have the elevation.
We were the highest one on there for the pagers at the time.
And it wouldn't work. It would not work. We couldn't get it high enough on this tower because the elevation wasn't as much as the one that was out at the state
Yes,
school.
sir.
And we had no control over what happened at the state school, so we tried to move it over here. It did not work. And then we found the tower at Mountain Springs, and when we fired that one up, I didn't hear any negatives from Valley View, North Shore. Bill, are you back there taking?
He's back here.
Yes, sir.
Can you help us speak to this positively or negatively?
Mine would be negative.
That's okay, stand up. I mean, that's the only way.
Two or three of us would be standing around the station or in the station, and you might get, one get a page and the other one won't. One of them might talk and the other would be so taggy, you cannot understand what they're saying. That's our experience with them right now.
Okay. And I would have to ask somebody smarter than I am, why would one of you get it and the other one not get it? See, I mean, that's, I mean, it is technology.
It's a system, yeah,
It
so-
is,
My wife and I can both be in the house the night of the tornado. One of the pictures goes off and the other one don't, you know.
And so this was the solution we've come up with to move forward, to get fire departments kind of up to times, up to speeds, new technology, better toning, paging systems, so that way everybody's getting toned. So
Simulcast.
this is why, do what?
Simulcast it to where.
Yes, sir.
No
and
matter
this
where
was-
you're at.
This was why we presented this, to see if we can move
So
forward.
the
on that.
simulcast, I don't,
It'd be just like the digital system.
Yeah.
so whenever we were having so a lot of people think that the pager problems are associated with the new radio system,
Which
I
they're
know that
totally,
you know
yeah,
that
they're
we're
totally different.
two
yeah.
totally
They
different.
were
That's
just
why this
happened
is-
to be at the same time.
Yes, sir. That's why this is VHF and digital that we presented, because the 800 and 700 system's completely different. We
But
understand that.
It seemed like Motorola told us that if we switched to the VHF at that point, because we looked at it at that point, that we would still have the building penetration problem. Does the simulcast, what does simulcast do to help that?
It will hit all four towers simultaneously. Whichever one it went out, wherever that pager was, it would go to that pager.
And it's my understanding from talking to, I think, it's probably the sharpest guy in the radio business in North Texas, Southern Oklahoma. He said, if you want to simulcast something, why don't you simulcast your VHF, because you'll continue to get your penetration. He's pretty much up on technology, and he still suggests you can simulcast you want to simulcast your UHF that we have now and not your VHF, because regardless, VHF not going to penetrate.
And that is proven through studies, or that's just word of mouth?
I would tell you that the man handles towers and fire departments all over Grayson County,
Yes, sir.
all over Oklahoma. He's telling me from hands-on experience.
Just the one person's telling you?
It's just one
Yes, sir.
person
Okay.
that I believe is
Okay,
the
but-
authority on the subject.
Yes, sir. We haven't done any studies or nothing, or
Yeah,
got
I'm
any
ta-
other additional
I
information.
mean, Shipment Communication,
Yes,
Wesley
sir.
Short, he takes care of numerous towers, Grayson, Bryan, ATF, the feds.
Yes, sir.
You know, and he will tell you most of his departments, and he's talking North Texas, Southern Oklahoma, are getting away from pagers altogether and going to active 911. So, and the issue we have there is, we know we got places that our phones won't work. So we have a redundant system as it
Yes, sir.
is. So it boils down to how much, I mean, the only way we get money, the only way we give you guys money is to take it from the taxpayer.
Yes, sir.
And we ain't got any taxpayers knocking on the door saying, hey, go up on our taxes.
I understand. And I think
But
it-
I want this candid conversation.
Yes, sir.
And guys, I want to help you. I work with you, and I have a pretty good relationship with Wes. Wes will show up if we want to have a conversation and talk about viable alternatives.
Yes, sir.
I mean, the kind of conversation, kind of dialogue we got today, that's good. Now, if somebody just wants to fuss and moan and be negative,
Yeah.
I don't need it.
Yes,
I mean,
sir.
all of us can identify a problem, and you guys done a good job today, but it's usually 6 months after fact, you're talking to anybody in the world except the person or the people involved that can go work with them and try to work it out.
So, yes, sir, and you brought up the taxpayers, and that was a great example. Everybody in here is taxpayers. We support this, you know, public safety, we'd like to see at the forefront as a taxpayer. So, you know, it's just working together and doing some research on the system, but this was something that we've come up with that we think would help us advance and be able to get tones.
My
So-
concern is, okay, we spent $175,000.
Yes, sir.
And all of a sudden, we learn what we've already been told, that it won't work.
So, with that being said,
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Yes, sir, I understand what you're saying, but we're going down a
Whenever-
slippery road.
whenever we were trying to figure out,
We did
at
some
that
testing.
point, y'all did some testing. How did
Yes.
that testing go?
The testing did not work on VHF on emergency management. We figured that out real quick. On the commissioner's channel, just talking on the commissioner's channel, on our handhelds, if we go to emergency management, we couldn't get out. We were out at Bill's, and we couldn't get out. We flipped to commissioners, and I could talk we had people staged all over the county, and we could talk. We talked to Wes, can we put it on the commissioner's channel, and will it work? It'll work the same way. Why isn't it working on emergency management? He said, well, the numbers are too close, and it won't let it transpond like it's supposed to. So, well, that's when we asked him, can we put those pagers on the commissioner's channel, which is a broader number, broader span? And he goes, well, it worked. Let's do that. We haven't got that back. That's been 6 months. We haven't got them reprogrammed.
well, okay.
To try it, to go see, hey, will
okay.
it work?
But to use your current pagers,
No.
to go with digital pagers.
What happened to the old pagers, the UHF, about 10 years ago, FCC come in and they cut that frequency in half. So where we used to get out and go, now you can go about half as far. That's why we had to start doing these towers and doing individual paging towers. Well, if I hear Indian Creek's page at my house and they got a big burning brush fire, before we would hear that. Well, our guys, Lindsay, we would go to the station knowing that we're gonna be going to that fire. Now you don't get none of that. It's a situational awareness for the fire departments to know. How many of y'all got yours on monitor right now? Every one of them carry them on monitor for one reason, that if we get a hailstorm, a big burning fire, they can tell by that page, we need to go to the station because we're fixing to go. Right now, that's not there. It's delaying our service for the fire departments to get that tone because we're centralizing it. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. What I'm saying is simulcast that to where it hits all 4 towers, that muster gets that same tone on monitor, that they know Indian Creek's got a major fire going. It gets them, hey, I'm at work, we're fixing to have to go. It gets them to where they can get going and get ramped up. It's all it is an alert that lets the fire departments out there that know that they're gonna be going or could go. Right now, our weather's pretty good. 3 weeks, a month from now, just by looking at all the vegetation, we're gonna be in a storm. It's gonna be, I don't want it. I've got new kids, come on, when are we gonna get a fire? I don't want a damn fire,
So,
but it happens.
Bill, whenever you said that you and your wife were standing in the same spot, was that
Thank you, Madison.
was that for a North Shore tone or for an all-county tone?
North Shore.
Okay, see, that's the,
It already hit every pager and
But I don't know what happens when you got them side by side doing it, doesn't hit them both.
yeah, I understand.
they
But
already
now,
both work.
but can we set up the active 911 where it does a
It's-
countywide page?
Active 911 is from a minute to up to, I've seen 5-minute delay, 10-minute delay. It's a computer telling it, I don't know if it's stacked in a cube and then it says, okay, now send that out. It is not instant. It
Okay.
could be a 10-minute delay.
But your concern, one of them you've shared, is you want to go pre-stage in anticipation.
I'm sorry?
You want to go pre-stage at the station in anticipation.
All of us do. We
I
have
get that, I get that.
forever.
Now, but if you have that kind of delay on active 911, how much is it going to impact that if you're pre-staging anyway?
Well, it pushed you back 10 minutes.
Yeah, but again, you're going to pre-stage, and you may not even get called.
But here's the problem. Not everybody's got active 911. And if his tone goes off for his active 911, mine don't. Lindsay's don't tone. It just tones his
It's
department.
department specific.
Oh, and that's what I'm asking you. What we're trying to do.
Yeah, that's what he's asking.
We're trying to do a countywide paging. Can we not do a countywide active 911? So page one, page all.
Right now, everybody pays for their own active and I'm responding. We pay for our own active.
Which is about $1,200 a year, $1,400,
It's almost $2,000 for.
$2,000 a
Oh,
year.
yeah, it's significant increase.
But even if we pay, how many is that? 1,200 a year per person?
No, for the whole department.
For the department.
Yeah, so even if we funded that for 10 departments, that's $12,000.
Every year.
35 to 40 bucks per person.
But that, I'm looking at, 12,000 versus 175,000. I'm just doing math, guys. And y'all use it more than I do. But again, we gotta figure out how to spend the money.
What's crazy is it worked, it wasn't perfect, but it worked pretty darn good when we still had the tower that they kicked us off of.
Well, and that's about the time that the
FCC
SEC
cut your channel.
changed that up.
Yeah.
They brought that frequency in half.
But that was, you said 10 years ago on that, this tower thing happened last year.
But it affected that tower now where it is. It doesn't reach over where it needs to.
Whenever I was on Indian Creek, I would monitor the whole county and I would hear Munster every time. And they were, on that point, they were still paging off the east side. I would still hear the west side.
Yeah. But we had east and west at
It
the
all
time,
doesn't
I
make
think.
any sense.
But, and then the other thing, if we go, even if we looked at going digital, it's probably not an issue if you page off the commissioner's channel, but if you paged off of the fire channel and you guys, 3 or 4 departments out there in an active fire, and you need to page a 4th one, you're gonna have to shut down your fire channel to page somebody. You're gonna say, well, all you guys gotta go put radio silent a minute while we page out whoever you're asking for. So, come on.
And Gainesville does that now. I mean,
So you make a great point right there, but also currently the 7-800 system, you can only have 2 people talking at one time. So to play that card, you have to shut down the 7-800 if you're working multiple incidents from the PD.
Are you talking about if we started paging EMS off 700? Because we wouldn't page you guys off 700.
Yeah, you just said we're shutting down channels, but currently you have a system in place that only allow 2 agencies to talk on each channel. So to play, I'm just saying to play that card is rough because we already have a system in place that we're only allowed to talk on 2 channels out of the 4 or 5 we have.
Okay, but I'm not talking about now talking, I'm
Yes,
talking
sir.
about the page.
Yes,
And
sir.
we would have to shut down your primary fire channel, right? If we chose to page
That
off
would be
primary.
that would be part of the research.
well,
I mean, because
But
if we paged on the commissioner channel, why can't we do that?
that may well be a solution.
Yes, sir.
I don't
Yes, sir.
disagree.
And that's what I'm saying, but, to play that card of, well, we're shutting down the fire channel, right now, we only have a system in place that allows 2 talk channels on the 7-800.
Absolutely. You're
And so
right,
to
but
play,
that-
and to play that, it's just a rough card to play, so we're just trying to come up with solutions to move us forward, to get us caught up to times with technology. That's all we're trying to do.
I think over time, you guys get to 700 on the radios too. But if you had radios right now, you wouldn't have a channel. So we could go
Yeah.
spend a bunch of money. Cost, what, 480, if there's $3,000 a radio and y'all got 180 radios, that's $540,000 to go buy digital radios.
Yes, sir.
Assuming you can get that radio for $3,000.
Yes,
I
sir,
don't
but
know.
it benefits our departments and it allows us to be able to talk and be able to get out. And it comes down to a safety aspect at that point. And that's all we're trying to do is just come up with solutions to get everybody to calls at an appropriate amount of time when the tones come in. That's all we're doing, is we just ask for that.
But my thinking is if it's intended for Indian Creek, okay?
Yes, sir.
And Indian Creek gets it immediately, that's my first concern.
But that's
We
the
gotta
problem, that's
respond.
what we're saying. Indian Creek isn't getting Indian Creek's tones like that. That's what we're trying to say. That's what Bill just told you.
Yeah.
North Shore's tone isn't coming in like that when he's standing there with his wife in the same building. And so we tried to come up with a solution
Okay.
to present to you guys, and hopefully we can do some research on it instead of just taking one person or one guy and do some studies, and we can move forward on coming up with that solution.
Well, and Adam and them have tried,
Yes, sir.
Adam and them
Yes.
has tried some of that.
So-
And our first test was not good because it too was sporadic. You know, that's what we don't want to get into.
Yes, sir.
is- I mean,
And so that's what we're trying, but that's why we came forward with this, to try to improve and get tones.
But we
and
got to go do
appropriately.
the research before we spend the money. would
Yes,
be
sir,
the-
which is fine,
the thing
but
to
that's,
do.
all we're trying to do is just come up with a different way, because what we're doing isn't working. So,
I want to ask one more question, and I was talking to Adam and Gary about this the other day. And then I want to be done, and then we'll move on with the actual budget part.
Yes.
But all this, we're going to figure it out.
Okay.
I promise you.
yes,
But, so whenever you say, and y'all remember, this is what I asked y'all the other day. You're saying only 2 agencies can be talking at the same time, just right then on the 800.
yes, sir.
But only 2 people can be talking at the same time on the VHF too. Because if more than 2 people are talking, you're stepping on each other, right? What am I missing?
Oh, well, so, yeah, so you're correct, but if on VHF, we still have those TAC channels, we can move.
You can move to a whole.
But
switch
when
the
you
radio
move
to a
on the
whole-
7-800 to a TAC channel, you're still taking a line and talking. So you lose that line because you still only get 2, no matter if you're on a TAC channel or not. VHF, we can still move to a TAC channel. We can all be on VFire 21. Valley View has its own ground channel and operate, and you're still dispatching, everything's going as normal. But currently, the system we have in play, even on a TAC channel, you just took one of those lines away.
But
I was just making sure I wasn't missing something.
Yes, sir, that's it.
Whether or not, like if Valley View is on scene and you and Zach are talking and
Yes, sir.
Monroe's trying to talk, he's not gonna be able to get in until y'all are done talking, even if you're VHF or 700.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
I was just making sure somehow.
Yeah, because,
I didn't-
yeah, you're keyed up, you can't overpower somebody else.
Okay.
So on anything.
They're kind of like on CB, whoever's got the most power gets to talk.
So,
But we have more radio capacity now than we did pre-700 because we've got every channel we had on 700 plus 700.
No, you didn't gain anything. You gained clarity. You haven't gained another channel.
With this, we gained coverage all over the county,
Well,
both on
that
VHF.
you did for EMS and sheriff.
You improved coverage for for volunteer fire departments.
no, because those channels
Absolutely.
now have 4 towers for the VHF too.
For the VHF side,
So
yeah.
we got an issue, we're gonna figure it out.
Yeah.
I promise.
We're gonna figure it out. We ain't gonna let him promise he's gonna fund something yet. But no, we gotta go, and we want to, but we gotta be careful. How much money do we wanna spend on a trial and error? We need to do that research before we just go say, hey, we're gonna set $175,000 aside for digital, whenever I truly believe we got a man with knowledge and experience. And, you know, if it will work, he will make it happen. And I'm all about going back and revisiting. If it will page off of the commissioner's channel, you're not gonna have a huge impact on us, but if they try to page it off the fire channel, you literally have to shut that channel down. I don't really understand the comparison between that and 700, but it's, you know,
If we did it on the pager on the commissioner's channel, these guys could have our handheld radio scanning commissioner's channel and also get a page.
absolutely.
So
I agree with you.
That's another caveat that we're lacking pagers, or you know what I'm saying? It could be that digital pager, if they carried a handheld radio, most of them guys do, I always do, that they could get that tone on that commissioner's channel. Simulcast, wherever you're at.
Yeah,
And they work, I can talk right here on that radio in this building.
But the digital radio frequency and what you're gonna do on pagers apparently not the same.
It is the same.
Okay. I think we need to do whatever research, but we need to prove that up because
I mean, we
I
had
hear
you-
significant doubts, and we did try it. And, I mean, it's kind of like airwaves get channel 10 and channel 12 on your TV. There's times you get channel 10 and 12 on your TV, and there's times you don't. You don't have any explanation why. Well, that's radio waves.
Yeah.
Do we need another, a workshop right away? Do we need a committee? What do we need to solve this problem in a logical
We-
manner?
We need to have a
Maybe
meeting
do
like
some research on it.
ASAP,
Figure out what-
Yeah.
figure out an attack.
We need to put
Like a workshop?
the right people in the right room, and see,
We need to
We
get a
understand the
workshop
scenarios.
together, Chelsea, to talk the situation over right here.
what we need first, Chelsea, in my opinion, is we need a meeting with the department heads that use it, with the Commissioners Court, with the sheriff, with Ray Fletcher, and Westbrook. And it's open to the public, but we need this body and those people to understand how these radios work before we start. Wes Reed, Wes Reed in the room, Judge would be my thinking, because until this body understands how they work, and this body, all of us don't understand how all of it works. But until we do, we can't interact with these guys. We can't answer their questions. We need somebody with knowledge sitting in the room, not comparing systems, but to deal with what Cooke County has in place. What we've bought and paid for that's in place, how do we fix Cooke County's system to address the issues? I mean, we know that ultimately the goal is 700, but we've commingled the conversation now between radios and pagers. And I think most of us would think that the 700 solution is years in the works to get everybody equipped.
Okay, can't we do that at the same time? Can we
If you feel
get
this,
together,
I'm
get
sorry.
that understanding, and then come up with a solution?
If you fill the room full of people and everybody's got an opinion, it gets so distracting that you don't accomplish anything.
I think this bunch right here has been listening pretty well.
This bunch right here has done a really good job.
I think so.
But there's been dialogue there, and we haven't gotten off on, let's go look at somebody else's system and stuff of that nature. That's where the distractions come in.
Okay, well, let's start with one workshop and see what we get with that.
I just need a date in 72 hours advance.
Okay.
Next Wednesday,
Uh,
and the invite needs to
next
go,
Tuesday, okay with you?
We're already having a special court Monday, just FYI.
Yeah, I understand.
It's Wednesday,
Next week's
Um,
court, we'll call it do theirs.
Do what?
People
Next
will be
week.
out of town.
Next week's the 4th of July, on Thursday.
I
Can we
mean,
do it today,
It's
the
the 4th
Monday?
of July.
We could do it Monday.
Has it been on Monday? Has it been posted yet? Can we get all those groups together? Can you get Wes here?
I mean, to me, there's no reason to have a meeting if you don't have Wes here, because,
Yeah.
I mean,
Put it on the agenda, and if it don't happen, then it don't.
well, let me see if I can.
I guess make sure Ray's here.
You guys think you can come up with good representation next Monday morning? We've already got a meeting that we have to get together for Monday morning, like 8 o'clock, so it'd be fairly early.
Sound doable, Leo?
I know that Wes is in Oklahoma, but maybe he'll answer me.
Ray gonna be in town?
I say yes.
So, yeah. Well, and it might be that we have to have another meeting after that, who knows, to the commissioner's point of view here. But I think if we can get the right people in the right meeting together, I think we can get that understanding that he's talking about, and then at least start on a solution.
I mean, well, we all know we got a problem. I mean, to some degree. So, this has been great, it's been good dialogue, it's been civil, it's been rational, but most of us in the room don't have the knowledge that we need to do a good job with it. And
Well, and most of us in the room not all of us in the room have to know that. These are the guys that need to know that, along with a couple of guys right here. So it's not as if we have to educate everybody in the room.
We need these guys to give us input on the scenarios that they're having, okay? They can't tell us how to finance it.
These are the experts right here.
I just wanna know that if we spend 200,000 on this, it's gonna work.
Absolutely. And not a trial and error.
And I think they agree with that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
And this group's been great. I mean,
okay, Monday,
Sounds good.
be Monday,
well, you want to.
start off with.
Yeah. But again, Judge, if we don't have a radio guy here, I don't want to waste our time. He is?
No, I got Wes Reed.
Yeah, and Wes hadn't answered me, but it needs the sheriff, it needs Wes, it needs Fletcher, it needs the county players, because we gotta understand the issues.
Okay, well, let's get them here.
But again, it's a waste of time if we don't have Shipman here and we can't let him explain it to us as needed.
Well, let's get them here.
And I think he told me next week he was, early in the week, he's gonna be busy, but I've texted him.
Anybody else need to present budget?
Thank you, guys.
You have a good day.
Any of you guys want my cell phone, you're welcome to it.
Hey, John, one of these here, we had smoke signals.
What'd you say, Keith?
One of these here, we had smoke signals.
I can't hear you. What?
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Keith. Appreciate it.
Testing.
Tim. Oh.
And who are you, sir?
Good morning, Judge, Roan, Commissioners. My name is Tim Cortez. I am the Cooke County Veteran Services Officer. I'd like to report that the Veteran Services, may I continue, Judge?
Yes.
Veteran Services continues to have a robust system in the community.
A what?
Robust, R-O-B-U-S-T.
Is that a-
Robust, very strong, forceful, aggressive.
Kind of like robust, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
In the community, the Department of Veterans Affairs reported that Cooke County was awarded $28,500,500 in the year 2023 in compensation and benefits to our county's veterans. That's just to our county. The resources come from all the services injuries incurred by veterans throughout the community that were incurred while they were in the military, i.e. a simple thing like hearing loss or tinnitus would rate a 10% rating, which would bring a veteran about $172 a month, every month for the rest of their life. Not a lot of money, but they also get medical benefits and educational benefits with that, and a slew of other types of things. Now, 10% may not mean a lot monthly, but if that was increased to 100%, then that veteran could be bringing home upward of $4,000 a month plus all the additional benefits. In addition to that, the veterans' families and surviving spouses are supported with pensions that will assist them after the loss of their husband if any injury was considered a contributing factor of death that was caused in the military itself. Then the dependent wife would receive a pension as well. Homeless veterans receive pensions based on income if they were wartime veterans and that type of thing. So there's funding coming in for those types of things. And we do look throughout the county to find those things. Financial issues, if the family has financial issues, if there are veterans in the community, there's lots of government grants that will assist with monies that we can get for those benefits. And I just am the conduit that does the paperwork for them. C-O-N-D-U-I-T, conduit. And there's lots of organizations, Texas Land Board, Texas Veterans Commission, the Veterans Administration by itself, and additional organizations that assist with that. Assistance in the home, when our veterans get elderly, they can receive extra additional funding to get somebody in the home so that they can assist them with their daily needs, if it's even laundry, medication management, if they have some stability issues and/or. If it gets increased, worse than that, the Veterans Administration will assist with monies to put them in assisted living facilities and/or nursing home care. So those are big deals that I think people really need to know. That being said, we do go out into the community and notify organizations at request and have speaking engagements, et cetera, to let the community know that we have services throughout the county, and that just keeps the flow of compensation coming into the community so that they can assist their ways of life. If you note, in addition to that, I'll just go on, burials, honors, headstones. Headstones for any veteran are free. Any veteran can be buried at the national cemetery of their choice throughout the country, wherever that might be. If they're cremated, they can still go in the ground. If they want, they can go in the wall, or if they don't go into a national cemetery, again, any veteran can go into a national cemetery, then they can still get a free headstone, footstone, and honors, where the military branch will come out, and we set all that up and communicate with branches of service, et cetera, to get them out there and support the funeral arrangements.
I didn't know that. That's one thing I heard you say each year.
The VA does now offer medical events that if you live more than 40 miles away from a VA facility, they'll let these veterans go into the community and use our facilities, local and or around us, so they can use their own doctors and et cetera. If you note, I did not request any increases for my budget. I do have some funding that is left out there. The VA generally does its fiscal year training around July. It starts in July and goes on through. Now and then we do some earlier training, but July there's 2 training periods and conferences going into September. So the budget has no additional requests. I'm the conduit for any resources or support elements for any veteran, family member, surviving spouse. If there is anything that they need, it falls under my hat, and I support that. So if they walk in and they have a problem with their veterans or family members, then I assist them with that. If it's, we need a wheelchair. I know that I have all the network agencies that can provide those at no cost, and et cetera. So a lot of things, you don't know what you don't know. I can pick up the phone and know who those folks are and get immediate assistance for those veterans and family members. Do you have any questions?
Tim, you said something about maybe a conference in July or something, if we had extra money, or you got 1,700 now. Have you exhausted that? Do you need more?
No, I have not exhausted that money yet. It's just still sitting there.
Okay.
And that I stay under the, whatever's in the budget, I'll just stay within that.
So you don't need.
I don't need any more
You're just letting
money.
us know that training's coming in July.
No, they're generally going to be local trainings. Recently, they're in Dallas and or in Denton County. So they're not far.
Okay, so 1,700 is good.
That's fine, yes, sir.
How do you have a veteran service officer train? Do you have an obstacle course?
There is required training throughout the year. Again, a lot of it happens at the end of the year. However, there's a requirement for accreditations through the state. So I'm accredited through the state of Texas and also through the Veterans Administration. There is a number of testing requirements, computer testing that you have to go through. So many hours, plus there is required training that you have to sit in the classroom through conference and or annual training requirements. So, and then what that does is when a veteran walks in my door, I can literally look up his file in the computer and tell him exactly where he's at, what he's got going on, and what his increase can be, and or how we can conduct further business with him. A lot of them, if they have, say, a hearing loss, and they have what's called speech discrimination, generally, hearing loss is a 0%. It's 0% is still a percent in the VA's eyes. However, if they have what's called speech discrimination, and I'll talk to them like this, can you hear what I'm saying right now? And if they can't hear me, they've got speech discrimination, that can literally go to the 100% automatically, again, which is upward of $4,000 a month, every month for the rest of their life. Plus, they get the free hearing aids, which are $6,000 worth of equipment and et cetera at no cost. So there's a lot of benefits out there, but again, you don't know what you don't know, and so we get that word out as much as we can.
Did you have any veterans reached out to you during the tornado?
I did have, when they got hit with the tornado, there's agencies out there working with the emergency management and those agencies to contact the agencies that are assisting direct. In addition to that, there's always going to be additional veteran agencies that are going to also support that even more with funding and or food banks and or monies, et cetera. So it's kind of it's a good place, and we know there's agencies to reach out to.
Any questions of us?
Do I have any questions? No. I do not have any questions. Things are running smoothly as can be for now. We don't have any issues. It's all about the knowledge. I do write appeals to the Board of Appeals and or Court of Appeals and or disagreements with the Veterans Administration on a constant basis. I contact on congressional, do congressional inquiries for veterans, which we've had a lot of success on recently. And or there's hotlines that we use, every benefit that we can to ensure these veterans get what they need. Do I have any additional questions?
Thank you for what you do.
Thanks, Tim.
Thank you, gentlemen.
I can speak for the DA if you want to do this real quick.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
He's requested an increase in his uniforms. He wants four body armors for Coberly Bond, Krebs, and Kearney because of the active shooter law that went into effect. And he wants an increase in his trial expense of $10,000. They ran short this year. Everything else is the same.
Do you know, they ran short, was that primarily because of that one trial, do you know? Or-
Yeah.
Okay.
I wonder if he can help us out any out of his forfeiture money for those vests and stuff.
That'll be a question you'll have to ask him.
And then you notice there's a typo on that one, under conference.
Conference.
Anybody else have any questions of the DA?
He had to leave.
That would be my only questions, if he could help us there.
Okay. Thank you. Ag Extension.
Good morning. So Angel New, Texas A&M AgriLife Extension Service. Our budget for this year is pretty much requesting the same funding as we did last year, with the exception of our computer expense line item. Last year, we did replace a computer for our admin. This year, we do not need a new computer. So we put that down to 0. Anticipating for next year, we rotate our computers every 3 to 4 years. Next year, we'll be due to replace 2 computers, but this year, we don't need to replace any. So that would be the only exception, the only change that we have requested from last year's budget.
How often are y'all changing computers, Angel? How often do you rotate your computers?
3 to 4 years, depending on the system we get. We participate in a cost share program through Texas A&M. They're business class machines, so they last a long time. But usually after about 3 years, they kind of slow down. So we rotate them. We just plan to rotate at that time frame.
Jill, I got one more. Is that helpful?
Yes.
Any questions? Do you have any questions of us, Angel?
I do not.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
But does the state cover any of the extension salaries or anything?
Yeah, we just give them travel and stuff for the most part, is what I think, on extension. I think these are supplements to what the state gives them.
But we're funding that.
Well, apparently we are funding some part of it, yes.
Shelley, what, if anything, does the state help with ag extension,
Pays their salaries.
their salaries?
But we give them some, do we pay for the secretary totally and then supplement the others slightly?
Yes.
But this supervisor is the extension agent, or is that a whole other position?
I have additional,
So,
I'd like to create a purchasing department, and create the purchasing board, and hire a purchasing agent and an assistant. My office is currently doing it statutorily. I'm not required to do it. And I also would like to hire a budget officer. Statutorily, I'm not required to do the budget either. I'm required to assist and provide revenue estimates.
what's the difference in the cost of this than the 2 employees that you've got?
I don't have 2 employees. Oh, for my office? My office, would be accountants and internal auditors.
So you need this in addition to the 2 that you haven't staffed?
This wouldn't be under my control, it'd be under the purchasing board.
Okay, so, well, you still need,
Hang on, so this passed.
Yes,
so you still need 2 in addition to what you have, plus this request?
this is not under me. This
Okay,
is to
so-
create,
So the ones you've got won't be participating in any of this?
No.
But then you still got 5 full-time jobs or 6
That's
or
correct.
whatever it is? Okay.
Is this something new? Or have you already,
She's done putting up with it.
I don't get any appreciation for all that I do, and I do quite a bit. And when I'm not here anymore, no one will be able to do these. and that's coming quick.
Okay then.
I don't appreciate the disrespect that I received. Or the lack of appreciation for what I do, because y'all automatically think that I know it and I will get it for you.
You've spoiled us. You've always answered questions. We've always asked, and you've got the years of knowledge and experience.
But you don't listen to me. You don't take what I tell you, which I understand. That's your decision to do.
I think over the years with previous courts and this current court, you have a huge influence. And most of us, we do listen. I think all of us, I can say, listen. We may not always agree, and I don't think you can sit there and I'll say you don't think that some of us on this court don't appreciate you considerably. So I respectfully disagree with some of that.
Thank you.
I
But,
appreciate
I mean-
everything you do. I try to show you that too.
Thank you.
But you've absolutely, over the years, made us dependent upon you. You haven't made us, but we have grown to be dependent upon you. And there would be a huge void. There would be a huge amount of knowledge escape the room. And obviously, we would all have to do more research, and some of us could do considerably more than what we've been doing. And we certainly understand you're not the budget officer. And
Well-
I can see the stacks of work and you doing weekends. I can see that how your ethic has caused you, you're overloaded, you're working your tail off, you're stressing. And I can see you being frustrated. Of course, we know budget week is always frustrating for everyone, but you do 5 times what we do because you collect all of it for everybody.
Well, I'm not going to be here forever. So,
You're just 29, I'm told, so I can count on another 40 years is what I'm thinking. But
try about 18 months.
18 months, yeah. So I think all we can say at this point is we got to take it under consideration. It's kind of a shock. But I absolutely see why you'd be frustrated, but I don't begin to think you may not be appreciated, and you probably are not appreciated nearly enough, but I don't think what you do goes unnoticed by any sense of the imagination.
Thank you.
I agree with that.
You may not consider those this year, but you need to start thinking about it.
Where are we headed, guys? I've got to get over the shock of this, but it's going to take more than the next 15 minutes, so.
I agree with that.
I'd say let's go lunch.
Well,
I think we have enough to digest at this point.
So the outside agencies that are coming at 3 o'clock, which
3 o'clock.
that's the one thing next year I don't want to do. We can have them here early in the morning and have afternoon people that we can
Yeah,
call from other offices locally.
There's-
or inside our offices.
there's a couple of things we might do to be a little bit productive versus leave. Let's see, are we due to come back at 1:30? I'm looking. Yeah.
1:30.
So that's 2.5 hours.
Right.
That was 2.5 hours, 2 hours yesterday. We might take and agree on some of these, particularly the no changes, so that when we're going through budgets, those would already be done. You look at the Extension Office, Veterans Affairs, we might think they're no-brainers, but that's certainly something that we could give Shelley final numbers on I mean, we do what you guys want to do, but it's been another 3 days of basically giving everybody a good listening to and accomplishing mostly nothing. And, I mean, it's sad that it's that way, but we got some decisions to make. They ain't gonna be easy. We can put them off next week, next month, till August, but
Are these outside agencies, are we expecting them all at 3 o'clock today?
I mean, so we do, that's how it's been done every year that I'm aware of. But, I mean, all of them except for Noah's Ark, and I've told them first come, first served.
and this is not on you at all, but this 2.5 hour waste in the middle of the day, I mean, we got jobs to do. And so we're sitting here not accomplishing anything, and then 2.5 hours of downtime. I mean, you can't hardly go back to the precinct and accomplish anything and get back. So here we are in town. But anyway, that's my thought. Shelley, did you give me mine back?
I gave you everything back.
Okay. I've got them all shuffled now, so it's all good. I mean, if we could talk about anything we might think would be an issue.
We can start hashing out some stuff for sure.
I
We
mean,
can start talking about, we don't have the final numbers, but we can start talking about raises and stuff like that. We can start hitting some issues. I mean, I don't want to waste time.
I don't really know that we can talk about raises and things like that until we see some numbers, until we see.
I can, you're right for a final decision. I'm just,
And
I just know where we are and where we're
I mean, there ain't no magic.
headed. I don't think that,
There ain't no magic number coming.
yeah.
I mean, magic money coming. And I don't know, I agree, we need to do this research on pagers. I don't know if that happens in this budget cycle or not, if we can make it happen, but the fire departments, we're gonna do the, what is it, 3,000 department?
So on ash, I mean, we're looking at a little over $40,000 increase proposed to us. Is that right?
Yeah, what, they asked for 3,000, didn't they, times 10? And then if we do,
They asked for 5.
5 per run,
No, they asked for 5,000 increase.
do what?
They asked for a 5,000 increase from 15 to 20. And then asked for a $5 increase in the runs from 10 to 15.
let me go back to,
10 per run, that's for 15.
but just their base.
22 to 33. And 17,000 per department versus they're asking 20, right?
I thought we were paying 15.
I think it's 17.
It says current budget. I don't know if that's right or not.
Crap, what's going on? They're asking 20. What was the per run? I mean, how much is each of those lines increase?
It says right here on the top here,
It was 10.
was 10 per run, they're asking for 15, which
Oh, in the small print, there we go. I got you.
it goes from 22.5 to 33.8, just on the runs, according to what they did, what they turned in.
Yeah. So the match stayed the same, $5 per run, and there's a run list up above that. What are you doing?
What packet is that in?
Oh, that's the one you
It's under
didn't
your
get.
Fire marshal.
Yeah, it's under emergency management, Bubba.
I know, I don't.
So when you get to the fire marshal, keep going down, you got
Yeah, you got a supporting
Oh,
documentation
you got-
under the budget stuff,
budget request.
Yeah, I understand. I don't have,
you know.
the day 3, I don't have anything.
It's on page
It's there.
Oh, I got it.
16.
It's there.
The outside agencies was a separate email. I see it.
Yeah. So it's, yeah. I don't know how we just keep going up every year, but, I mean, and I'm glad they done some research to bring forth the pager thing, but it doesn't sound like that's etched in stone yet. We really need to work that, or look at it. Because that's basically the same thing we denied last year, because you gotta go by the pagers. You gotta go by the pagers. I don't know, wasn't there an estimate in there for the pagers, Adam? Like 100?
Yeah, right, 190.
190 for the pagers.
That's a year old, so.
Yeah. And then you gotta go add the hardware or software probably to each tower. I don't know. Adam, are you familiar with how that works? If we do it on the commissioners, is it just to push a button? I mean, there gotta be something to make it go.
There'll be some software in the paging side at the sheriff's
Yeah.
office.
But is there any hardware that goes on the towers?
I don't think you just use the antennas that we're using now,
I can't, but I don't.
as far as I understood.
Be a good question to ask Monday morning when we get together.
Well, like I said, if we don't have Motorola here, I don't need to have a conversation. Be my personal opinion. We need to cancel it if we don't have, I mean, you guys can do what you want. We can all sit and listen and understand what they've already explained to us as their scenarios. I mean, I hate that we didn't, I thought after we put the antenna out at the water tower by Mountain Springs, that there was no issues with North Shore, Indian Creek, any of them.
That's what I
Haven't heard a word until right here at budget time.
It's been an ongoing deal.
But why aren't they telling us? I mean, like I said, I'm finding out some of this may be just in the method we dispatch and how they hit the towers.
It's not dispatch. It's a tower frequency. I don't know what issue. It's not reaching their pagers. I know Valley View, you can sit down there and you don't get, very seldom you get the right page.
See, we heard all that before too, and we went down there, Matt and I went and sat, and actually we were sitting right in the middle of where the tornado happened this time. And they worked great. And we went inside the EMS 5, worked great. And then all of a sudden they don't work. So I don't know. I mean, that and the EA, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's probably the two biggest impacts on this entire budget.
Yeah.
I mean, that and the raises, I'm gonna,
And whether or not you do away with the 86-171 rule.
which is that overtime rule? Yeah, and that's probably gonna be $140,000-$150,000, and if it gets abused, it could be more.
Correct.
But the
The
overtime,
86-171 rule for the law enforcement.
that's where the guy's gotta put in 11 or 17, whatever the hours is, straight time. And that could be abused, but at the same time, they could do what they're doing and add it to comp. And comp's a liability. When they do our books, this is correct, is it not, Shelley? When they're Gatsby and all that, it's liabilities when we got comp out there that it's subject to be paid out.
Yes, it's called compensated absences, which they put on our books that if everybody quit at the same time and walked out, we would have to pay out X amount of dollars. And so for law enforcement, they can accrue up to 420 hours of comp time, and regular, not law enforcement, can accumulate 240 hours. I think our policy,
120 or something? We don't let them do that by policy, do we?
Our policy actually does say 480 for law enforcement and.
480 instead of 420?
And then it says 240 on the others, but our policy also says they can't carry it over to the next budget year.
Because you don't want to accrue it making $10 an hour this year and then get a raise to $20 an hour next year and pay it out at a higher rate than what you earned it at.
So we're going to pay, one way or another, we're going to pay if they hold it to the end of the year and get it lump sum. In other words, the concern is that if they got overtime money in their budget, they will have a tendency to use it, but if they have a real need, they're going to comp it anyway, and we're going to pay it. So.
I put it on my listserv, and the few answers I received is nobody has done away with it except for, I got an answer this morning, Dimmitt and Zabala.
Dimmitt.
They did away with it and went to 40 hours a week. And I asked them, did that result into a lot of overtime? They haven't answered yet.
And they said what?
They haven't answered yet. I
They
asked them
haven't
if
answered
that resulted in them having to pay out a lot of overtime.
And I don't know how we would compare that to what do they pay out comp at the end of the year or whatever, I mean.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's a couple of 3 big issues. But
Let's don't forget the elephant in the room,
what?
the prosperity bill.
Well, that's not even an elephant, Judge, in my opinion.
What is that?
What?
How much is that gonna impact our budget next year?
Well, it's not going to affect your fund balance off a general fund. It's subject to affect your fund balance off of capital improvement. But you're two different beasts, paid for by 2 different tax lines. But, so I don't, personally, I don't think that
That doesn't even deserve any discussion.
we've whooped that horse, beat that horse. All we know is we're gonna take some renovation. I mean, if you can muster 3 votes to talk about it, but I think we beat it to death and whooped it a little bit yesterday.
And still, we have no answer.
We've got, I think most of us in the room have a plan. I could be wrong.
Has everyone that you, for instance, has everyone that you have selected for moving over to the prosperity been notified?
So,
And are they happy with it?
to answer that question, you were in the last meeting we had and we haven't made any decisions.
Right.
So why go out and stir everybody up?
Well, we have stirred something up because we've solicited some and they have high hopes. And so, but that's been done as individual commissioners, not, but, and at some point we resigned to the fact that in making business decisions, you ain't gonna make everybody happy. Talking about raises, I'm gonna reach out there. I lean toward right now, there shouldn't be any, groups or individual raises dealt with this year. If we do across the board raises, we do across the board raises.
And your rationale for that statement is?
Well, if we do one, we do all. I mean, you can't go to one office and give a 5% increase without going to her office and giving a 5% increase and telling all these others, you're just clerks. You know, I don't, I mean, for instance, we got a person that's sitting at a desk doing a job, okay? The responsibilities are not going to change. Just because we recognize the title, okay, the responsibility is what they've been doing for years, the position's been doing for months, going to get a $2,000 increase in pay. no more workload than they've been doing. I mean, everybody in county government, I would like to think, at least 99.9% of them show up every day and try to do a good job. Not everybody puts forth the same effort. But I think every one of us, every elected official in the courthouse could argue that their people's the greatest in the world. They're all working just as hard as they can work. But yet we're going to take a few, and I'm not discounting any office. I mean, but if we want to go give 2,000 to one, give 2,000 to all. They're all good people. They're all good employees. But again, and I get you don't necessarily agree with this or understand this, at some point in time, you got to pay for it. And we can go give all these people this bunch of money, and you ask me, hey, Gary, do you think the county's going to go broke? The county's not going to go broke, but 5 years down the road, you're going to be at revenues. You may or may not be here. I may or may not be here, but they got to go cut $5 million in services. How many empty chairs do you think is going to be out there if we have to do that? Do you envision that at all?
So we don't give raises because 5 years down the road, we might not have the money. Is that
I didn't
what
say,
you're
I don't
saying?
said, I didn't say don't give a raise. I said we've got to either go do a survey study, which is going to cost you a bunch of money, and you bring everybody up to their appropriate pay for that job, but you don't start selecting little groups or certain individuals and creating more morale issues. SB 22 has caused us problems. Some folks were fortunate to receive raises based on grant money that our state legislators made, okay? And what's really going to be said is, and they've been told, if that goes away, this court's not going to fund it. Now, I'm not naive enough to believe those groups won't show back up and ask, even though they've been told. Now, it'll be interesting what this body chooses to do, but when you start taking select groups and treating them different and doing it with county tax dollars instead of grant money, everybody's wondering why they didn't get something. Like I said, if you're going to give a raise, you give it up.
I've been on the fence about raises the last 3 years because we are, with the cost of everything going up, our incomes aren't going up, but the cost of doing business is going up, so it is a scary time. I've been hesitant about it every year. Of course, I'm the devil for that, but I also am, I'm walking around out in public and I have 800 people every week stop me and talk about their tax rate. So, it all runs uphill. And, that's my job, and I'm proud to do that job, but sometimes we got to make the tough decisions, and we can't just make everybody happy every year, because that's where we get in trouble. And, courts over the past, go back however many years, we haven't bumped the tax rate every year. We were the heroes because the tax rate didn't go up. But now we can't make it go up enough to overcome our deficits. It should, and now I look back in retrospect, and we should have bumped the tax rate every year, but, it's a tough situation. So,
Okay, and what has caused those deficits?
just the cost of doing business has gone up. Everything that we buy, everything that we touch, everything that we do, everything's gone up. It's called economics.
Well, Judge, when you had 8% inflation last year and I've done this math at one point in time, like on a $46 million budget, it cost you $2.4 million in buying power right there.
Okay, but still, and I know I'm making enemies when I speak. I understand that.
No enemies here, Judge. This is not ever personal.
I don't know about that, but still, someone explain to me why, if this is all happening and we're running out of money and we're doing what we can to keep the tax rate down and everything else, we go out and buy a building we don't need.
That money was, so.
Not even the same budget money.
The money in that fund that we buy that from can't even be used to fund these other things. You can't mix the funds together.
Do you realize that?
I realize that.
So there's your answer.
Okay,
We
but
have money
still-
set aside for those things that can't go to fund salaries and can't go to fund this.
Still, you talk about public perception, okay? Public doesn't understand that. Do you think the public thought that buying that building over there was a wise thing to do.
I think the
I'll tell you
public
no.
elected 5 people and 4 out of the 5 thought it was.
Some do, some,
That's what happened there.
some do, some don't. And I mentioned this to you yesterday. You continue to be upset about the prosperity, and every time we mention it, you want to fight us. When we were in the workshop about it, we asked you to call for a vote, and you don't have the support to get rid of the building right now.
That's right.
So, and I'm going to give you an example. In order to build a building of that caliber, we've already discussed it, it's going to cost tens of millions. Let's just say it's only $20 million. We just paid off the sheriff's office that went out for a bond that cost $20 million. It took 20 years to pay off that bond. It just now got paid off. I'll tell you what, you go to the taxpayers and ask them if they want a bond right now or they want the building that's paid for. And you forget to talk about it with these people that we're going to get rid of other buildings to keep that building. We're going to be less buildings and money ahead in the end time. You got to tell the whole story when you tell the story. And I know that the very next day after we had the discussion and we told you that you don't have the votes to sell the Crest building, you were still trying to sell the Crest building in the budget hearings, and it's just not good to be completely going against the court every chance you get. And I'm sorry.
Well, and it's not good, why, to keep questioning, you know?
It's counterproductive.
But
It's
you,
counterproductive.
you
Okay.
can play to your
So,
constituents.
And another thing, who has ever mentioned anything about building another building?
You campaigned on it, Judge.
What?
You campaigned on
You
it.
did. You campaigned on having a building that's not downtown.
Okay,
Where's the money for that going to come from?
there is a building that's not downtown. There's buildings all over this county that you could buy, just like you did the Prosperity.
Are they
That would
20,000
make more
feet for $38 a square foot? I can go all day on this. And I agree, that's not the permanent solution. I have preached on that. It's not the permanent solution. I don't want that building to be in our inventory for 30 years. But in a temporary solution, whether that's a 5-year plan or a 10-year plan, it's still a good building to get rid of other old dilapidated buildings and have a nice facility and fix some of the areas around here that are in bad situations or cramped situations. It's a good situation.
And some of the folks that's gonna go in that building, Judge, or may go in that building, you know, I could go ask some of the state agencies what they want, what they think, but that's not our number one priority. And if
That's where we have to make the
Well,
tough decisions.
it appears to me our number one priority is filling up a building that we shouldn't have bought to start with.
and you've shared that opinion and nobody agrees
Okay,
with
and
it.
what, for instance, you mentioned moving the auditor's office over there. What are you gonna put over there?
Well, we don't know the answer to that
Well,
question.
what
You were
we-
at the same meeting that I was. We don't have the plan.
Well, we
don't
can,
sit here and talk about this.
I know,
I
it's-
need to take a break.
yeah, no, okay.
That's what I wanted to do, Matt, to start with. But
Well,
no, let's
We
go-
also been wasting 2
All
hours
right.
every day taking
We're
breaks.
gonna take our break until 1:30. 1:37, and we can end our lunch break, and we'll resume our scheduled activities here with maintenance.
Good afternoon. First of all, I'll just start with the line items that are actually in my budget. And the first one is salaries, and I've just requested 3% raise. If you guys can find it in the budget. I know it's always difficult to shuffle everything. And you work your way down through the line items, every one of them is pretty much the same, except for a couple. We have, I had to add some money to contract services because our mowing contract went up this year. And so to cover that,
You said mold contract?
contract service, yeah, mowing contract, yeah. But other things as well have gone up a little bit, so I had to add 5,000 to that line item for the upcoming year. The next one will be different from last year's jailer bonds. I'll have 2 jailer bonds this year that I didn't have last year or this year. And then put a request in again for a lawnmower. And I've got all these itemized on this the back sheets that we have here.
Rick,
Nope.
what, I'm sorry, excuse me, where do you use inmate labor to mow?
We don't use them to mow
Don't-
at all anymore.
At all anymore?
No.
Okay. What do you use them for right now that we're not moving stuff around and all of that sort of
Well,
thing?
very little, but if we're moving furniture or moving a bunch of file boxes or
Okay,
something like that, then I'll get them and use them. But
okay.
we limited on how we use them.
Okay.
So when you move to this sheet, that this sort of has a description of things that, these are items that are not actually in my budget. They go in, Shelley puts them where they properly need to be, and they're not in my budget. Start at the top there, it's the air conditioning system for the Prosperity Bank. And this is a difficult one. The sheets that I gave the judge and Shelley and Matt, this is an update of that. So there's some things on this that they don't have on theirs. Y'all see the sheet I'm talking about?
Did you just put a separate packet up here?
I did,
Man, 2 of them.
which is the updated one. I didn't have information before that I have now. It's not the very last one, it's about the 3rd sheet from the bottom in that stack there. So there are 2 3-ton units that are in the basement of the Prosperity Bank building that don't work. And so I put money in there. I don't know if they will work or not. We haven't had anybody work on those. There's nobody down there. And so I didn't feel like we needed to spend any money on them until we figure out what we're going to do. But to replace those, about $9,000 each. There's also a mini split unit down there that's in the IT part of that office in the basement. And it does not work either. It's about $7,500 to replace it. And then I sent all of you the quote that we got from Brandt Heat and Air. And that's that next line item. It's $124,670.45. And what that's going to do is replace all of the control mechanism in the Prosperity Bank building. And so we have, it's difficult to describe how that's built. because it was put in there in 1958, and it's not like they do them anymore. But there are 3 big air handler units, and then ductwork that come off of those to each zone. And each duct has a damper in it that's motor driven. Right now, what's in there is pneumatic. So you have to have an air compressor, and there's 1/8" copper line running everywhere. And I'd say 90 to 100% of those don't work. So what's been done, they just tie them open with a wire, basically, and so it just blows air all the time. And so to control each zone is not happening right now. So what this is to go in and take those pneumatic drivers out of their motors and put an electronic motor in there that's electronically controlled from a central location, much like we do here at the courthouse. And that will take care of controlling the airflow and being able to control the temperature in each zone in that building. Now, what that doesn't address is replacing any big equipment like condensers or compressors or whatever. But this is to clean up the control system so that you can actually control what's going on there, which will make that thing operate way more efficiently. Because if you don't need to be blowing air in a room, you're not going to. And so that's what that quote is about. And that's something that, moving forward, that's something you need to do. Otherwise, we can't control the temperature in each one of those zones. The other thing that I don't have a price on, and I put forth the effort to get it, but it's one of those things that I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to tell them what to do, because the question is always, what are you going to do with the building? And so we don't know how to approach replacing major equipment until we know what we're going to do with the building. But I do know there's a condenser unit on the roof that's leaking. It needs to be replaced one way or the other. You're looking at about $20,000 to do that. And there are 2 of those, so they're both old. They have dampers in them as well that are wore out. So really both of those need to be replaced. Other than that, the equipment on the inside is, like I said, they're big, and I mean huge. And Adam's been over there. They're air handlers, and they're 1958 air handlers. But it's a metal box that holds air, so it's not rusted out. So it's salvageable. We can leave those in there. What's replaceable is the fan motors that are in them, the actual fan blades, all that's replaceable. So my recommendation would be leave all that in place and just repair whatever needs to be repaired. They're working right now. That part of it is. The main thing is we're having a hard time cooling the building or heating the building because we can't control where the air goes. And so the control system will fix that problem. And for that building and heat and air, that's about what I got.
Did you just get one quote on that system control, Rick?
Yes, I just got one. Just to give us an idea for budget.
And these guys are buy board or?
Yeah, they're
state
buy board.
contract?
Yeah, they're buy board. Yes.
So whatever it costs, they'll have to abide by whatever the buy board.
The buy board contract, yes.
So is that control system, is that part of the air conditioning, or is that just a repair to the building?
It's part of the air conditioning.
See, I'm thinking that'd be all HVAC and won't count for they
It is, yeah, that's all HVAC.
And
It hadn't got anything to do with anything else other than air conditioning.
so we're still a long ways off, but it looks like that ground floor might simply have a partition between the east side and the west side.
But it won't go all the way up.
I'm
I
sorry.
don't think it'll go all the way up.
But so you may not have to do it. In other words, however it's
Right.
fitted and the ductwork might stay as is,
I think it will. I don't think any of that'll move.
See, that's kind of,
Now, if we put this in, each individual deal can do what they
put
want
a
to
means
do.
in there to control those.
Even if we put a wall all the way to the top.
And that wall not gonna cost $45,000.
No.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
if, just think it out. That would let them move forward. If we had some kind of consensus that we wasn't gonna make a huge change in that floor plan downstairs. Well, not downstairs, ground level.
Yeah.
And then
So-
they could put the controls in and connect to the existing ductwork.
Yes, yeah, that's not changing any ductwork.
The duct's staying. It's
Duct's
just
staying.
the dampers.
Yeah, but I think Matt has had a very good point. He's concerned that if we start petitioning it off, then all the ductwork changes, and he don't want to
Right.
change ductwork. Is that correct assessment, Matt? He don't,
Start making separate little offices, and you're gonna have ducts in there, you're gonna have to put ductwork in there, you're not gonna have anybody expanding it. I mean,
In my mind, we're looking at two walls. One wall is where the steps are, where you go down into the tellers, and the other one's at the end down there for the DPS. It's gonna be a wall, but it's gonna be, all the ducting comes in over the top.
so in reality, if somebody got in the building, they could crawl over from DPS over to DL just like they can over here right now.
Like they can, yeah.
So it wouldn't change the ductwork, is kind of what I'm thinking.
No, ductwork's gonna stay the same.
And
I don't see any changing in that.
And I envision that wall going from the support beams, just this side of the support beam to support beam.
Yes.
And
There's something there to tie to.
yeah, absolutely, yeah, but I think, especially if we don't go floor to ceiling wall between DL and DPS, now, may go floor to ceiling, I would think, between the lobby and where the admin area is.
Good.
You'd have to have a shooter about 14, 16 foot up slip wall,
It's gonna be more, I bet it's more like 20.
something like that.
Well, but it would be easy to figure out. There is a rooftop unit on this west side
Yeah.
that takes care of the offices on the west side and that, sort of that lobby area.
Right.
Now, I don't know how far it goes. So it could be that you're putting a petition between the two zones anyway, and it may not matter. You know what I'm saying?
In fact, we don't go floor to ceiling, I mean, I suspect it's
Right.
duct, however it's duct.
Right.
I mean, they built offices in there before and not done nothing. They've taken them out before. There used to be offices in the middle. There's like that deal that goes up to the top and you can look down through in there. That used to be an office and then they made that kind of
The
fancy.
one that goes down into the second floor where the, looks like the shower was, or where there's water drains, or,
I mean, the
Oh, I know what
basement.
that is now.
okay, what is it?
It was so that they could have a place to take flowers and stuff to water them down there and they could get
Yeah,
some
that was a
sunlight.
Pivotal deal.
And then it was also so that sunlight would come down in there for the people working down there.
Maybe a light. Oh, okay, well, mystery solved. But anyway, we might have a pretty good idea there that some of that's gonna stay intact.
So any other question about the Prosperity Building? That's all I know of that'll need to be done. All the plumbing, as far as I can tell, works. I don't even see a drippy faucet. We would need to address all the door locking system, the doorknobs and all of that, but that's something that we can address whenever we need to address it, you know. But I don't have any cost on that. But, so we move next door there to the annex building. We have 2 units up there. One of them's really problematic, needs to be replaced right now, but it's in an area where nobody lives. So I'll just kind of wait until next year's budget so we can replace it. But if we get to the point we have to, we can, but we can address it. But
That wasn't new with the remodel, Rick? We got some.
these are the old ones that were there originally. One of them's in, and I say nobody lives there, it's in where Pam stores her voting stuff. And so it doesn't get extremely hot or extremely cold, does it? Okay, good. But anyway, it needs to be replaced, so I put down for 2 of those. There's another one that's problematic, and these are these old units that were, matter of fact, they're still R22 that are up there. They just need to be replaced. And then each year we've been putting down 4 units for the Justice Center. We could live, I think, with putting 2 down. This time, we have replaced all of them. But the problem is, some of them we replaced 10 years ago when we started replacing them. So, you know, the thought process was just to budget for 4 units every year. And if we need the money, we use it. If we don't, we don't. We're not going to replace it if it don't need to be replaced. But so anyway, I put 4 in there for that. And then there's one of the units at the library that needs attention. It's problematic. It's old. That unit's been there a long time. So I put down that 1 5-ton unit at the library to be replaced. That's pretty much got it for heat and air that I know of, except for, I almost forgot this because it's not on the paper. Just today we had to call a heat and air guy for the DPS driver's license building. And there's a freon leak on the oldest. There's 3 rooftop units there. We have replaced 2 of them in the past 5 years. One of them in 21 and one of them, I think, about 2 or 3 years before that. The third one is the old original unit that was there. It's an R22 unit. It leaked all the freon out of it. So he checked it. It's a slow leak. So he's able to get it going. And he said it'd probably last a year or something.
Absolutely.
They couldn't find it. You can't find the leak and things. But anyway, to replace that unit, it's a rooftop unit. You got to get a crane and the whole 9 yards. About $15,000 to replace that unit. He's going to send me an actual official quote, but he just told me off the top of his head he's looking at about $15,000. So there's that. Hopefully we put a Band-Aid on it to last us a year until I know some thought about figuring out what to do with that building. And maybe we bought us some time so we can figure out what to do. Any other questions about heat and air? So let's move to roofing issues, and the jail is the big one. I finally just hired CBS Roofing to go out, and we showed them where the main leaks were, and they just did some minor repairs to the main issues. And hopefully it hadn't rained since they did that, so hopefully they got it fixed to where the main issues are taken care of. But the whole building needs to be addressed, and you see the 3 quotes that I got there, and you know, they range from $79,000 to $11,000.
And that's what's so unusual, is for supposedly the same effort.
They all climbed up on the same building, looked at the same building, and we showed them the same thing, you know. So I know we've been trying to get information from 4T, which are the consulting company from TAC, to get a PO for them, and I don't know, Shelley, did you ever get any answer back from them? That's the issue that I have with them all the time. You have a hard time. I know they're busy as they can be, but so therefore I haven't been able to get him to come and do an assessment on that to give us a recommendation on what we can do. One of the roofing companies, Parsons Roofing, he put it to me this way. He said, of course, he was using his number of 80,000, and he said in about 7 or 8 years, you're going to have to do it again. In 7 or 8 years, you're going to have to do it again because of where the seams are, and the building is shifting and moving, those seams are moving. And he said, whatever you put on it will only last so long, and then it'll start cracking and start leaking again.
If we're going to repair it that frequently, I'd just soon go with the lesser bid and do it. You do it 8 times for what the first time cost.
Yeah, if they fix the leaks, you know. So I don't know. His other thing was you can put a new roof on it, on the whole building, cover the whole building with a new roof. You get a 25-year warranty with it, and you don't have to touch it again for 25 years. He has not given me a price for that, but it's not going to be cheap. I know that, but so that's what I was hoping Scott Franklin could tell us, you know, recommendations and an estimate on how much, because he'll know about how much per square foot it's going to cost to put a roof on and that sort of thing. And he'll do that. Well, he's going to charge us to do that. That's why we got to get a PO from him. But we got to get him up here to do it. I guess that's all I got on that. All the other roofs, as far as I know, are okay. Of course, we got relatively new roofs on the courthouse and the annex and others. As far as I know, we're in good shape otherwise. The next item I have down there is window repair here at the courthouse. We're back to that again. There's several windows that need some attention. And the last time we had them work on them, we actually spent about $180,000. There's not quite as many windows this time that need attention. These are the ones that they didn't do last time. They weren't bad last time, but as you know, somebody will ask me how the windows are here in the courthouse, and I tell them deteriorating as we speak, because that's just the nature of the creature. So I put in there $150,000 for window repair, and then we'll get them here. And if we don't spend that, we won't spend it all, obviously. But there are some that need attention. And that's one of those deals that, you know, it costs a lot now, but if you wait, it costs a whole lot on window repairs. So that's
Rick, when's the last time you had those repaired?
it was about 5 years ago.
Okay, I wasn't here then.
Yeah.
Did they take windows away, or did they do them in place?
They did them in place.
In place.
Yeah, they did them in place. Some of them, there were 2 or 3 of them, they replaced the sash. The sash was so bad, they just brought new ones in and replaced them. But most of it they repaired here. We got hull restoration out of Fort Worth, I believe is where they are. And they are excellent. That's an excellent company. And then we got a request from EMS to make repairs on there's a wall between the living area and the bay where there's a washer box on the outside in the bay. And there was, when it was originally built, they just cut a hole in the metal and stuck a washer box in there. And if you sprayed any water or anything happened over there, it just run down behind the wall. Well, the sheetrock is deteriorated and it just needs some repairs. And Wes got a quote to repair those at EMS 2, 3, and 4. They're the ones that are all made the same. Since then, we've gone in there, put a new box in there and sealed all that up so you can take a fire hose to it now and water doesn't penetrate the wall. But we have not repaired the wall itself. And,
Is it just sheetrock or is it wood rotted?
I imagine they're going to have to replace some wood. It's just hard to tell until you tear into it and see. That's what that bottom line item is. And then the last one there is the employee, what they call the employee door on the north side of the Justice Center, where the employees park and come in that north door. When the wind blows out of the north, water is coming in around that door. And so the sheriff is requesting that we build an awning over that sidewalk coming up to that door to block that water from blowing in around that door. We put new weather stripping around it and so on. And that part of the problem is that I mentioned before, the foundation shifting and moving on that building a little bit, so that door is not sealing watertight, certainly. And when it doesn't, if it just rains, it doesn't happen. But if wind's blowing, water comes in that door. So, in addition to blocking the water, it's going to give everybody a place to get in out of the rain while they're coming into the building. And estimate about $2,000 for that.
Speaking of, we're still doing one on the juvenile,
I'm sorry.
the juvenile.
Yes.
location.
Yeah.
Didn't we approve that last year?
We approved those last year, two awnings, and we also put some money in there for painting the outside of that building. And, money's there to do that if y'all want to do it.
That's what we approved it last year, I think it probably would be done. That's the only reason not to.
I know they'd be tickled to death. They, when, they come up to the door to unlock the door, they're standing in the rain. That's what the awnings were for. I think it was only $1,500 or something. So if y'all want me to do it, I'll just make it happen.
I think if we approved it a year ago, it ought to be on it.
Okay. I'll make it happen. And with that, I guess that's all I have on my sheet. You might notice I put the quote for the controls just in the back of my little packet there, just to show you what his quote was.
On Parsons.
I sent that in an email a long time ago. It was the very back sheets there. That's Brant. That was only a part. They sent about 7 sheets, but I just sent the ones that had price and the description of what they were planning to do there. Any other questions?
Thanks, Ray.
Thank y'all. Tried to leave plenty of money for our IT department.
It's because they finished a little early there, but we get to take that this time too.
Are you next, Daryl? Well, go for it.
I'm going to give y'all charts. These are in your packets, but small, and I wanted to give them to you in a size that was readable.
Legal size.
You better tabloid.
So you're trying to tell me something?
Big money.
I mean, about seeing them?
I can't see them, so that's my only commentary.
Okay.
I just want to make sure everybody can see. All righty. I will wait for Commissioner Arndt to return and then tell you all about IT stuff.
Where'd he go?
Left the building. Is that the nap room? These chairs are pretty comfortable.
Yeah, they are. My eyes aren't on camera though, so.
That way won't get no feedback on me sleeping in court.
But I can't watch.
Yeah.
So I'm Daryl Hober, IT Director, here to tell you about what I humbly think is the most fun part of budgeting, technology stuff. So I have a number of projects that I recommend we do in the upcoming budget year that I want to go through with you. I've listed all those projects on this grid sheet that's in your packet. Its title is FY 2025 Cooke County Budget Form. And I know it's not for projects, but it's the form with the most space, and I am not known for being a brief writer. So, I have a few things that I'd like to tell you about. And like I mentioned, the charts I gave you are in your packet. They're talking about costs for the possible new phone system. I would highly recommend that we replace our phone system for all the county facilities in this next fiscal year. I've been talking about this for about 7 years now, and we haven't done that project yet, and it's getting to the point where we have to do this. We have to get those phones replaced before we're in a very bad situation of not having any phones for at least a few days, maybe a week. Our phone system here at the courthouse is 16 years old, and it's been pretty reliable. It's done a good job, but it's 4.5 years past its end of life. Avaya does not support it anymore. We can't get new licenses for it. There's so many potential problems with keeping the phone system that we have. We have 2 main points of failure: the phone switch in the courthouse, which is a piece of hardware, and the voicemail server, which is a computer that records voicemails, and it also runs our phone tree. For instance, if you call the sheriff's office, you'll get a phone tree that says press 1 for the jail, 2 for dispatch, and so on. If we lost either piece of the phone system, we'd be in a pretty bad situation. The issue here is that, like I said, since Avaya doesn't sell those anymore, they don't sell licenses for them anymore, anything like that, we'd be in a real bad state if they failed. The question has been asked in the past, why can't we get a refurbished phone switch, put it on a shelf for that instance? We've talked with Avaya, and even if we did purchase refurbished hardware, Avaya will not give us the license codes to activate it. So we're kind of out in the rain. We got nothing. So we're getting to the point that if we don't do something, we're going to have a crash, So every elected official and department head that I've talked to has said, yes, we want new phones, we need new phones. Some offices literally live on the phone. The county and the district clerk, for instance. The sheriff's office, for instance. I was talking to one of the investigators this week, and I asked him, how many phone calls do you think you get on your desk phone in a day? He says dozens. He's talking to people about investigations. He's making calls out, lots and lots of calls. One thing I want to point out is if we did have a failure, this would not at all affect our 911 system. That's a totally separate, different system. This would affect office phones. It would affect the non-emergency lines in dispatch. It would affect the phone lines into the jail. So it's pretty important that we take some action on this before we get to that very bad day. This year I've done it a little bit differently. I got quotes from 5 vendors, which is the charts that I've given you, different costs for different vendors. So I have 2 different charts, pardon me, 2 different charts that I want to talk you through here. And I've included all the quotes and all the data in your packets. If you want to go in there and really dig into it and read what I read, that would be fantastic. But I've kind of summarized it for you in chart form. Out of the 5 vendors, each vendor offers the option to either purchase the phones and then pay for the service on a monthly basis, or they also offer the ability to rent or lease those phones, whichever term you prefer. Essentially, we don't buy the phones outright. We get the phones as part of the service that we're paying monthly. So only one vendor does not offer that option to buy the phones. They said, we only do it this way, where you get the package, you pay monthly, you get the phones at no cost. So there are a couple of different options there. You can see the far right one, their buy phones option is pretty inexpensive compared to Nortex's option in the center. But I wanted to point out to you that that vendor and Nortex are quoting us vastly different phones. Nortex is giving us an excellent quality phone. This vendor is quoting a very low spec phone, which would still work and would still be better than what we have right now that's getting very old. But I also want to point out that on my second chart, if you compare the costs, so let me back up a tiny bit. The chart with just blue bars is what it would cost us to start on the first month, either paying for the phones and the service or just paying for the rental service. You can see with Nortex, their rental cost for month one is a little over $4,000. If we purchase the phones for month one, we spend about $30,000. We get those phones, and we own them. So that I don't think shows the whole picture. My other chart, the one with the green and blue bars, shows you the cost for year one to purchase the phones or start renting them. But it also shows you the cost for year two and so on. You'll notice that that graph for Nortex buying the phones, that year two cost is vastly less than any of the other options. So that's worth considering. With renting the phones on Nortex and really all of those vendors, the cost for year one is the same as year two, same as year three, and so on. So I'd kind of like to just throw that out there to let y'all look at all the different price options and see if any of those are interesting to you. It seems to me, for analyzing this for about 2 months and talking to all these different vendors and reading stuff, that our best option would be to purchase the phones from Nortex, and then we get the lowest yearly cost thereafter. We would have to replace a phone occasionally, but the phones that Nortex is suggesting to us are pretty sturdy and good quality. So I think we could go a number of years before we had any trouble. Let's see. So I think I've said it before, but I want to kind of just hit the high points again. Basically, all these vendors are offering cloud phone systems. We wouldn't have any hardware on our premises like a phone switch that I'd be bugging you to replace in 5 or 7 years. So all these phones just work through our existing internet connection, which has been pretty reliable. Once in a while we have a little blip, but yeah, it's pretty reliable. So all those would connect up to the computer network. They're what's called voice over IP phones. We have that at the sheriff's office now because you all approved funding for that about 3 years ago, and that's been working well. Something I did want to throw out is Nortex has offered to buy back the system at the sheriff's office. They're offering us $8,000 in trade-in that none of the other vendors are offering. So that's something that might be of interest to you. The features that we get with this kind of phone system are you can use your desk extension transparently through a smartphone app. If you weren't at your desk, you could still get calls on that desk phone on your smartphone. If you desired, that's an optional feature. You can text using that office phone number, so you don't have to expose your personal cell phone number if you don't want to. Kind of, separate business and personal. Every extension would have the ability to record a call if that person desired recording that call, and that's very important for the sheriff's office folks. Maybe not so important for the courthouse folks. Another option is voicemails that are left for you on that line get converted to emails. Very, very convenient. A lot of folks want that feature. So that's pretty much my words for voicemail or for phone system. I've been asked in the past, how much do we spend on phone service now? We spend about $1,700 a month with Nortex at this point. If we switch to a new phone system, that would increase our monthly cost. The lowest cost of all vendors would bring us up to $3,200 per month, and that's with the Nortex option where we did buy those phones. So it's a significant increase in our monthly cost, but it's something that we really need to do.
Is that because of the features, more features, or is that, because that's not the price for the basic phone, right?
Right. No, all these vendors are one price for all the features. They don't really have levels of, do you want to add this or that? It's, here's our package, we're going to give you everything, and there aren't any add on this or add on that. So we'll never get the point where we have to call the vendor and say, gee, I really wish it did this. And they'll say, oh, sure, you can add that on for $1,000 a month. These are all everything included packages.
That's about 100% increase. What?
Yeah. Yep. That's a significant.
Is that just today's market?
It really is. For all these, I've got all the data for what the monthly cost would be. One vendor is $3,300. One vendor is $4,600. Nortex comes in at $3,200. They're the lowest. Another vendor is $4,600. Another vendor is $4,100. So there is one that's quite close, but Nortex really, I hate to keep saying Nortex because I'm not promoting them. I'm just saying that's the company that we can save the most money with.
Well, we've partnered with them for years. They're local.
Yep.
I mean,
they're a fantastic company. Their tech support is incredible. I can text them and get tech support in 10 minutes. And, you know, I'm not going to name any large phone companies with a Death Star logo, but you can't text them.
It seems like when we looked at the phone system a couple of years ago, the monthly cost did go up, but we had just a substantial upfront cost or a perpetual lease payment too.
Yeah. In the last, I guess, 18 months, Nortex has really gotten into this, what they call cloud phone system. The previous quotes that I got years before were new hardware for on-site, and that's what we put in the sheriff's office. New hardware, new phone switch, and all that stuff. But they don't do any of that now. They're phasing out all that kind of phone system and going to cloud only. So that's really the way to do it these days. That comes with an increased cost, but that's what the market goes to.
so these particular phones, you say now, if I want to get a voicemail transferred to text, I get a text. Is there and I heard you say everybody wants that, I get it. Is there a lesser expensive phone unit than what he's got us quoted here?
Yes, but the feature you mentioned isn't part of the phone, it's part of the service. So what I'm kind of interested in doing is trying to go back and get the three best priced vendors to quote us exactly the same phone. The one vendor that's got a really low startup cost, they're quoting us a super low basic phone, whereas Nortex is quoting us a very good phone. Maybe we need to go somewhere in the middle. We don't necessarily need the Cadillac phone, but we need something that's not a piece of junk that's going to last 9 months. So,
And we prioritized the sheriff's office before because we were more concerned about their phones going down than we were courthouse phones. What are some of the examples that you're seeing? I mean, obviously you're concerned about server software stuff. What's happening to the users out here that they're reaching out to you? What kind of problems they have? Say, hey, Daryl, come look at my phone.
We haven't had a lot of user complaints. It's more me saying this phone system is getting old and it's, I don't want to say on its last legs because it's still working, but things fail after a certain age. A 16-year-old piece of hardware, I don't know how long it's going to last. It could last another 10 years, you know, knock on wood, or it could fail tomorrow. And my main goal is never downtime. I always want things to be working so all these other employees can do their jobs. Because if the phone system fails, there are a lot of employees that, you know, they can't work as effectively. So.
You've always been very proactive. You know, got to appreciate that.
And I know that sometimes proactive is the enemy of money saving.
So, I mean, on computers, I mean, and that's the reason I asked the question, how often now are you changing out desktops?
Desktop computers?
Desktop computers?
We're trying to get 5 years out of those. They seem to be more reliable than they were, say, 9 and 10 years ago. So we're having pretty good luck with them. I was working with our vendor yesterday to try and get a quote for some new computers, and it seems like the price has even reduced. The last time I bought a batch of computers, it was $950 per unit. Now they're down to $850. And my immediate question was, okay, what did you change? Or, you know, are we using cheaper hardware here? Because that's not necessarily where we want to go. But anyway, so prices at least on the computers look like they're dropping. Prices on printers have more than doubled since COVID. I used to be able to get small desktop printers for like $250. They're like $450 and $5 for the same unit now. And it's just nuts, the cost of printers. So, but any questions about the phone system, anything that I might not have covered? I would love for you to look at those charts and try to decide if you can find that in the budget to do one of those projects, whether it's the rental or it's the purchase those phones ahead of time and pay the monthly service. All the data is in there, and I would love to answer your questions. All the vendors have said they'd be happy to come and talk to you. I didn't take any of them up on that yet because I didn't know how far we'd get in the project, but the vendors are even willing to come and speak if that's required.
How many phones do we have?
191. Let me make sure that I've got that number right, but that's the number we've been using just for all the quotes. Here I have one quote that used 203, so somewhere in between 190 and 200. We also have about 30 fax lines. Neat thing about this cloud phone system is most all of them also come with fax options built in. So hopefully we can do away with some of those fax lines, or at least convert them so that we don't have to have a physical fax machine there. I've surveyed a bunch of offices, and about half of those, like 15, say, I don't use my fax machine, or I use it so little I could convert it to electronic. Imagine we set up, like, say the receptionist's phone in any office you want, and start using that number as the fax number. That receptionist person can log into a web portal. They can see the voicemail if any. They can also see incoming faxes and say, okay, this fax is for the director, and forward it on to them. So it really clears out a lot of our old fax machine stuff. There are places, the jail, for instance, that still really, really uses their fax. So I wouldn't even suggest that they change. But there are places that it wouldn't hurt them at all to change, you know. So, but these quotes are all dealing with taking care of those 30 fax lines, taking care of all the desk phones, pretty much everything that we would need.
So all of our EMS stations on that system, or just one?
No, the EMS stations and the road and bridge barns all have their own separate phone systems.
Can we get on this?
Absolutely could. It's just a matter of having a stable internet connection there, buying the phone, and buying a license. So, say
They
to
got
add-
voice over IP just like we do? Or they hardwired?
Most of the other barns are hardwired. Your barn's the only one that has the new cool stuff. So, but yeah, if you have a good internet connection at either those EMS places or the road and bridge, they could be on here. So you could dial between the courthouse and those facilities just by extension, which would be fantastic.
I mean, we got fiber right out front, but I don't know if we got fiber into the barn. But,
Yeah.
I mean, we still got the old answering machine, and
Yeah, I'd like,
sometimes you see it, sometimes you don't.
yeah, I would love
You don't have
to.
any internet inside your barn?
If we do, it's, I don't know if it's hardwired.
But you
think
pay for it,
you-
right? You pay an internet bill.
Oh, yeah.
That's not a problem, man, because this is all going to be wireless.
I'm pretty sure that you have fiber to your barn because at the corner of the office outside, there's a box.
Okay.
So,
So
Yeah.
this would we could buy the phone and hook in.
Absolutely. Even at a place that has not fiber, like the EMS station in Woodbine still has cable internet, this would work there also. So, and I have been talking to Nortex lately that they're going to do fiber to Woodbine, so eventually we'll be able to make that facility get on the same fiber as everybody else. That's kind of been a goal, to get all those EMS stations transitioned to fiber to get a little more reliability.
Did you run the number, Darrell, on the buy versus rent on Nortex to see how long it took to get our payback if we just bought them outright? I was trying to do it in my head, and it looked to me like there's $30,000 difference, and we'd save $10,000 a year.
Yeah, I don't think I did. One thing I noticed, though, is
Off the rent.
Nortex's yearly cost from year 2 and on is vastly lower than anybody else. That's the blue and green chart. So,
Yeah, and that's what I was looking at. It looks like it's,
But if you rent them, you wouldn't get that, they wouldn't give you that 8,000 back for those other phones, would they?
if we did what?
If we rent it, would they give us the 8,000 back on those other phones at the jail?
Let me verify that.
So if we took that 30 off of that, 8,000 off that 30, that'd bring it down to 22.
and you're leaning toward buying, and then in regards to what we do, it looks like it's, oh no, if we buy them, looks like the 8 would come off of 60, that blue is hard to read, 68 or something?
Yeah, the,
Looks like 8 would come off with a 65 or 68, taking us down to 60. And then it looks like the annual beyond that is 38 if we own them, but if we're renting them, the annual's 48.
yeah,
I'm reading that right?
that 8,000 trade-in credit would be spread over the 60 months if we did the rental option with Nortex. So they don't give us the 8,000 up front for buyback. It's a reduction in the cost of service over 60 months.
But only on rental, if I understood you correctly, if we outright, no credit.
Oh, no, there is the credit, and
Okay.
we get the credit right away with Nortex either way. If we purchase the phones, we get the discount of $8,250 for returning all those phones that we have right now at the sheriff's office.
Then
If
you're
we
looking
do
at-
the rental thing, it's spread out over the 5-year contract. Something I didn't mention, most of these vendors are 5-year contracts if we do the rental. I think there's one vendor that's only a 3-year contract. I didn't dig deeply into that, but we could look into that if you want to.
So you're looking at 5 years, you're looking at, if you buy them, you're looking at 200,000 in rent.
The other
And if you
thing,
rent them over 5 years, you're looking at 250,000 in rent.
You rent
um,
'em.
Am I looking at it right? I mean, that's the way the numbers look to me.
I've got to take a picture of it and blow it up. I
I
can't
hear
read
you.
it.
Sorry about that.
I tried it on the screen, and I couldn't blow it up because the colors blend in with the blue.
the rental option with Nortex is consistently $48,750 a year. So-
For 5 years.
Yeah.
And so that's, I took 50,000 times 5, says 250,000 over the next 5 years.
And what I didn't say was the rental option comes with complete service. If we have a phone break, we get another one the same day, replacement, stuff like that, so.
But if you had to buy one phone, you're looking at a couple $100.
Yeah, the phones Nortex suggested are $150 a piece. I would suggest we could go back to them and say, what other options do you have that are not this great a phone? There are other ones. Another vendor suggested one that's $65 a phone that I think is still quite good. So we have some wiggle room to negotiate with them and say this is not exactly what we want to spend, if that's the case.
And it looks like on Nortex, if we subtract 8 from the 68, that's $60,000 plus. And we rent it for the next 5, that's a 200,000. Looks like 260 versus 250 maybe over 5.
I think it'd save you money to buy them, wouldn't it?
Well, unless we had a bunch of maintenance to do over 5 years, then that probably eat that 50 up pretty quick.
think you'd have a lot of maintenance over the 5 years?
I don't think so because there's no phone switch, there's no voicemail server, it's all cloud. So if there's a problem with the service, that's their problem. They got to fix that. It's not like us having to replace a piece of hardware.
So if we bought it, we subtract 8 from the 68, that's 60,000, and then for the first year. In the next 4 years, we're gonna pay 40,000, so that's 160,000. That's that's $220,000, okay? Whereas if we do the 48, that's 5 times 48, which is 250. So that's $30,000 saving by buying it.
Yeah, they've been very aggressive in their pricing, and I just want to assure you, I did not show any vendor any other vendor's quotes. They gave them to me as they gave them to me, and so that's what we got.
We don't have to bid it, do we, Shelley, if we decide to go do that?
If Nortex isn't on a co-op, then yeah.
You do?
So that's what I'm thinking about phones. I'd love to talk it over with y'all, again at court or anything that would help you move the project along.
What I like about this phone is we do move into another building or something, all this goes to the cloud. Like you said, you don't have to have there's no
Yep.
wiring or hardware or anything has to be put in.
Is there no wiring if we go to other buildings? Because you're gonna have to have not a modem, but you're gonna have to have something in the building that transmits to the phones on the desk, right?
Yes, just like, so right now you plug from the wall to the computer. The phone would go in between, so it's wall to phone, and then that jumps to the computer. So it's a wired phone, but it doesn't take a special cable, it just uses the computer cable. And
It knows that number, so if I move it from this plug-in to another office and plug it in, that's still my phone number.
That's right, and you could literally take it to your house and plug it into your router, and it would still work with the same extension. You could call my office just by dialing 4 numbers. It'll work anywhere. That's one of their big selling points during COVID, send phones home with the employees that are working from home. So we couldn't do that right now, but anyway. So it's pretty flexible. It does a lot of stuff.
The only thing sad is what we got may last another 10 years.
Yes, sir. You have
That's
a
the
point.
unknown.
That's true. But at 16 years, I don't know. I just worry. This is my worry. So.
But when we're not hearing a whole lot about phones breaking or having issues, actually, we're not getting calls say we really have an issue with the phone and the phone system right now. And I wonder if we would get any, intermittent issues before it just crashed.
No, I don't think so. I think the most likely thing is we're going to have a storm, we're going to have a lightning strike, and then phone switch is dead.
The computer's gonna be wired somewhere to something, right? So could we have the same scenario with this new system?
Could be, but only.
Because it's gonna go to a microwave, right?
No microwave. It goes through our regular Nortex fiber internet.
Okay.
So, say for instance we had a lightning strike in, I'm not naming any buildings, but a building. We might have those 3 or 4 or 5 phones blown out, but that wouldn't affect the other buildings at all. There's no central point of failure, which is why so many things are going to cloud, because there's no central failure.
So you've got some other items.
I have one question.
I'm sorry.
Are we able to add any new employees to the current phone system?
We have 2 or 3 phone extensions left. We were able to find one that wasn't used, and we added the new investigator in the basement. So yes, I think now I've figured out we can add 2 or 3 more folks.
Okay.
But after that point, we'd have to get more licenses, and Avaya says, nope, too old, not selling you any more
Okay,
licenses.
that's good. Good
Okay.
point.
What about for this system? So if we wanted to add another department,
Oh, yes, that's what she was saying. We have 2 or 3 extensions left that we can add, but after that, we're done. I'm pretty sure last year I said we couldn't add any more, and I've since figured out, oh, we have some hidden extensions that nobody was using that were reserved, and now I can bring those back. I dug and dug just to find the one for this investigator, and finally we found one. So, but I do have some other items, projects that I would suggest we do that I'll go through with you. I would suggest we replace network switches in EMS Station 1, adult probation, juvenile probation, library, and DPS. That is in service of new phone system. So the phones all take power from the network cable, and the switches in most of those buildings don't provide power. They're an older type of network switch. So looking to do replacements in those buildings even if we don't go on with the phone switches. The switch in EMS was put in the building in 2013 when it opened. I know the libraries has been there longer than that because that library switch is, I can't believe it's still working, but I don't go bother it, and it's just humming right along. So we do need to replace those. We also will need to renew our virus scanner for the courthouse and all the downtown buildings next year. We renewed it this year at the $6,500 cost, but I'd like to evaluate vendors next year and see if there's somebody that's cheaper, and I don't think there will be. I looked at a couple of vendors this year, and their costs came in at like $21,000, $29,000. So I think we're on the cheapest option, but I haven't really done a thorough evaluation in a few years. So I'd like to do that. For next year to renew the virus scanner, we'll need at least the $6,500. Maybe if we wanted to do a 3-year plan, we could do it at $12,000. They're pretty aggressive in their pricing, where if you sign a 3-year contract, usually that 3rd year is more or less free. So if that's an option, we can throw that out there. We do have about 20 computers that have really, really old Adobe Acrobat software that we need to get off of. Those, you might remember last year, we set up several offices to do subscription for that. The 2 clerks and the auditor's office have subscriptions now, so they're always on the newest version. That's about $99 a year. So we need to do that for 20 more computers, which will bring us to about another $1,980 per year. I have a list of all those computers that I've identified in your packet. Several are in the courthouse, several are in the probation offices, and a couple in the sheriff's office and jail. But those folks actually use that software. It's not just sitting there. A lot of folks that are doing scanning need that, and it's what kind of helps make the scanner work. So we need to look at that. I have on my list that we can buy that software outright, but when I asked the vendor recently, hey, is this $425 per computer still accurate? He told me that they're not doing outright buy anymore, and that's happened since I put this budget packet in. So really, our only 2 options are leave it like it is with old software that's not got security updates, or go on subscription. So that's pretty important. We also need something called patch management software. I'm sure y'all have all come into court and turned on your laptop and it says, oh, updating, wait. So we need software to make those kind of updates happen on a more regular schedule, because there are some places where people don't reboot their computers for very often and they don't get those updates to happen. I was last week doing my renewal for my Criminal Justice Information System security certification, and it came up in that training that any computers that handle CJI, criminal data, have to have this kind of patch management. I didn't know that at the time that I put the budget request in. I just knew that we need this kind of thing. Now DPS is saying you must have it on machines like dispatch, patrol cars, things like that. So We really should spend that. It's about $1,650 a year that will let us control when those updates happen. And it will, frankly, not let the user say no. And we need that. So I've got 4 items coming up for if we occupy the bank. I've been thinking a lot, planning a lot for how to wire the bank with our network. They have some network switches in there now, which I'm certain that they're going to take with them when they evacuate. No?
I think they're gonna leave everything there.
Are they?
For sure, all the wiring, they're not gonna
Yeah.
cut nothing.
Oh, I wouldn't think they'd
Yeah.
cut it, but
He acted like they were gonna let everything there, so,
Yeah.
if we wanted him to.
yeah. I've spent some time over there looking at the wiring, and I think for the most part the wiring is solid. The network switches that I'm talking about buying, their switches are kind of old. They they haven't updated them either. So I'd recommend that we buy new ones when we connect that to our network instead of trying to use whatever's there. Something that I didn't put on the sheet that Shelley pointed out to me is I need to account for labor cost for running cable. Essentially, the cheapest way to connect that bank building to our network is to bore a hole through the annex north wall and run a cable to the basement of the bank. That way it's connected to our fiber. I did look at another option, which is direct fiber from courthouse to bank. That'll cost us $500 a month, and it seems like boring a hole is cheaper, frankly.
Are we sure our maintenance guys can't do that?
I've been talking to them, and they say we need to get the cable contractor. But that was Daryl requesting it. If commissioners request it, the answer might be different.
I mean, we run some wire in the annex at one point in time. We end up running ourselves and saving a whole bunch of money.
Yep.
Yeah,
So that's
we
an option.
really didn't think we could or didn't want to, but we saved a ton of money by it.
That's a possibility. We spent a couple hours tracing down what the cable path is from the second floor of the bank to the basement where we need to go. And it took us a long time to find it, but once we found it, it was pretty straightforward. Like, oh, that's that. Frankly, I thought it was a sewer pipe. It's not. It's where all the cable runs. So I think
That turned out to be a good thing, I'm guessing.
I think we could get that done. But I'm suggesting new network switches, and if there was labor for cabling, we'd need to put that in there also. For Wi-Fi in the network, in the bank, we'd need about 7 transmitters to cover top floor, ground floor, and basement. That cost will be about $2,600. That's including labor for cables. Because as far as I can tell, there's no wireless in there right now. If there is, it's just like a home router sitting somewhere, but I haven't been able to find it. So that's the cost for that. If we do security cameras, my recommendation with cable and cameras and recorders similar to what we use in all our other buildings comes out to about $9,400. So I do believe we need that. If we do magnetic locks on some or all of the doors, we're looking at maybe $4,500 if we're just doing the front doors facing California. We can add additional doors for maybe about $2,000 a piece. That'll give us the ability to scan in with cards, and it'd be on the same access control system as all our other buildings. So for those 4 items, if we did everything as I'm suggesting, that would cost us a little over $25,000 to do networking, Wi-Fi, security cameras, door access control.
Shelley, if we were doing a renovation, we'd put that capital improvement money, wouldn't we?
Not if the construction company's not doing it.
Also bid it with it if we done, well, if we had any construction company. But it could, well, it won't come out.
Let's come out of his budget.
That's
So-
sad.
Then also, I'm looking for a device to erase hard drives. When we get rid of computers, we pull the hard drive out of it before we send it to the recycler. We've talked about other options in the past, crushing them, burning them, having the sheriff's office shoot them, stuff like that, but nothing's ever come around, so I wanted to kind of bring that discussion back to you to see what we could do to solve this problem. I've suggested a device that's $4,100 that would solve it. There might be other options that are cheaper. We just have to implement them. Right now I have a box of probably 60 that I need to do something with. They're just sitting in my office, not hurting anything, but I can't get rid of them at this moment.
Did I ask you if that would erase the copiers that we own?
We did talk about that, yeah. The copiers, I believe, all have a hard drive in them. We could pull those out. I've read stories about copiers having years worth of, scans. Like when you copy something, it really scans it, sort of saves it on this hard drive. So yeah, that would be very, very good to do. So we shouldn't let anything like that leave here to recycle or trash without kind of having its data scrubbed off of it. Excellent point, thank you. And the last item in the grid is digital signs for the courthouse. I just wanted to bring that back in case there was some interest. We talked about it last year and decided that it was more costly than y'all wanted to fund. But if anything has changed, here's our option again. We can have some very nice looking electronic signs that we can put at the entrances, and those are something similar to this. Several of the Denton facilities have these, and they're very sturdy and just really high quality, good signs. Right now we have just printed signs on a stand, and that works okay. But if you wanted to do something a little better, this is an option for you. And that's pretty much all I have for projects.
Excluding salaries, do you know the difference in this year's budget and last year's budget? How much did you increase, or what?
No,
where are we at?
most all of my lines stayed the same or went down. My telephone line increased. I think maybe this was an oversight on my part for this year's budget. I only put 2,100 in telephone, and all the previous years were like 3,900. Do you remember anything about that? I don't know how I ended up with so much less money in that budget for this fiscal year.
Is that the original budget, or have you done a budget amendment?
That's a very good question. That might be because of amendment. I wasn't sure. I was looking at that before I came up to the podium, trying to figure out what's the discrepancy. But for the most part, those lines have stayed the same or gone down.
You totaled the the Prosperity Bank. What was your total ask on all of that if you totaled it up with the, excluding the digital signs?
For all four items for Prosperity,
That was 25,000. I've got that.
25,000.
But then you've asked for basically a degauser type machine.
yes.
The other updates that's listed on your sheet, I can go back up there. But have you done a total, you know what your total ask was?
I did not do a total for all those projects, no. I'm sorry about that.
'Cause I'm looking at your overall budget.
So I put all the money for projects in line 570, even though that's not really where it would properly go. So,
That's showing $54,000 in 24, and I see nothing in the 25 line.
I didn't put anything in there.
Because, if you just look at his budget with no salaries, it's showing $300,000 less, but
Right, but I didn't put any of these projects in. I didn't budget for that.
okay. So that goes back to, what's the total of those projects?
I can add it up real quick. Your budget for 24 for telephone was $39.50.
right.
So you've done a budget amendment.
Okay, I apologize. So that should be pretty consistent too. And that's pretty much all I have. I would certainly join with all the other elected officials and directors that have asked for a 6% raise for employees. I think that that's something that would be great to retain the talent that we have.
On 60 computers, are you getting any break? I think we've had this conversation before. Are you getting any break on 60 computers? You spreading that over the year? What are we doing?
Spreading it out, I don't do really large computer buys anymore because I don't have storage space. I'm buying 5s and 10s if we know we're gonna like replace 5 the same day at the library, for instance. I'll buy enough to do that, but I don't keep a giant excess stock. At one point, they would give me a good discount for buying 20 and 30, but I just don't do that anymore.
I mean, it needs to be significant because space is such a premium, storage space is such a premium.
Yeah, so we just do it a little bit differently. I was working with I can't remember if I said this already, but I was working with our Dell representative, and it looks like our computer price is coming down from $950 to $850. So I'm not certain what the savings there is, but I've asked her, okay, what's the difference in this computer versus the one we bought last time? So, but yeah, trying to save money, trying to get 5 years out of those. Of course, if something fails, we got to replace it, or if it's performing so badly that the person's calling us a lot, we have to replace it. But even after we pull those bad performing machines out, we try to fix them up so we can reuse them for public terminals, for people that don't need superpower. We've put a couple of those reused computers at the part-time positions, desks, things like that. So just when we pull the computer out, it's not the end of its life necessarily. We try to reuse it or use it for parts or anything we can do to not throw that asset away. But anyway.
I just use Nortex, and is this number net of the trade-in?
You looked at
Yes,
2,900.
that's removed the trade-in cost already.
So I'd have to put in the actual price.
Oh, I understand.
Yeah.
So that's an additional $8,250. That's the trade-in amount we get with buying them outright, or we're doing the rental.
Because you can't net that.
I understand.
96,756.
How about the 103,000 he's got in there for computers? Did you budget it somewhere?
If it's not in his 452 line, I didn't put it in there.
Computer equipment showing 104,380. One for 25. Is there anything you bought last year you're not going to buy this year? It's going to help reduce that 96,000 off the top of your head?
Fewer people are asking for new monitors. Most people, when they get a new computer, they keep the monitors that they have. We've got fairly good quality monitors, so.
You got 7,800 in here for monitors.
Yep. We could reduce that. I heard the sheriff mentioning he's getting 5 new Tahoes, and I only account for replacing 4 every year. I wasn't sure if those 5 were an additional or they were replacements or whatever. So I was a little bit worried about that budget line not being able to carry sheriff's needs for laptops in the cars. But I wasn't sure about that. I
I'm
didn't
not
get
trying to talk you into anything. I'm just asking, is there something that you purchased last year that you're not going to have to purchase this year?
We might be able to take in fewer monitors. Like I say, people aren't asking for new ones, but
Where we at, Shelley?
His request is 103,680 for laptops, monitors, rugged laptops, and replace printers and scanners. And then the library's asked for $700 for 2 new iPads.
But I get a total of $199,000 increase.
The 103,680 plus 700 is the 104,380.
I don't know, the 103 plus, you gave me 96, didn't you, when you told me?
That was for the equipment he said he would put in 570, which doesn't all go in 570, but that was the total of those projects.
Yeah. what I'm curious about is total budget increase on his total budget from last year. And this black print on this blue is not good.
Black print on blue?
Read these totals, black print on blue.
I thought you were talking about the graph.
No, that's good.
Okay.
That's good.
Okay.
The eyes are old, but not that old. And especially when you print them in that size paper.
And that's all I have.
Any other questions? Not. Daryl, thank you.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate y'all's time. I know I always come with my hand out, but just trying to make
Everybody
things
does.
better.
It's all right. Thank you. Time for outside agencies, and we'll get to them in just a minute. That will be you, Cliff, whenever, whenever Jason comes back. You're probably not, you're probably wanting to give some back this year anyway, aren't you? Come on down.
Thank you, Judge Roan and Commissioners. I'm Cliff Sicking with the Munster Library. I'd like to start off by thanking you for last year's support of $13,000. We're once again requesting that amount. Our budget is basically the same as last year, except we're adding a 5% raise for our library manager. And so the statistics at the library are slightly improved over past years, so we're just kind of moving right along. Do y'all have any questions for me?
I don't.
I don't think so. Well, thank you.
Okay, well, thank
Anybody
y'all.
else have anything
Well, that
for
was
Cliff?
easy.
Y'all have a good one.
All right. Thank you.
Already ahead of schedule.
Victim Witness Service.
Whoever wants to go next.
Not here yet? Okay. That's. How about, let's see, I don't believe costs is here, are they? Okay.
I would ask how are y'all, but I'm sure you've had a long day, long week, long month,
All the above?
all of the above. CASA is appreciative of the support that you gave us last year. We're asking for 50 for this year. If you look at your application, there's a narrative in there that explains how we save the county dollars just by providing the volunteers and the training and the advocacy that is legally required for our children in the foster system. So those are pretty significant numbers that we feel like we can remedy that. We can give you a discount. You give us the $50,000 and we'll do the same amount of work that would normally cost you $250,000 or more. So it's kind of a win-win, I think, for both of us. This last year, we were able to use some of the funds that you had appropriated toward us in a court case that was a pretty ugly case, and we were able to provide counseling for the children that were involved. We provided counseling for our made it available for our staff and our advocates, and it was needed. We live kind of on the ugly side of the world in what we do and what we ask our volunteers to come in and do, and they do it, and they face it gallantly. So in doing that, we try to provide their travel. We try to take care of any type of overnight stay if the child's out of town, which predominantly are, because Cooke County don't have foster homes. That's a whole side soapbox I'll get on if y'all want me to. But we try to use this money very wisely. We operate a pretty decent operation with the lean staff, and I feel like we're pretty frugal with the money. But just like everything else, we need the funds. So, anybody have any questions? Anything? Nothing? Y'all are way too quiet.
Worn out, beat up,
I bet
abused.
you are. So let me cheer you up.
Uh-oh.
We have our fundraiser coming up, July 12th, okay? Cowboys for Casa. We hope you're all there. We need a few of you fellas to get up front and model our stuff and help us display that if you're interested or willing. We would love to have you. Just
Jason likes to do that.
I know, and he's so good at it too.
I will actually be out of town this year, but I was hit up earlier for a donation, so I'll make sure that
Well,
happens.
good news
That's
is
awesome. Thank
they set
you.
it up for a different day. They knew that you.
If not the 12th, I'll be around.
I don't know if y'all heard her, but she asked us on record, Jason. Now, we've got that down, okay?
I donated a shrimp bowl today.
Yes, he did.
I'm gonna do some
He
flyers.
did. So,
Is that so he wouldn't have to model?
what
or
am I bid here? Am I getting a load of gravel out of the deal? Am I getting tables? I mean, what's my bid? I'll take it now.
I'll
No,
be there.
I'm teasing.
It's
Okay,
It's
good.
at the Centennial Hall though this year.
It
right?
is in Lindsay this year. It's at Centennial Hall and pending the Civic Center, but we've moved it over there. It'll be fun. Our theme is Lonesome Dove. Gus Lookalike Contest. Judge Roan, you gotta come. You got your mustache already? Let's do it. But we look forward to having y'all attend and appreciate what you guys do. Shelley, you too. Don't mean to leave you out. I know it's a hard job, and I know
Thank
y'all are
you.
very frugal with
We
it.
appreciate what y'all do.
Well,
Okay.
thank you. We can't do it without you guys, and there's just no doubt about it. If nothing else, just the endorsement in the county. I think it's very important that we work together on that, so. Anything else? I
Thank
think
you very much.
we'll get out of your hair.
Oh, you can stay if you want to.
I'll empty your auditorium for you.
Now we feel like no pressure,
No pressure.
no pressure.
Thank you.
They wanted a break. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Dora. I see you hiding back there, Stanford House.
Hello, Commissioners, Judge, Auditor. Nice to see you.
Thank you.
I think I'm not going to go into a long presentation. Obviously, everybody here knows what Stanford House is about. It's the only senior center, activity center in the county, and it is facilitated and used by people from all over the county. I mean, every part of it, Forestburg, Ralston, Callisburg, Mountain Springs, even Thackerville, Whitesboro, Nocona, etc. So we're asking for the same thing that we did last year. Our budget reflects simply inflation, and as you can see, it's pretty lean. And we just had our big fundraiser, the cash raffle that we do once a year. And for the first time since COVID, we were able to sell all 1,000 tickets. So I think that was a real plus. When they reopened, or we reopened after COVID, there was a great concern about whether or not our fundraising efforts would fall back into place. And it has taken 3 years, but it now has, hopefully. So, but we appreciate everything that you've done for us, and we would ask for the $5,000 again this year. Do you have any questions? Anybody?
Every year when I get that ticket, and we've discussed this before, I'm assured that this year will be my year, and it hasn't been.
Hey, what can I say? You know, we offer a legitimate raffle. I could put gum on yours and tape it to the bottom or something. But we thank you for the tickets that you do buy, by the way.
And thank you very much.
You're more than welcome. Is that all? Anybody?
I think so.
Okay, thanks.
Child advocacy. Not here yet. Okay, Norman? Couldn't see.
Hello, Judge, Commissioners. I'm Norman Newton. I'm the Chair of the Cooke County Historical Commission. I requested basically the same as I did last year, except for $100. The $1,500 that I requested is the cost of a historical marker that the Cooke County Historical Commission wishes to sponsor. I've added an additional $100, which is the application fee. So that's the reason it's this year $1,600. You did allot the $1,500 last year, and we did sponsor as the historical marker for the Jewish community in early 1900s here in Gainesville, Cooke County, and we appreciate it very much. So
Where's that one at? Where's that at?
It was here, and they even had a synagogue here in the 1920s, 30s, 40s. And even at what now is Fairview Cemetery, there was a Jewish section. And it was in the 1960s that Fairview Cemetery incorporated the Jewish cemetery. So when you go to Fairview Cemetery today, you don't even realize there was a Jewish section versus Fairview Cemetery, because where all the space was vacant around the Jewish cemetery, it's now been integrated with graves. So, but when we get that historical marker, we'll have the dedication and all. It'll be placed there at Fairview Cemetery. So anyway, this is requesting that we again could fund a historical marker this coming year.
Shelley, you got 1,550 or 1,600?
1,550. That's what you requested.
Huh?
You requested 1,550.
I did. Really? Should have been 1,600. Okay, I don't need to. That'd be my mistake.
So you really need 16?
Yes, actually, well, maybe it will come to 1,550, because when I'm saying the historical marker is 1,500, it's really a little bit less than that. So maybe that's the reason that I was very accurate in my request, because the 1,500 was more than what the historical marker costs.
I'm just trying to get the paperwork right.
Yes, so that 1,550 must, obviously will cover it. Any questions?
We also budgeted the same in your historical commission money that's in a different fund from
Yes.
donations and things
Yeah.
like that.
And it could be used if we, any of us attended a seminar or something like that.
Or if you had 2 markers you needed to buy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm aware of
Okay.
another account.
Okay.
No questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Norman. Texoma Community Center.
Good afternoon. I'm Sylvia Cave. I'm the CEO with Texoma Community Center. This is Tom Bowen, and he's my Chief Financial Officer. And the first thing I want to do is, of course, thank you for the continued support over the years from the county and Commissioners Court for the mental health services and the IDD services that we provide. We've been providing these services in Cooke County since 1974. And in the since 2020, we have seen an 83% increase in the number of clients that we are serving in this county alone. A larger increase overall, but in Cooke County alone, we have almost doubled the number of clients that we have on our rolls, and it is growing exponentially every day. The other thing is that we've outgrown our facility here, so we are in the process of looking for a new facility in the county. I hear the county might have some building space in one of their buildings. If they are leasable, then we might be interested in that. We are securing a realtor to start looking for that. We are bursting at the seams in our building, and our nurses are doing labs and injections in the kitchen, and so we really are out of space. We've increased our request by $10,000, but that is not anywhere near $5,000, sorry. That's why he's here. That's not the percentage of that request is much, much smaller than our 83% increase in the clients that we are serving and seeing now. We've also expanded the kind of services that we're providing to the county. We are looking to work with the police department in order to provide co-responder services like we're providing in Sherman and are starting in Fannin County. That has reduced the number of arrests and people put in jail in Sherman by a significant amount. We've since January, we have intervened with the police, co-responding with the Sherman Police Department in 183 incidences, and not one of those people ended up going to jail. We were able to divert them out of the jail system, which saves the jail significant amount of money. Those are services that we're trying to get going in all 3 counties. So any of the support that you can offer Texoma Community Center, we would be grateful. We have provided emergency counseling services for the current disaster situation in Valley View, and we are doing that on an ongoing basis. We have the permission from the state to be able to do that. So I think there are a lot of services that people don't always know that we're doing out in the community. So I'm happy to expand on that, but to keep this short, I'm just giving you the highlights and letting you know how much we do appreciate the support from the county as well. I'm going to turn over the details to my CFO.
Before you do, I'm interested in how you have intervened and kept people out of jail. Explain that to me.
So we did cross-training and have a memorandum of understanding, a contract with the City of Sherman Police Department. And this is an innovative thing that is going across the state, and we were able to secure funding from the state to be able to do this. We would like to go back to HHS and expand that amount, and it's so effective that we would like to be able to do it in all of our counties. And our trained staff, we cross-train with them, they cross-train with us. When there's a call where the officer thinks that there's a mental health issue involved, then they activate our staff with them. We go out to the scene, we determine and do an assessment on the street or wherever they are, and then we will, if we can get them in the hospital or at home with a safety plan, following up with something else, we will divert them from the jail system. So they don't ever even get in. We have other services we provide to the jail, which is other assessments. We do court-ordered mental health services when they're on bond, and we write it into the bond. We now have jail-based competency restoration program, where if you have someone who is waiting for a state hospital bed for competency restoration to be able to stand trial, we can go into the jail, provide those services, the same services that the state hospital does. We have the ability and the training now to do that. We're doing it in Fannin County and Grayson County. And those individuals, instead of waiting up to 2 or 3 years sometimes to get a hospital bed, because you just can't get into a state hospital right now, we provide that services within 60 days. If possible, it could go up to 180 days, but we try to do it. We get court-ordered medications going, and that way they can get out of the jail. These are the high utilizer inmates who take everybody's time with being on suicide watch. Their behaviors are usually bizarre and difficult to manage. So the jail medical staff works with our staff, and we restore them to competency. Still have to have the same evaluations that are done before and after so that they can stand trial, but at least they don't have to wait to go to the state hospital for that piece of the competency restoration. So those are all services we are trained and ready to expand. It works really well, but just like anybody, we have to have the funding and to be able to hire the staff to be able to do it. Okay, Tom?
Thank you, appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I'll just be quick. I'll just talk quickly about our income statement. Basically, our request is a little lower than 10% of what we have our total budget for Cooke County is and everything. And that is used, we have about probably a couple handful of grants, fundings that we have to have matches with local funding and all that type of stuff. So this is what we also use that funding for too, along with supporting us, is to, get the bigger grants, from the state or the federal government, but they require matches, and that is what, like, Cooke County does, the other 2 counties we serve, the 4 cities we serve, all that funding is put together so that we can meet the matches, so they don't take that funding away from us and everything too, so. And as Sylvia had said, our services have gone up greatly. We're estimating to go up a little bit more in 25, not as much as it went from 21 to 22 in that, but they're still looking at some increases going on too. And as everybody knows, the cost of operations for everybody goes up along with it each year. Any questions on the financial side? The narrative side she takes care of.
You mentioned space. I've heard a rumor that y'all need about 2,500 square feet. Is that?
We're thinking more of 3,000.
Oh, it's
What
growing.
we don't want to do is get into a building that is only going to work for 1 or 2 years, and then we have to, move again. So we'll have it, but we'll always have that space. So we're thinking a minimum of 3 at this point, but possibly even a little more than that too. Because currently we're at just shy of 2,000.
Okay. I was some weeks ago, I was asking about 2,500 reason now. But so you really need 3,000 square feet.
Yeah, because I think 25 would allow us to take the nurses out of the lunchroom, and put them in their own little area and add another group room and that type of stuff, but it wouldn't allow for very much expansion
Additional
after
case
that.
managers or additional counselors.
Y'all have any idea right now what space is going to cost you over here?
What is-
I don't at this point. We're actually gonna be meeting with one of the realtors, so.
No, are you asking what we're paying now?
No, I'm just
Oh.
curious as to what you think you're going to have to pay in Gainesville.
No, that's what I wanted.
We actually have a meeting with the realtor, well, I don't know if he can meet us after this, he was in Callisburg, but if not today, tomorrow, to find those things out.
But you just need that in somewhere in Cooke County, or you need it in
Yes.
Gainesville?
It'd probably be good to be more centered.
We would
in
prefer
here.
Gainesville, but we also would look at something in the county. Depending on the type of space, I think it would be, if it served the purposes really, really well and wasn't too remote. We have found in Denison that if our facilities are too remote, it just creates another host of problems. So we would like something that's more centrally located if possible.
And this money still, just as you said, it serves primarily to match state funds and other funds that's coming in.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it goes toward it, but then we can also, it goes toward the operation, but then we can also use that match requirements of the other.
Yeah, we use it to operate on, but we can list it as match, which secures federal
More funds.
Yes. Sometimes, we have one, like our mental health state one is, I think it's about 70,000 match that we need. The IDD one is roughly about 70,000, I think, too. But then we have other ones that, we have one RSB 292 one, which is forensics, deals with people coming out of jail.
Which is what I was describing earlier.
Requires 1/3 match. So
Yeah,
we have 600,000, we gotta match 300,000.
And to keep them out of jail, you're working with crisis interventions deputies, I'm guessing, that's reaching out to you.
Well, we go out with them.
Right, but
Yeah.
you got to know they're there.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
We
So
go
they
in-
make scene and reach out to you guys. I guess most of the time it's probably not pre-planned.
That's the way it has been, and this is a more organized way of doing it. And even when I was working over in this county years ago, doing the crisis intervention myself, I would get called from the sheriff and the police chief in the middle of the night, and we would talk it through, or I'd go deal with it.
I've seen you.
But it was more just kind of helter-skelter. This, we did training with their, all of their staff and all of the officers. So it's a much more coordinated and quick response. And they know how to utilize our services a lot better, especially the officers that are in the field and not just at the top. And so that has worked out. It's saved, the sheriff has told me personally, he said, I can't even tell you how much this is saving us already.
Yeah, if we
Just
keep
in
them out of
6
jail, no
months.
doubt. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
Try to stay cool.
That's the challenge.
Come on down.
Say my spiel, right? How are y'all today?
Good.
I take it I'm the straggler. Y'all are all ready to go home, right?
No pressure.
Well, too early.
No pressure.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you guys have our application. I just want to reiterate that we're not asking for funding that is just something we want. These are needed funds. The monies that we get locally from the county, from the different cities, from any of the private foundations locally go a long way in providing the support to the clients that we need. It allows us to put those expenses on our local funds and take them off of the grant funding, and that allows us to use all of the grant funding to pay for our salaries and those direct operating expenses that qualify under those grants. The monies you guys give us support our shelter and support our child advocacy center, and those are our two biggest programs. Abigail's Arms went from 9 staff when I started 10 years ago to 28 staff as of yesterday. So really funding those staff in a way that we can create longevity. Burnout is a huge thing for social workers, and when a case manager should carry a load of 15 to 20 cases, I have case managers that have carried as much as 45. So really trying to build in the staffing so that when a client walks in, they have someone that has the capacity, that isn't burnt out, that is there for them and able to meet them where they are and work towards helping them heal, move through a criminal justice system or a court system that they never asked to be in, and that they find themselves thoroughly confused and overwhelmed by. And so that's really, really important for me, is to be able to have that staff on site and ready to jump in wherever they're needed. We did just roll out a mobile advocacy policy, which actually will allow my staff to go out into the community. So if a client doesn't have transportation, we can go out to the college where there's college students who are clients, but they're trying to fit their appointments in between class schedules, and us being on campus. I have one staff who's on campus once a week, every week. And being able to meet at the campus has really been beneficial for those clients. So really expanding that to where we can go with safety protocols in place to meet clients where they're at has been helpful as we've kind of tiptoed into it, and we made it, matter of fact, official today at our board meeting that it's available. So really just being able to expand our crisis intervention for the people who come in and seek services. For you guys, the long-range effect for that is clients who are healthier and able to move past their trauma are less likely to job hop, less likely to be on government assistance, less likely to be tied up in further legal problems with law enforcement or the court system. So really trying to be proactive with helping our clients to be able to step back into what we would call a normal life and move forward from where they are and be able to support themselves. So what we ask is truly what we need. Do you have any questions for me?
So you're speaking to Abigail's Arms and Child Advocacy?
Yes.
And between the two of those, you're requesting $70,000.
Yes, sir.
That's a $25,000 increase over last year.
Yes, it is.
Of course, last year, we had that conversation about a lot of the nonprofits, we need to put them on a 5-year calendar. But fortunately, you guys can draw crosswalk money. And it looks like the crosswalk money is somewhere around $84,000. So that puts us about $40,000 in the hole.
Yep.
Because y'all have a huge advocate, I guess, in our auditor. She's gone off and scrounged up money. And looks like using capital credits, we could fund the $20,000 out of capital credits. And that gets us down to the 50, and we gave you 40 last year, so I'm still trying to come up with $10,000.
And I so appreciate that, I do. The other things you guys are probably aware of with grant funding is right now VOCA is in trouble. And in 2025, when we start applying for our VOCA funding, they are telling us to be prepared for a 40 to 60% deficit, while VOCA tries to figure out how to recuperate from COVID and probably a little bit of mismanagement when they first started it. So that is very concerning to us because those are our two biggest grants, are the VOCA Victim Services and the CAC VOCA funding that we get. And that's what funds pretty much both of those programs. So I know it's a lot, and I know it's an increase.
It's increased when we was working on decreases, and if y'all lose VOCA money, is it gonna, I mean, I think we've done well to commit the crosswalk money.
Yes.
And it looks like this, maybe, you never know what you're gonna get in capital credits from year to year.
Right.
But it looks like, Shelley, correct me if I'm wrong, looks like we're doing the math, there'd have to be a $10,000 bump out of general fund above and beyond what we can get from capital credits and crosswalk money. So you might consider 10,000 less, 60 instead of 70?
I will be blessed with whatever you guys can manage to fund us with. I can tell you that it all goes to really great work by my staff.
I mean, because, what we've done is commit non-general fund dollars, and
Right.
here's a little help from outside that.
Yeah.
And so, and then we still come up a little short on the CASA side of the house. So we come up, we end up coming up 10 short on CASA, don't we, when we do it that way? Which is probably fair. You guys follow any of that? Instead of giving, we end up giving CASA 40, victim services 40, and child advocacy 20, if I've done the math right.
Yeah, just so y'all know, I am applying for grants like nonstop because I know there's going to be deficits, and I'm trying to put things in place that'll help that. Abigail's Arms has also never done a fundraiser, and we are trying to set up to start doing some fundraisers in the county for Abigail's Arms. We're looking at May of 2025 to do our actual first large-scale fundraiser with the hopes that that will help offset some of these deficits that we're seeing. But again, it's another unknown.
Well, but let us help that. If this is a big enough event, and you can draw people from out of town, and they spend time in hotels, then we can go into hot funds, right? Maybe not.
She's going,
Are they not why would they not qualify? And I'm not being
it's
smart.
not
They're not, their business model is not tourism.
But I'm saying if they do a function that attracts tourists, and I don't know what that looks like, but could we get them
I don't think
there?
they're attracting tourists to come to a fundraiser.
No, maybe not
Sounds
this
good.
first one, but it may be the next one.
Yeah, the board is committed that we're going to do more than 1 year so that we can truly see if it's a viable option for our agency to
But
be
they
able
have
to
to
do.
promote arts and literacy, arts, I have to read it. Tourism,
Yeah.
arts, and something. and-
But if it was,
I
you know,
don't think they fit.
firefighters hose fighting or something that attracts people in and departments, I didn't give you a good feeling there.
You tried, but, yeah.
Well, and I'm dead wrong because I've suggested that to several nonprofits that they go do something. I didn't use the word tourism, but attracts people repeatedly over the years. And so maybe we could qualify for hot funds. And the hot funds are a whole lot easier to
As long as we fit
distribute.
within the rails that they set, we would be good, but I don't know that we're gonna, I think some of the EDs, I meet with several EDs on Fridays, and we're always talking about different ways that they're engaging in their community to bring funds in. And I know at some point earlier in the year, somebody mentioned some hotel funds, and they were like, yeah, we didn't fit that.
Okay,
So-
well, I was working on it. I was trying to think
It's worth
outside the
looking
box.
at. I'll look at anything. I mean, I'm open to any kind of suggestions, whatever
Well, I mean,
I
y'all
can do.
educated me because I was creative enough to think you could do something that would attract tourism.
Yeah.
Not knowing what, if we had some real creative thinkers.
But their business model is not to do that, yes.
Yeah, but you take,
But Morton Museum, that's their business model.
okay, but I mean, like the chamber and German Fest and stuff of that, is that their quote unquote
That's
business?
their business model.
That's their business model,
And the chamber is to bring businesses to town.
And I just gave you credit for trying to help
Well,
them.
but I found her I found her other money, you know.
Tourism is a great byproduct, hopefully, of any event that we do, bringing people in, but it's not a goal that we have. So, yeah, I can see where that might not work.
I try to take care of Ginger, you know.
She does. She does. So, y'all have any other questions about what we're doing these days?
Changing your business model.
I appreciate you guys for squeezing those nickels. So, I promise you, every little bit is helping people in this community, so, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for reaching out. It's not a problem, but if you can say a little, that would be good, yes. So, yeah. Aaron and Rosina and I are deep in CAC grant applications and changed their whole process this year.
Y'all done with this punishment yet?
All right, thank you. We'll see you guys later.
Thank you.
What do you want on Texoma? They
It's
asked
matching
for-
money, I mean, and
They asked for.
we went from 43 to 53 last year, it looks like. I don't see an actual for 2023. Oh, no, I see the actual, I don't see the budget, I guess, for 2023. What I was hoping is if there was some space trade-off we could do with them. The reason I was asking, what do they plan to spend on rent? And we might do, somehow provide them some space and reduce our cash donation.
The budget for '23 is 53.5, the budget for '24 is 53.5, and they asked for 58.
Yeah, but we went from, in '22, went from.
43.5.
We went up 10,000 in '23. And now they want another, 43.5 or something? Guys, y'all can weigh in there somewhere.
So, your victim's assistant coordinator is funded through VOCA. So if they're having issues,
Yeah, and they're gonna come back next year, but, I mean, wanting more would be my guess, but VOCA is state funded, right?
yes.
And so the state cuts them and the county picks it up?
Well, I'm just,
No, I'm just, the state legislators, we need to be going to our state legislators on stuff like that and saying, guys, y'all are cutting it. Do y'all not think it's worthwhile to continue to fund it so we don't have to pass it off to the local property owner? But we. Because, I mean,
if she's saying that VOCA's in trouble.
Right, that funds our employees.
Yes. Most of it.
Oh.
Yeah, I didn't think you were catching on to what she was saying.
Oh, well, that's real simple.
Yeah.
We dropped that right back to,
I'm just giving you a heads up.
Can the,
I mean, that was when we told them we was gonna do that. I'm sorry.
can the historical commission not get hot funds?
No.
Now, and guys, the one that still I have concerns and reservations is Stanford House. I just, you look at everything else we're funded and what they do versus what Stanford House does. Great program. My wife uses it. But that's, started off $1,500 and poof, $5,000. And knowing the situation there is,
I've been saying for 2 years that I was willing to start cutting them all back slowly.
But we said last year we would send them a letter. We never followed up. So, we gotta say what we do and do what we say. I mean, because here, instead of looking at maybe a 20%, 10% cut, 20% cut, we ended up with a 100% increase.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, some of that's not coming from.
I know, but if you follow that logic, though, our message is not getting across. I agree. That crosswalk fund, we need to keep doing what we're doing with crosswalk money.
And which ones can the crosswalk fund go to?
CASA and Abigail's Arms and Child Advocacy. But we were able to pick up some money from capital credits and pick up the Child Advocacy. So then we could split the remainder between CASA and Abigail's Arms, which then allowed us to give them $40,000 apiece and pay for it out of crosswalk money.
The Victims Witness Services, that's the one that's tied to.
That's Abigail's Arms, yeah. The one they're talking about is our local employee that
Our grant for this year is $49,500.
you got the look like.
Well, I'm not positive.
That's what I have in the budget.
But that won't be even noticed as a loss with SB 22 supplement. Yeah. So if VOCA cuts it, then SB 22 picks it up.
To go back to your question on IT,
IT, yes.
taking out salaries and putting in all the projects and the computers, the increase is $82,841.
82. How are you? Good. Are you here to ask for something? We quit at 3:15. Y'all ready for Kim from Meals on Wheels?
Yes, we are. Hi, Kim.
How are y'all?
Good.
don't need to stand right here in front of you, Judge?
Just wherever we can hear you.
Just so that, we want that mic to pick you up,
Need to be
Kim,
on the mic.
just so that it gets recorded.
So I'm Kim McClinton and I'm with Meals on Wheels. And Greg would normally be here, something came up, so he called me to see if I would come over here, so.
And you know, you really, as far as I'm concerned, you don't have to present anything.
Okay. Do
Y'all
you want
gonna
me
say
to
anything,
present
Meals on Wheels?
anything?
We wouldn't deny Meals on Wheels, would we?
What are
I mean,
they?
same budget as last year.
That, I think that budget was about 50,000.
Kim?
I'm just joking.
Good.
It never hurts to
job.
ask, I mean,
Way to go. Good one.
assuming you want what's written here.
Y'all want me to read what Greg said?
At the 4178?
No.
What did Greg have to say?
It says we are asking for $37.50.
489, Adam. Huh.
Yeah. Okay.
We should have made some mileage out of it and give her a hard time just for driving.
You tell me what you want me to do.
I'm deferred to the judge. He may,
I have to bow out of this one right here, so
Okay.
talk to them.
Talk to them.
I'm good. You can stand there and talk, or you can go out in the sun and sweat. I don't know what the rest of the guys want to do.
Do y'all want to hear a little about Meals on Wheels? Do you want to hear a little about Meals on
Can you
Wheels?
pull your mic down to you?
Oh,
There's a big tall guy there.
You can move it.
Okay. There you go.
There you go.
I said, do y'all want to hear a little about Meals on Wheels?
Know quite a bit about myself.
Hmm.
Said I know quite a bit about myself, but good program.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think all of us support it.
Okay.
You know. You good? I mean, you want to?
No.
Okay. If you want to, I mean,
That's it?
That's it.
that's
easy.
it, you're done. Show up late and leave early. Oh,
I apologize for being late. If I am late.
You're not, you're right on time.
tell Johnny we said hey.
Okay. Y'all have a wonderful afternoon.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Kim.
Thank you. Bye.
Well, I believe that concludes our budget talks for this round. Anybody have any questions or comments or?
Can we iron out this outside agencies we just talked about? I mean, are we give them what they want, cutting some of it, what are we doing?
And we interrupted her when she was giving us the number on IT too, so we can come back to it in a minute. It's 82,000. We didn't, Visto just didn't ask this time?
No.
Okay, let's start at the top. Munster didn't ask for anything they never asked for. Right? We good? Visto didn't ask at all. Victim services, what I wrote in is 40 for them, 40 for CASA, 20 for child advocacy is what I wrote in. Funding the victims assistance, CASA, out of the crosswalk fund, and child advocacy out of the capital credits fund at 20,000. And the one I questioned was the Stanford House. And then I left Noah's Ark blank because we didn't come up with the number to Noah's Ark. I personally think $25,000 is a little high.
Well, we cut it back last year to 13 and said we was gonna give 10 to Visco, and then we never did do it.
Oh.
Why we cut it back?
But why did Visco ask this time, I wonder?
Because they got turned down last time, and still, we didn't do that.
They're getting funding somewhere else or something, they said, through the school deal or something, wasn't it?
I don't.
They was trying to get some funding to help with the backpack.
Oh, yeah, and the concern there is Gainesville ISD created that, let them help with that was, I think, what to do, when they went to their 4-day, and again, we need to be, those that, well, I know better than say that. But like I said, I look at all those, and the one that really stands out as out of place is Stanford House. And why we would even be funding it at all.
And why is that?
Well, how is it contingent?
Well, it does
How is
give
it a
her,
responsibility of county government? Would be the way I'd ask that, Judge.
Yeah. Yeah, because when you look at them, you know, they're all, I know what you're saying. What about the Munster Library? I mean, when we have our own library, what was the deal with funding them back in the day, or starting that deal?
Well, when I got here, it was $6,000, and I asked why we would do that. And if we're gonna do that, why wouldn't we do Whitesboro? Because I have constituents that uses Whitesboro. You know, and I don't, Matt can talk to this better than I can. Are they funded somewhat by German Fest?
They used to work the gate, and when COVID hit, they quit doing that. They stepped down, and another organization took it over.
And so, I mean, could they get money from German Fest?
They used to.
I mean, and they could now, they would go work it?
Well, it was, but when you step down, somebody else takes your place.
Ain't no place for them to go.
There's no place to go.
So you come to the county.
Well, but this,
I'm guessing that was during COVID, whenever it was shut down, I don't know when they started coming over here.
Oh, they've been coming over here since 2005.
no, I,
Anyway.
But again, it was 6, and they obviously manage it very well because I don't know if they have a full-time employee, but they utilize volunteers and they manage it well. But
They do a good job.
I mean,
you know, and I hate to back up anybody's funding, but we've been discussing doing it for years. Time to put my money where my mouth is, I guess is the word. But, you know, to me, that's one we can back up.
Which one?
The Munster Library. You know, and I hate to back up the Stanford House too, but I understand we should back it up a little bit too, because you got all these other ones that are.
I mean, I had
They're providing services of a whole other caliber.
I mean, I had a suggestion from an outside source that says, hey, well, they asked it, how much money do you guys give nonprofits? And I said, we don't put a limit on it. We just, people ask and we start giving. I don't think I misrepresented things at all. He said, well, you know, the way you might consider is, hey, if the 100,000 is the number we're going to utilize, go rank them 1 through whatever, and some will get nothing, and then rank the ones that have the biggest impact on county government. And I think Meals on Wheels, Texoma Community Center, I think those things are important. Again, I think Texoma Community Center, we can back that up some. But Noah's Ark, I mean, they charge a county person to drop them off. They charge a county person to adopt them. so they're getting some return. I personally don't have issue with CASA and victims assistance and child advocacy as long as we can fund them out of crosswalk funds and capital credits, because that's not general fund dollars passed on to the taxpayer. So we look at what's passed on to the taxpayer right now. It's Munster Library, Stanford House, Noah's Ark, and Historical Commission's not enough to even make a dent. And then Texoma Community Center and Tri-County Nutrition. That's a way to look at it.
And I know how the Stanford House thing got bumped up was they used to come in and get 1,500, and Starn said, well, if you don't ask for it, you don't get it, and that's how that one got bumped up.
Well, Stanford House didn't ask until probably 5 years ago.
So back when they started asking for 1,500, that's when it started happening.
Yeah. Oh, and while you were in there, I suggested to them that you got interrupted on giving us the numbers. You were giving me numbers on IT.
Get you a bigger printer.
I don't get one. With 3 of them.
You're not a commissioner.
I think so.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I think she's got it. She has.
You didn't write it down?
Maybe.
What?
You didn't write it down?
You, 82,000 and something.
$82,841 more than this year. But that includes all those
82,000.
projects and the phone and all the computers and everything. Because last year you didn't approve all the projects.
On our phones right now, do we pay a
Monthly rent, $1,700.
No.
Yep, know what he said?
Well, he said we have a $1,700 or $1,800 a month that it costs us. Is part of that like a bill to AT&T or something? Do you know? No, that's a.
No, that we'd have to pay it to Nortex. I don't know if that's
I thought he had 1,800. It was gonna go to 32.
1,700.
Yeah.
I figured.
But it's not, I mean, it's not, it might be a maintenance or,
Maybe, but it was going, I think the number we're talking was going from 1,700 or 1,800 to 32 or 3,300.
then that must be like a maintenance.
And what's sad is he's not getting complaints. It's not breaking.
Well, he's just fearful that it's gonna quit.
I get it, but it might
But also-
last 10, 15 years.
Also, it can only hold 3 more
Now
phones.
that's a legitimate concern right there.
And this number has come way down now that all these companies have switched to this cloud-based phone. It was gonna cost
I
us
mean,
way
I have
more last time
concerns
they
about
pitched
being
it.
recorded. In Texas, I know it's the law, as long as one party knows, but I have concerns about being recorded.
Whenever I was putting up numbers.
No, the phone system will record.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we talked about that being an issue before, is I don't want them having the capability to record my conversation off my desk phone. And us not knowing.
No, I'll tell you right now, anybody who's got a cell phone can be recording you at any time. I'll show you the app. So,
Well, but that ain't my desk phone,
yeah.
you know. And I'll take you out of my contact list.
It's out there. I always talk to somebody like you're being recorded. That's all I can
Yeah,
say.
you have to assume it, yeah.
My only question was on part of that monthly maintenance fee, if we're paying a phone service in addition to the 1,700, or if that's part of that 1,700.
Yeah, we pay a monthly phone bill for
Yeah.
all
And I would
locations.
And I would almost assume that it has something to do, it's included in that 1,700 he pitched us, because the phone system is obsolete, we're not paying like a vendor to monitor it every month or something, so.
Here it says we spend around $1,700 per month on phone service, nor text communications.
Okay.
It must come on the phone bill because I don't see any other, I don't see a bill.
You'll see a breakout like that.
Yeah, I would say it's the phone bill itself, because there's nothing on the system. The system is out of contract, out of everything.
Right.
Shelley, have you been, I know you've been guilty of this before, but have you been keeping a running total like 175 for pagers, 82 for IT?
What do you think this is?
it's
There's a
that-
separate sheet for each category.
Gary, that was a dumb question.
I need to,
Well, no, but she done that before we've,
I need to update.
that's just requests she's showing you, right, Shelley? I mean,
Yeah,
Yeah,
but I mean, y'all hadn't said yes or no to,
anything.
right.
Can we go through and the departments that, and just knock it out this afternoon at least, the departments that don't have any changes?
Well, I think we had a good start right here. I think Matt was on the mission,
Okay.
starting right here with the outside, and we ain't got through them yet.
Okay, let's do that then.
So, what do you want to do with Munster Library?
I don't mind being the bad guy there. That's putting him in a tough situation. I mean, I think we need to at least back everything up a little bit this year. If you have something to say, I'm doing calculator work. Go ahead.
Any mine?
Yes.
Yeah, he needs bigger numbers,
Thank you.
and I'll watch over his shoulder to see, hey. Cut him 10%, it's $1,300.
I can do that.
What?
You said that the Munster Library was good, but we're striking that.
Well, I mean, what he said is, we heard it. You know, I mean, I think by now they know nothing's final until, good point though. I should just shut
So I don't know
up.
how to do this, I'll put like, this is what y'all discussed, and then finally I'll vote on what you discussed, right? So, just trying to.
I understand I've been quoted and misquoted in the paper and everything else, so it's all good.
We back,
Knock 10% off each one.
Do what?
We'll go through and knock 10% off each one.
I was being even worse than that. I said we knock 30% off each one. That'd get the library under 10. That would take 1,500 off of Stanford House.
And then,
So you're going off of last year's numbers or what they're requesting now?
Off of last year's number.
but,
I was just saying, to be fair, it should be a percentage, rather
But
than just
what-
saying,
now-
oh, we take this off of this one, this off of
but
this
are you,
Well,
but
I
you're,
said go off the numbers they're asking for this year. Next year, they're gonna ask for a lot more.
one. Well, we'll
Instead
have,
of using last year's numbers, that's what I think that's what we need.
oh, well, yeah, we know.
base it off the 24 budget
Right.
so that we have a number to
That's right.
firm up on.
Yeah, that's right.
So if we take, which those numbers match, so that's an easy one on this. So, you know, if you take,
But, hang on, before you do that, Abigail's Arms, CASA, and Child Advocacy, you don't need in those numbers.
no,
Okay, you're doing
just doing those two.
30% of Munster Library, right? 30% of Stanford House, and then you don't want to hit Noah's Ark
We
by
just need to,
30%.
no, we don't, no, I think we just maybe keep Noah's Ark.
I'd do Munster Library and
Where they're
Stanford
at.
House.
So here's the deal, so I understand what you're saying about Noah's Ark, when if I take a dog in, I pay, and then if,
I rescue it.
you rescue it, you pay. I get that, but it's also part of we're contributing to help make sure that service is even available, if you look at it that way. Does that make sense? It's not, they're not making money off of those things, but it helps the county residents have an option to go to. And I tell you, we talked about it before, as soon as we start creeping up over 50, this is gonna be an even bigger problem. I think we'll be, very large partners in Noah's Ark for the next the next
Well, we'll
animal
end up with our own
shelter.
facility maybe. Well, you
Yeah.
might have to.
And
So what number you want to put there?
I don't know. What concerns me is
It's deceiving.
it's, yeah. I don't know what they requested, but they've never taken very much of what they requested, so.
They've not always taken, they've never followed up, and they wasn't in such a situation that they sent the bill.
Yeah, I think that, I think Dr. Shelley, I can't say her last name, but I'm. Gumalog, or however it's said. I think that,
You don't take them up to 15?
with all
Is that
their
not
prices, yeah, with all their
Well, we only
cost
pay,
increasing, they're gonna bill us this year.
they only bill us for the number of cats and dogs they bring in at $50. That's why I dropped their budget to 13.
Oh, that's the reason they've never
So they
reached
don't
that.
even, they don't just take the money for their general budget, they take
No.
it based on animals they take in.
They send me
We
an
need to
email,
leave it that
they
way.
send me an email every month about how many dogs and cats they bring in.
Okay, and you pay them X number of
$50.
Okay,
And
and that's fair.
Leave it at
Even if they
13.
say, well, even if they say it cost them 200, if we've got to deal with them at $50 an animal, so
so that's why I put their budget at 13.
we give them 50, if somebody drops them off, they give them 20, and if somebody adopts that one, they get $170.
Yeah. So, worst case scenario,
See,
5 million animals come in.
I ran this on the 18th of June. They've only spent $6,600.
Okay, so that, we need to leave that probably alone. I mean,
Yeah,
because, and I get
So
what's
if
happening.
something happened and they did take in 10,000 county, which we wouldn't pay for that, you know what I'm saying? If they were gonna go over the 13, and we have an agreement to pay the certain amount per dog or cat, can we do an amendment over there from like contingency on that if that were to happen?
If that's what y'all want to do.
Right now, they'd have to have 100% increase though, based on what well, that's 6,600 for the first 6 months.
Through June 18th.
Okay, so we can assume.
So I haven't gotten June's bill yet.
Well, but they would be running with our budget cycle.
I know, but if it's twice,
That's due May, so that's
It's almost-
7 months,
Yeah,
8 months.
8 months.
okay, 8 months at 6,600, that's 2/3 of it, so that's
Right.
9 or
That's
10,000.
They're right on pace.
Well, they're at
13's gonna
$10,000.
cover it. So let's
13's
just-
gonna
let's
cover it.
just keep them there. That sound good with y'all?
Just leave
Keep it at 13.
13.
Noah's Ark.
You know, the logic there, Pam, was they charge us $50 for each animal. And part of the problem is if they're full, they can't take it anyway, so they can't bill us.
And if we do 30% on the library, it goes 9,100. And if you go 30% on Stanford,
Speak up a little bit.
I'm sorry, if you go 30% on the library, it goes to 9,100. And if you go 30% on Stanford House, it goes to 3,500.
I tell you what I think I'd do, just because we've used the number of 20% a year in 5 years, they're done.
We
I can
can-
do 20%
That's-
instead of 30%.
That's fair too. I was just trying to think.
No,
of
no,
a
and I'll
considerable
do,
jump.
if you guys want to do
No,
30,
no, no.
sign me up, but.
I'm fine with 20. I was just trying to think of a number that made it a pretty good hit.
No, 9,100 is fine with me. If that's, what kind of,
If you do,
Well, what I was fixing to say, if we're gonna do that, then we need to just bump them all back to last year.
right, well, you're saying, okay, but last year's for them was 13,000. He's saying
Well,
reduce
if
it.
you're gonna not put them back to 9,100,
Okay,
okay, then the rest of them are gonna go back to the 40,000, whatever, instead of the.
Yeah, that's a different one.
the reason those two are different, and we're not giving them what they asked for. They asked for 50, we're giving them 40. In other words, if we went and took 20% or 30% off of Abigail's Arms, off of 25, they'd be getting 17, 18,000. But the reason we're not doing that is we fund that not out of general fund money, we fund that out of crosswalk money. So it's not coming out of general fund dollars. Make sense? Where Munster Library, Stanford House, these others, we don't have a means right now to fund them other than tax dollars. You with me? Like this year, we got $87,000 roughly from crosswalk money, which you pay when you register a vehicle, okay? We earmarked that a couple of 3 years ago and said we would split that crosswalk fund between CASA and basically Abigail's Arms / child advocacy, okay? So this year, we got some capital credits money, and child advocacy requested $20,000, paid it right out of capital credit funds because that's something that's allowable to spend that money on. Okay? So those three items got paid out of funds not coming out of general fund. Kind of like hot funds.
I was gonna say, kinda like hot funds.
Kind of like hot funds.
All of those things were gonna be cut off if it weren't for hot funds.
Now, the problem's gonna be,
I mean, you're saying those three are getting paid out of the crosswalk.
crosswalk and capital credits money, yes, not general fund money.
Okay, so you just said roughly 80-something thousand in crosswalk,
87.
87, and then the rest is coming out of the.
Capital credits, okay? And that gives a few dollars left, but that way, we've done them both the same way at 40 and 40 and 20.
Well, that gives you a few dollars left for what? If it comes out of crosswalk, you asked me earlier if I knew the difference between different funds. Yeah, I think I do, but what, if those are paid for out of crosswalk funds, why not go ahead and fund them?
Well, we could break the fund, we could totally exhaust the fund, and then if you don't have as much next year, then that's gonna be that much less they may get next year.
Okay, then you could, address that next year.
How much is it leaving in the fund?
$4,000 or $5,000.
Was it?
$7,000.
Made it 89, so,
Was it 89? I thought it was 87, Shelley.
64 and 15, so that's,
Is there any-
79. So it's not
Is there any-
80,000. Well, we got some this year, but.
Is there any reason to leave money in the fund or to not exhaust the fund?
What
Well,
else
it's
would
not-
that-
it's not
What
a-
else would it be used for?
To,
Crosswalk funds?
for crosswalk, to pay for crosswalk.
Yeah, if we actually had a school come up and hire a crosswalk person, we'd need some money for vest and some salary. But if we exhaust it and that happens, then we're gonna have to pay that out of general fund.
So if you do that for the next year, it's exhausted now, and then whatever is collected in '24.
And it might take them from 80,000 they got this year to 40 next year, or 50, or whatever the number is. How many years did it take to get, is that all 1 year that we accrued that?
No.
See? Yeah, so, in my opinion, it's best not to exhaust it.
What was the question that you asked us? How long did it take?
That 89,000 didn't come this year.
It's actually 79, I can't
Okay.
add. 64 and 15
Oh,
is
so we don't have enough, we
79.
gotta come up with a few dollars to do the 40,000.
Yeah.
So, moot point.
We're taking 30% off the rest of them then?
You taking, well, all right. Here's what I heard, okay? We're not gonna touch Tri-County. Okay? Texoma Community, we need to look at it. We didn't talk about it, but what happens when you take 30% off of that one? I don't wanna take them, well, actually, you'd have to take them 30% off of 53.5.
That's $16,000.
That's a big lick, guys.
Let's see. Whoop. It's 10, 7, and 20.
So that would take them back
40.
to 40,000.
42. 8. No, 42, 7.
That's not 30%.
Do what, Judge?
That's not 30%.
That's 20%.
Yeah.
Takes them to 42.8.
Why are we talking 20 when we're talking 30?
Well,
Proportionately, the amount of money that we're talking about at one time.
well, we're trying to decide whether to do 20 or 30.
And I don't know that it has to be exact. I mean, because
Well, I was trying to just make it, I was in my brain thinking, make it fair. Like you said, like we talked about last year and the year before, it would give 5 years for them to adjust for not having that money.
But I see our nonprofits maybe just a little bit different than you do Texas Community because we got mental health crises happening. So I see it a little bit different than some of these other funds.
I mean, we're gonna do it, we're saying it's coming out of the taxpayers' money, then we need to do it across the board. I mean, and that includes Noah's Ark too, regardless.
I can live with it. I mean, it's just a much larger impact on somebody doing 53,000 versus somebody doing 13,000.
I mean, is it? Just because they're not spending as much money, it's still just a hard impact on them, right?
I don't know what all these other budgets are.
Proportionally.
Well, and the thing about and I'm not hung up on this one way or another, guys, because for years, I suggested that we hold, whenever I started here, a long time ago, we gave them $5,000 or $10,000. Shelley, you remember? Then Freeman said, and they continuously asked for more money. And he explained to me, Gary, this is just matching money to match something else. And then probably in 12 or 13, 14, Al Smith suggested that we bump it up, and we went from what it was 10 to 25, and then it's just gone since then. So, and that right now is a good program with what they're doing with our law enforcement. So I don't know that you can do it. I mean, if y'all want to do it across the board, sign me up on the ones that's coming out of general fund money. But I don't know that that's a good decision to cut.
I mean, they're all good programs.
Okay, once again, something keeps telling me that this is beginning to sound like a profit organization here. This county government is. We are here to support them. Remember what I said yesterday? Them is us, okay? I think that we ought to do whatever we can to support everyone in the county. Not, well, let's hold this back because something may happen here. That means we won't have to do this or make the hard decisions later on or whatever. This isn't a profit-making organization here.
What would we have done in the tornado, Judge, if we didn't have any money in fund balance? How would we help those people?
Those people, okay, tell me how we help them.
Well, right now you're fixing, what's about to happen is you're going to spend $1 million of county money to pick up debris. If we hadn't had that in savings, what would we have done?
Okay. What about FEMA money? What does that do?
Well, what will happen is if we didn't have $1 million to spend up front, FEMA can't reimburse nothing. FEMA only reimburses after you spend it.
Okay, and we wouldn't have $1 million someplace else? Remember what I asked today about this pot of money over here?
You couldn't take that pot. That's the reason I said you didn't understand the
Can't take
funds,
it out
Judge.
there?
You can't take it out of capital improvement. That's what I was saying.
So what you're gonna say is, well, we've got a couple of $1 million over here, but we can't use it because it's over
Only
here.
because it's state statute. That's all. We follow the law. I mean, there's some law associated with it. I mean, Shelley may tell me in an emergency we can do something different, but it's my understanding it was a separate line item on tax statement.
So I agree with what you just said. And when I ran my campaign on we need to come in and make some decisions like it's a business and not just a
Program.
program.
We get
Well, I
everybody.
agree with what you're saying, but at the same time, we do have, we've got our employees over here that we need to take care of. We've got, organizations like this that are getting funding from other places and holding fundraisers and doing other things that could hurt our own, with that, like, we gotta figure out the best way to do it all. I mean, and this is something that we've been talking about for many, many years. If you got other suggestions, I'm looking. You're the chief budget officer, throw us some options.
All right.
And I'm not
Well,
being
you're
smart
not,
aleck,
okay,
I'm
but
being,
I know you're not, and I'm not gonna say anything right now, because that's gonna end up being a furball like it was this morning, too. How much money are we gonna eventually spend on this building over here?
Well, hang on, Judge.
Okay, that's why I'm not gonna say anything. I don't-
No, if you want to line out a budget and bring us a proposed budget, that's what's supposed to happen before we got here today.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the reason you guys have these hearings, so you as the chief budget officer can come and give us what you think and pros and cons. But when it doesn't come to us that way, then we sit up here bickering back and forth because we don't have a place to start, and we do it 5 or 6 times and eat up 15 or 16 days
in
to
the
get to a budget.
in the budget that you built after y'all had your budget hearings, what do you have put in there for them?
Okay, and the first time I come out, here's the budget, guys, then I'm gonna tell you, you're gonna be the very first one that says, well, wait a minute, did I get an opportunity to?
Absolutely, because if your budget breaks the county, I'm not gonna, if I can get 3 votes, I'm not gonna allow that
So
to
you can't
happen.
have it both ways, okay? And I'm not, like I told you, I'm not gonna get into an argument with you guys.
It's okay.
I'm not gonna do it.
Well, I'm
Okay.
just saying, like, have you, on your side of it, like, have you thought about what you'd want to see and what you would want to do on each one of the asks that we've had?
Yes, I have.
Okay, well,
Speak to us.
Let's start with those, I'll just tell you. Munster Library, I think Munster Library could be cut, I really do. They've got a lot of people that use the library that would be like other places in the county, willing to help out their own library, okay? And I'm not saying that against Munster Library. Victim Witness Service, CASA, I think ought to stay the same. They do a very good service for this county. And I think we ought to support them every chance we get. Stanford House, they've asked for $5,000, my gosh. And we're gonna cut them back $1,300 or so, $5,000. And that's probably the only place that there's quite a few elderly people in it. And that's gonna be me, and then eventually you one of these days. The only place that some of these single older people have to go in for, okay? $5,000 is all they've asked for. Child advocacy. What could be more worthwhile than that? The Historical Commission, okay, go ahead and cut them. Norman has to take it out of his pocket, but he's been willing to do that before. I think he could probably stand to be cut $1,500. Texoma Community Center, okay. That's one of those you'll never get your hands around. What kind of service they really do for the county. It's a worthwhile organization as far as we know, but what good do they really do? I don't know. You're dealing with the human mind there, and one thing and another. You're dealing with all sorts of different people there. I don't know what to put there. Tri-County Senior Nutrition, I think probably being that I deliver the meals. I'm on the local board, I'm on the Tri-County board, and I have too much knowledge about Tri-County Senior Nutrition. But I do know that they're generally always scraping for money someplace. Okay, we've got We've got United Way that helps all of these organizations here too, but only if they can't make it any other way. Some of these organizations, I don't know if all of these organizations even go to United Way or go to them for funds. And it's really none of our business to do that. They've come to us, these organizations that represent the people in this county, and say, and assuming we think they're telling the truth, if they think that they need that to support the people in this county, I don't think it's the right thing for us to do to hold that money back. Yes, not bankrupt ourselves, I'm not talking about that. But when we go out and spend money on other things that we really don't need, and there's people out there that really do need, why are we worried about $1,500 here or $500 here? Or, you see what I'm saying? So, that's my 2 cents worth.
Well, I'm glad you weighed in. I mean, I look at it a little broader.
I don't know, am I wrong? What do you guys think? Am I crazy? Do I need community center?
You know,
I'd love to give to everything if we can. I'd love to give 10% raises if we can. I'd love to do it all, but we
Yeah,
just
well,
can't
let's
do
forget
it
about
all.
raises right now. We've already heard that this morning
Well, but
too,
it's,
so.
but it's just, I'm just saying, it all is a big part of every decision.
I mean, we just heard $82,000 in IT. I mean, it's more than, you know, and 5,000 here and 3,000 there adds up.
Okay.
And then we gotta go set a tax rate to fund it. And so,
All
anyway.
right, well, let's ask this then. $82,000 in IT. Did you promise me we need every bit of that $82,000? I don't know.
Well,
Does that mean
if we
I
believe
might
our
have to
IT
dial
guy,
my phone instead of, you know?
well, I can't tell you in the back of my mind, I don't question that it might not last another 10 years. And we did that last year. Some point in time, you're gonna pay the piper. But, and I don't know.
But I don't think we ought to pay the piper at the expense of people who can't stand it, is what I'm saying.
You know,
I think we ought to pay the piper at the expense of the people who
I take Stanford
can
House.
actually stand it.
Stanford House, for instance. How'd they get by before 2021 or 2020 when they didn't come to the county?
Well, they had their fundraiser that they do every year, and much more than they do now.
Well, see, she told us
That they do ticket, they give
This
away
is the
money
first
now.
time-
They couldn't afford to give away a pickup anymore like they used to. They
But-
used to sell tickets like crazy.
you and I bought
They
tickets.
also used to have people that donated to the center, for one thing. They don't have that person anymore. They had people that actually donated to them that have passed on. They don't have those people anymore.
But they did
And
do
all
something.
they have is people that depend on Stanford House for the only entertainment they have during the day. Yeah, you've seen them.
I'm telling my wife,
And it's not them, it's us.
But-
Once again,
Well,
keep that in mind.
I appreciate and respect your thought process. And like you, I would like to be able to contribute to every one of those, give all the raises that they're asked, spend the $300,000 increase on insurance and all those things. But at some point in time, you ain't got no money.
Okay, but we're not talking about raises right this second. We're talking about these right here is what we're talking about just now.
But this impacts it. This is part of the big picture. If this is all we had, we got $46 million budget we're gonna manage. If this 150 or 200,000 was all there was to it.
All right, and all this money that we're gonna save, okay, by cutting this out, by cutting out IT, by cutting out the raises and all of that, all of this money that we're gonna save by cutting these things out, what are we gonna do with it? Is it gonna sit around someplace, or is it gonna go into that building over there for walls, or is it gonna
If
go?
the only thing we got to go on is that building, I'm kind of done with that, Judge.
Well,
But-
okay, I told you when I started this, okay?
But like I said, I appreciate your input and I appreciate your position. But when we got state agencies cutting the funds like local to, and why should the local taxpayer pick it up? But our state legislators don't think that they need to be funded, so when they don't, then everybody comes to us, because them old boys on Commissioners Court, they're nice, generous, compassionate guys. And, you know, there's an old saying, if you're gonna be a good giver, you have to set yourself a limit, because the people that ask are not gonna have a limit. I mean, and we represent the people right now that's trying to help, but if we end up, I've said this again, 5 years down the road with no money, it ain't gonna be about, we ain't gonna be able to give them a dime. And if we back off of it a little bit at a time, maybe they can begin to adjust their incomes and revenues and be self-sufficient, because when we're looking for the government to provide everything, that ain't nothing but socialism.
Okay, now, once again, you're done with that building over there, okay? But you're not, we haven't even addressed some of the other things that we spend money on. Old stack of papers right here, I'm gonna guarantee you there's things in there that we could cut before we could cut worthwhile organizations like CASA and Stanford House even. I wasn't picking on Munster Library, Matt, at all.
But like, I mean, I wanna go through it department by department and talk about
love
everything.
to do that. That's what we're gonna do.
Do you have all your notes ready to go?
I do not. I do not.
Well, as soon as you're ready for that, let's have another meeting, go through one by one. Just the way we're talking about every single one of these line items, we need to talk about it for the whole budget.
Okay.
That's how we done the
And
whole
that's
7
why
years
we
I've
have
been here.
Commissioners Court, that's why Commissioners Court does this. The chief budget officer doesn't just say, okay, here's the budget, guys, live with it, okay? The chief budget
You
officer.
can't do that.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
I'm just saying, if you have an idea of how you want things to go, we all take that. That's how Brinkley did it. We had a proposed budget and we looked at it and we figured it out and hashed it out from there. And that's our next step after we have these budget hearings.
And this is the same thing we're doing here,
We're
it's just
locked in
after
on
the
just
fact.
this one thing right now, but we got a
All right.
1,000 line item.
And in the past, Shelley has done an extremely good job of getting all of that together, and that's what we've used. And I don't know if she's willing to do that again.
But it's not her job. She showed you something today that says she's not the chief budget officer. She's been doing your job and she's done with it.
I understand that.
So, I mean, so somehow you gotta come up with that, or, I mean, I think anybody will help you, but you.
Then if you'll live by my budget, I'll go through here and I'll do the budget. Okay, then what is
You're
wrong
focused
with?
just on
what
us. We got
is
2
wrong
other
with-
guys right there.
What is wrong with the 5 of us taking these sheets, just like we are right now, and going up step by step?
4 of us done it before we got here today, and
Which is what
yesterday,
we're
and the day
doing, but
before.
we're all trying to talk about it. I think you got caught up and went on a tangent. We're listening, and we all got to work it out together.
All right, and somehow or another it's come down to, all right, you're the budget officer, you do the whole thing?
I'm just asking, that's what the first thing I said is, do you have an idea of the way you want to see it go with everything all wrapped in it? Or are you just going to be focused just on these few outside agencies?
Well,
that's all I asked, and you stayed focused on these.
What I would like to do is like, once upon a time we used to do, we used to sit down, 4 commissioners and a judge, and go sheet by sheet and go through there and say, you have problems with this one. Everybody weighs in on it, okay? That way everybody has their input on what we do. And it's not just.
Which is what we were doing.
Well, then how did it get down to, okay, where's the budget? When are you gonna bring it to us and show it to us?
Because you were weighing in and didn't have anything to say about it, so I asked you where your budget was.
It's right here.
Okay.
Show us your
I
markups.
was just calling you bluff, Judge. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
I mean,
I've been waiting to say that, but.
But I mean, if you got your notes,
I
I
think
mean, you
we've
got
got
your
some
pages.
agreements
look at-
down here on some things. Let's, maybe we need to just end today and set our next day where we go through them line by line. And everybody can start fresh and get it done.
That's a really good idea.
I'll have my homework done and I'll have everything marked up like I've been doing every line that comes in here, and I'll be ready.
We're here and we're on the outside,
Let's hear it, Matt.
okay. Munster Library said cut 30%, 9,100, right?
Yeah,
Drop.
well, I would, go ahead, but if we want to do 20, that works too, you know.
Just gonna say, let's drop the rest of them back to last year's budget. Cut Stanford House 30%, cut the Noah's Ark 30%, historical marker or historical commission, pull it out. And the rest of them go back to where they was last year.
And I was kind of thinking like when we get down to like the historical commission that, you know, is a small amount that we just, you know, leave it, and maybe that the Stanford House, just my opinion, and then like the Stanford House eventually does just go back to the 1,500 for a while, and then once it gets that way, I don't see how the reaction is on it at that point.
Matt, here's what and I'm writing numbers. What I heard you say is I'm starting at the bottom and I'm going up. You're saying leave it at 3750 on Tri-County. Okay? You're saying leave Texoma Community at 53.5.
Right.
Okay? You're saying leave Historical Commission at 1550 or cut it 30.
What we were saying earlier,
Cut it 30.
it'd go away, or cut it 30.
Okay, so a third of 1,500 is $500, so it's $1,000. Right?
For what?
Historical Commission. Noah's Ark, it was at 13, and it sounds like we got a contract with them on $50, don't we? Or
I don't know if there's anything in writing.
I would say we fund that at the $50 per animal, Matt, whatever that number is. What do you think? You guys weigh in? I'm just putting numbers down here.
Well, the most we ever paid was $12,750.
Okay,
In
and
the last-
that's because it was $50 an animal. That's what Shelley's saying.
Yeah.
So, and the thing is, if we budget that at 13, if they don't have enough animals, we won't spend it. That work?
You wanna leave it at 13?
I don't know, I'm asking.
That's fine with me.
I feel like we have an obligation to have that place for our residents to have an option to take the animals.
And if the $50 is working,
Yes.
13.
Agree, yes.
Okay.
That's a service.
Child advocacy goes to 20.
For all services, I mean.
Oh, right. I know, and that's the hard part.
Yep. All right, child advocacy goes to 20 instead of 15, funded by capital credit, okay? Stanford House goes to, what y'all say, 30% of that's
3,500.
3,500, okay? Then CASA is at 40. Victims Witness is at 40. And Munster,
Wait a minute. What's that?
what, sir?
Victim
Victim Witness
Witness
Services is at 40. Visto is currently at 0. And then Munster Library at 9.1. Is that where y'all at? Hello?
I'm
Okay.
fine with it. There's
I'm
no
looking
decision,
at, I'm
but
looking
I'm
at
fine
Matt's
with it.
down there. So,
Adam, you haven't said much. You agreeing with all this?
no, he's
Shake
not,
my head.
he,
Okay, I'm
he's
sorry.
not,
I've been looking down.
and at that point, we didn't cut any services per se.
Well, why don't we do this?
I will, go ahead, Judge, sorry.
Why don't we go right down the line, 2024 budget, and just like you said, with, what was it, Noah's Ark? If we have any left over, it's left over for next year.
Well, the only reason I said that, Judge, is because they do it based on $50 an animal.
Right.
And so, we could actually have to add money to that one if they came in with more animals than, that's the reason. And we
Okay.
can't put that kind of measurement on those others.
But you could say the same thing probably about CASA. How many kids are they gonna have next year?
Well, the deal about CASA is we know that we're not even fully funding them at their request, and they're telling us that their numbers are going up instead of down.
Right?
So I couldn't rationalize that.
So if we cut them at all,
But that one's being.
And we didn't cut them from last year. We left them where they were last year, Judge,
at 40?
at 40.
Okay.
Now, wait a minute, a while ago, you said victims, CASA, and child advocacy all came out of the sidewalk.
They did, Bubba.
Crosswalk.
That's the reason I'm not, we left them,
Okay, so we're victim services going back to 25?
no,
What's it gonna be?
it's gonna be 40. We split the crosswalk money, 40-40 with Abigail's Arms and CASA.
So they're actually going up from
Well,
this
one of
year,
them-
actually.
One of them's the same, okay, CASA was at 40, and victims assistance is getting a bump because we found capital money to cover child advocacy. We didn't, Shelley did.
All right, now I need to hear some numbers here that I can write down,
Okay,
that we can agree on. All right, Munster Library,
$9,100.
$9,100. All right,
The next one is blank, Judge, because they didn't.
right, gotcha.
Then victims, witness services
Is 40.
is 40. CASA is 40.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Are you guys agreeing with these?
We was doing that, yeah, we've been,
All right,
okay.
CASA is what?
40.
40.
Stanford is 35. With me?
CASA is what?
CASA's 40.
Well, CASA is at what, 4? Or, I'm sorry, CASA is 40. You're right, I'm sorry. I got a line ahead.
I hear you. It's easy to do. All right, you Stanford House, that where you at?
Yep,
Okay, 3,500. Next line should be child advocacy at 20,000. Excuse me. Next line, Noah's Ark, 13. Historical Commission, 1,000.
Can we pause on that one for a minute? Also, they haven't come to us in over 4 years.
Well, because they don't, it takes them, it's a period of time sometimes before somebody requests one. But now what
they
concerns
don't
me.
always have something.
That's right, every year. And see, that's what concerns me about that one is.
My vote is to fund that one.
He asked for 1,550.
1,500, yeah. Let's go with
1550.
1,500.
And because they don't hit us every year, I don't have a problem with funding that one. And I want the rest, I mean, we've said 30%, so that's just.
My, y'all can tell me what y'all
I'll go
think.
1,500.
My vote is to fund that one because it's a specific ask and it's an asset that'll be here for 1,000,000 years.
You want 1,550?
Going once, going twice,
1,550.
1,550. Got the auctioneer involved.
You actually asked for 1,600, don't pay $50.
He didn't
No.
ask for 60.
No, he
Oh, I
didn't.
thought you were 1550.
She corrected it for him in the pre-meeting, he just
Oh,
asked for
okay.
1,550, okay? Now, Judge, I
Yeah.
am at Texoma Community Center, and we're leaving them at 53.5,
That's fine.
or that's what I'm hearing. And then Tri-County is,
53.5.
and then Tri-County at 37.50.
Good.
Gosh, we got a page, it's time to
That
go
was good
home.
work.
Time to go home.
There we go.
All right.
Shelley, would you like us to hit some of the ones that don't have any changes and for you right now? Okay.
Are we done for today as far as you're concerned?
Just put that in there, not. Last year,
Oh, because
y'all
last year we
discussed
voted
the
on
same
it.
one,
Yeah,
y'all
change it,
voted.
turn around and change it.
Well, are we ready to vote yet?
You listening.
I don't know that we're ready to vote yet.
Peter and Pam.
I'm-
Do we need do you think we should?
Unless y'all want to come rehash them,
I don't want to, no, I don't want to rehash, but should we vote on that?
I mean, we can do that if we want to, but if we vote on it, say, hey, this is outside agencies, I'd make a motion, we accept them as we've listed, and,
Second.
oh,
What, you made the motion, Gary?
I guess I did.
Gary
Just
did.
what we discussed, I'll write down everything I discussed, and then we'll just, on the motion, it'll be that y'all approve what we discussed, right?
Just the outside agencies, right?
Yeah, it's just
Yeah,
outside agencies.
okay.
Jason seconded. You made the motion, Jason seconded. Right.
Yes.
And now we got to vote.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? There are none. One thing, I do need to recuse myself on the Tri-County Senior Nutrition.
We have both of them separate.
I'm sorry, I have to do that. So, let's redo the vote, Gary, if you don't mind.
Motion that we approve everything excluding Tri-County, motion to approve, the budget as revised, with the exception of Tri-County Nutrition.
Okay, we have a motion, Commissioner Hollowell, second, Commissioner Snuggs. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? There are none.
I'll make a motion, we approve the Tri-County Senior Nutrition at $37.50.
Motion, Commissioner Snuggs.
Second.
Second, Commissioner Arndt. I'm recusing myself. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? There are none. So it's 4-0. And that takes care of outside agencies. Did we leave anything off
On those agencies.
on those agencies? Somebody didn't show up or?
Everybody's here.
Okay, everybody was here. All right.
Have you heard anything from Wes?
So I'm texting as we speak.
Okay. I just have to,
No, by 10 o'clock in the morning?
not really, just, yeah, I'm gonna say 10.
By 10?
Noonish. I just have to post it before the end of the day tomorrow.
I've sent him a note that you want to post it in the paper, so I need to know if he can make it.
Motion to adjourn, is that what we need now?
We do. Would anybody care to make that motion?
Yeah, I made it.
You
Motion to
made a
adjourn.
motion to adjourn. Commissioner Snuggs.
Second.
Second, Commissioner Arndt. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? There are none. Motion passes 5-0 at 4:44.